Aufwand betreiben wollten und Kosten produzieren wollten für diese Teams. Eine weitere Klasse ist dann diese Gruppe H-Klasse. Gruppe H-Klasse sind Fahrzeuge älteren Baudatums.
Vor allen Dingen, ich greife mal so ein bisschen raus, wo du wirklich als Motorsportler, als Schrauber, als Technikaffiner dich richtig dran austoben kannst, weil es ist kein Auto von der Stange. Du kannst am Gewicht arbeiten, der Koffer ist leicht, du kannst richtig Leistung reinbringen.
Ja.
Du bist ja auch Fahrer, die Kisten machen Spaß.
Ja, und ich sag mal, in der Regel sind das auch viele Werks. Cup Clio zum Beispiel, ja, war leider, wir hatten ja viele Clio Cups früher hier bei uns bei der VLN oder NLS fahren und diese Fahrzeuge konnten halt bei uns nicht mehr fahren aufgrund des Sicherheitstanks, der halt jahrelang leider vorgeschrieben war. Ja.
Also wir merken mit dem Schaffen eben dieser neuen Klassen, über die wir euch hier informieren, die wir ein bisschen beleuchten, die wir näher vorstellen. Die Tür steht nicht nur offen, einfach mal ein Rennen in der NLS mitzufahren. Ihr merkt ganz wichtig, ob das der Maike ist, ob es der Mario ist von der Technik oder auch du bist jetzt stellvertretend für andere Teams, andere Teamchefs. Die Tür steht auch zum Gespräch offen. Wenn ich so viele Fragen habe, ohne mir jetzt direkt das komplette Reglement durchzulesen, ihr seid als Veranstalter greifbar für eben diese Teams, die ihr ansprechen wollt.
Ja, unbedingt. Also ich kann nur jeden dazu animieren, das auch zu tun. Das ist das, was wir wollen. Wir haben uns dazu bekannt zu diesem Thema und da stehen wir auch zu und wir freuen uns um jeden, der dazukommt. Also bitte, wer mag, wir sind da. Wer irgendwelche Fragen hat, wie kann ich anfangen, wie kann ich fahren, welche Voraussetzungen, technische Voraussetzungen, in der Ausschreibung Voraussetzungen, bitte immer einfach Webseite, ihr könnt uns immer erreichen, kein Thema.
Dann möchte ich mich an dieser Stelle bei euch bedanken. Wir haben ja einen leicht verschobenen Zeitplan, ihr habt es dann vielleicht auch mitbekommen, halbe Stunde nach hinten gerückt, das Ende vom Qualifying, vom Zeittraining und wir beginnen auch nicht wie üblich bei uns um 12 Uhr, sondern um 11:45. In ziemlich genau einer Stunde mit dem Start ins 4-Stunden-Rennen, ins erste Saisonrennen hinein, dass ihr euch die Zeit genommen habt. Mike Jäger, der Chef vom Ganzen, Mario, der Chef der ganzen Technikertruppe, den haben wir schon oft genug vorgestellt. Vielen Dank, meine Herren. Hier nehme ich das Mikrofon weg und gebe dann vom Sportauto-Talk rauf zu den beiden Kommentatoren, die euch heute auch den kompletten Tag noch auf dem Laufenden halten, zu Olli und Uwe.
Ja, wo wir so mit einem ganz
Der Livestream der Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie. Präsentiert von Falkenreifen.
Platz Herzlich willkommen zur Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie.
Welcome to the Nürburgring for the NLS, the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie.
Und jetzt ist das Rennen freigegeben. The red lights are out now.
Viele Zuschauer unterwegs.
I would think that's very, very close.
Jetzt kommt er ran, zieht sich ran.
Be joined by my occasional, no more frequent than that, partner in crime, Peter Snowden. We'll be mixing the commentary duos up throughout the course of 2025, but that will just really enhance our coverage, I would have said. It's a typical Nürburgring day, though, and the first thing we need to report, in actual fact, is that we're not going to be away at the advertised start time of midday. We're only 15 minutes behind, so as far as Nürburgring delays have been concerned in previous years, it's relatively small scale. I'm not sure we've ever had the particular reason ever before that this race is delayed. But first of all, good morning, Snowy, and a happy new season to you.
Indeed, Johnny. Likewise. All refreshed and ready?
I think I am, yes.
Good slumber?
Yes, good slumber.
Calorific breakfast?
I've had a absolutely cracking breakfast, yes.
What could go wrong?
It was almost a German breakfast. It needed slightly bigger bratwursts on there, in truth.
A common theme.
Indeed.
Yeah.
But otherwise, no, the energy is going to be slow release through the course of slightly more than 4 hours. We're still on course to finish at 4:15, but you have been reading up on precisely why we're going to be 15 minutes later than planned.
Yeah, absolutely. It is a 4-hour race. That's still the same. So the race schedule is exactly the same, just a delayed start by 15 minutes for a quite extraordinary reason. And you can always read more into these things. It was tyre barriers. So you have tyre clusters at the chicane on the short circuit, i.e. the Grand Prix part of the circuit. But it's there's different licensing for circuits around the world. So you can have grade A's, 1, 2, 3s, 4s, testings, etc. Whatever. We saw this in pandemic when circuits that we hadn't normally seen Formula One races didn't have certain licenses, were upgraded. So Portimao, for example, so they could go and race there, Mugello, or you name all the other sort of places. But there's a different part of the reason for different grading is you can have a circuit can have a test license, so they can test other cars at other times of the year to obviously make money, commercial side of things, not just the racing. So, for instance, the Nürburgring has a Grade 3T license from the FIA, this is, which allows them to race these levels, not Formula One cars, obviously, but they can race up to the cars. We've got the GT3, SB9s, as we call them in this series. But they can also test such cars as Le Mans cars, hypercars, etc. can go there as well. But different things happen to the infrastructure. So marshals, race control officials, etc., need to be less on a testing day than they do for a race day.
Yeah.
Part of that is tyre barriers and where they need to be. And the tyre barriers were in the wrong place. So they set out with qualifying, long story short. They went out in qualifying, tyres were in the wrong place, and they went, no, hang on, these aren't the rules. That means not only did they had to red flag it, any times were discounted, start again, remove the barriers, replace them, and go back to the correct format for qualifying.
A chance, by the way, to experience or relive some qualifying from earlier on today. Thank you for that full explanation, though, Snowy. Great to have, and debuting in this series, a couple of Mustang GT3s. There is a full pro lineup from HRT. There's one in Pro-Am as well, but there's not a full pro. You're shaking your head.
Well, there are two. There's car number 2 and car number 6. Unfortunately, there is only car number 6 now. These are from HRT Haupt Racing Team Ford Performance. Number 6 car is the Pro-Am car with Dennis Fetzer, Yusufa Vega, Dirk Muller and David Schumacher at the wheel. However, the lead car, the number 2 car, is in the Pro category. That's got Arjun Mahoney, Nico Bastian, Dennis Olsen and Frank Stipper at the wheel. Frank Stipper, note, in a GT3 Mustang, set a staggering time, some nearly 4 seconds quicker, 7:53 than the closest car in the first bit of qualifying. However, Nico Bastian had a little bit of an off in that car and damaged it heavily. That car is now out of it. I believe Frank Stippler is jumping into the number 6 car.
Okay, here are the times then, and it is an Audi to be on pole position. So this is the Verimenko, the Selv, and the Frank Stippler car. I'm going to suggest that was a Stippler time, a 7:51.5. Yes. Then Christian Krognes and the Valkenhorst-driven number 36 Aston Martin, almost 2 seconds slower. It's going to be the Door Motorsport McLaren number 69 on the second row alongside the Ferrari. These are all, they're not all necessarily pro cars. It's all down to which driver you actually put in for the qualifying session. So of the top 4 cars, 3 of them are actually Pro-Am lineups, which makes the grid very interesting indeed. Axel Jeffries, Thomas Neubauer and Felipe Fernandez-Laza in their Ferrari number 45 will start from 4th position ahead of the first of the Lamborghinis. That's the 27 Conrad car in its typical livery of the teal with black, and then alongside that on the 3rd row is the number 14 Mercedes. Maro Engels in that car, along with Maxime Martin in the 14 Mercedes, and Lucas Stoltz. It's certainly someone with a surname. Yes. Yeah. So that, again, that's a change from the winter period that we need to get our heads around. The 17 Mercedes will start from 7th position as a pro car ahead of the best qualifying BMW, which is the number 98 Rover example, only 8th though, so they might be a little disappointed with that. And then the Audi and the Porsche 9th and 10th. Weather conditions, not necessarily raining right now, but it is damp, and that can really put the cat amongst the pigeons in terms of a normal grid, if you like, and that's not particularly normal to have so many Pro-Am cars performing well with their pro drivers in them, though, for the crucial lap, Snowy.
Indeed, so I think the number 6 HRT Performance Mustang will have Frank Stippler at the wheel. 118 cars listed for this opening round, the 70th ADAC Westfalenfahrt running. 19 of these are the SP9 category GT3 homologated cars. We've got, as you said, 12 full pro entries with Porsches from Manthey, Dynamic Falcon, 2 Lamborghinis, you say, Conrad and Red Bull, 2 Mercedes, both from GetSpeed. The Mustang was a single, became 2, but gone back down to a single. Audi, of course, in Shearer Sport PHX. BMW in Rover Racing, they're only having 1 entry in the 24-hour this year because of many conflicts of that time. The 24-hour, we've got 3 or 4, 3 in a weekend, 24-hour races. And a Ferrari from Realised Condo Racing with Rinaldi. We have got a couple of new things this season as well. We've got a new series for BMWs, a new class, sorry, for the BMWs. I'll come back to that in a minute. A couple of things a bit further down. Grassroots. So the ADAC, NLS, VLN, between them have all been talking about grassroots over the winter and encouraging this a little bit more. And of that, we're going to have a light race later in the year, in July, 5th of July.
And that's not part of the... Well, it's called NLS Light.
Correct.
But I don't know whether it's considered an NLS race. It is 4 hours, but it's for the lower classes, if you like, and have the spotlight put on them rather than GT3s and the Cup 3 competition.
That's it. So basically, the SB9s, those cars can't take part. So there's no GT3s, no Cup 2s, no SPX. And no SP Pros in that. But more importantly, on your DMSB permit, the ring permit, you don't need a grade A. You can have a B or a C to do that.
Okay.
So that you can go and get your time. And the idea is exactly what the organisers have said. It's grassroots. It's to encourage people there to come and take part in a race, not be, let's say, overwhelmed or threatened by the bigger, faster category cars. Get your eye in, get your permit. You can do that. You can also do it at a different level and have a race to yourself. And I think it's an absolutely great idea. On that note as well, there was I'm getting into technical boring stuff here now, but before the race starts,
that's fine. We've got an extra 15 minutes.
I was thinking just that exactly. So back in 2018, the FIA issued a decree on fuel tanks on cars on race circuits, where they had to have basically a certain standard of fuel tank, which negated some of the smaller class cars, these grassroots cars, so Clio, Civics, 996, Cup Porsches and whatever. It was a huge expense for guys, smaller teams, to go and convert those cars to run and compliant with this. So that they lost basically all that footfall of those people. The organisers have been campaigning to VLN and VLN to FIA in accordance to say, could they go back to this and reverse it? And they have done for this year. They've done that now. So you can now use a standard fuel cell on those cars. Obviously, everything else will be around the cage, etc. And there'll be dry brakes and proper fueling and refueling in the pit lane. It's just you don't need to go to a very, very expensive, expansive? It would be, wouldn't it, if it's expanded? Expensive FIA fuel tank, so we can get those cars back in again, which I think it's a great thing.
Just to draw things back to the NLS Light race, because people might be interested in when that is happening. Saturday, the 5th of July, which is a brand new race. So what you're not going to get is SP9, brackets GT3. Cup 2 are not permitted, SPX and SP Pro. So that rather suggests Cup 3 will be in. I said that maybe it would be without Cup 3, but perhaps the Cup 3 Porsches will be the fastest things in that race in that case. And it's another opportunity as well for some of these grassroots categories to have their light shone on them, as I say, because you were about to suggest about this new, for 2025, BMW 325i Challenge by Goodyear. So it's a one tyre, mandated tyre category. For the class, yeah. For the class, and therefore similar to the 240i's. I think they run on Goodyear's as well. They're certainly the same tyre manufacturer. 8 cars, which is not bad for a debut. And, you know, we've really loved through the years the BMW M235i and then the 240i. These are slightly less powered, smaller BMWs, I suppose, but they're going to be popular, I think. And if they've got the driver makeup right, we could have a race for the full 4 hours in amongst that category.
Of course, it's those lower categories where the championship can be won. The GT3 cars, SB9, as we call them in NLS, always the headline grabber. They're at the front. They're the ones going to probably win the race. We get the pros, the pro-ams, etc., even the AMs. It's great to see all the manufacturers, BMW, Ferrari, Porsche, Aston, Lamborghini, etc., out there. And of course, they're the headline grabber. But the backbone of the series is the other cars, the 240s, the, you know, almost the cars that we can relate to a little bit more on the road. The, you know, the car that you can jump into as a taxi somewhere, probably. Two-door, not very good on a taxi, I know, but you know, they're out there, and it's great to see them. And what it encourages is, endurance racing's always been a place, a theatre for amateur drivers.
Yes.
And we need them in there. We need the amateur drivers out there. You know, the weekend warriors. I don't like the term, but you know, you get the idea of 3, 4 people, 5 people, 6 people, whatever, get together and say, let's go racing to the Nürburgring. It's never going to be super cheap, but between a number of you together, like-minded, go and have some fun at the weekend. That's their downtime. Lots of things that are transferable to business as well, of teamwork, literally working together, strategies, mechanics, engineers, drivers, all working together. Lots of things to be brought from business and taken back out again, and go and have a load of fun and divide it by a quarter or a fifth or a sixth, even better, between you, and go and buy a 240i or a 325i and go racing at the Nürburgring. And you know, when are we going to do it, John? I think we should have a commentary team.
It's not a bad idea, actually. I mean, it will take a bit of sorting in the schedule, because I'm guessing when you're not in the car, you're going to have to be in the booth commentating on the race.
Okay. So if we had a commentary team, Hindy would find the time, I'm sure.
Oh yeah.
Straight in.
But yeah, it's going to need a little more complex a broadcasting schedule than normal, but it's not impossible.
No challenge too big nor too small.
And let's face it, we'll all consider being in the car far more important than being in the booth at our scheduled time.
It's research.
Yeah, it is.
It's research.
Yeah, because we need to be able to bring to the audience what it's like to go through all the corners on the Nürburgring, and what it's like to be in a middle-order car being swamped by GT3s as they thunder around, but then you get to overtake
I've never been that far up the grid, middle order. That's amazing.
Hey,
there you go. There's
something to aspire to.
There's the team name, Research Racing. There you go.
I love it. Well,
you heard it here first, round 1.
Are we going to be in the 325i's, which is the brand new class for 2025? Or are we going to be in a 240i, where so many familiar names have driven in the past? And there are some big names actually further down the order that you might not have found yet, because, I mean, how many pages does the entry list run to? 11?
11 pages, yeah.
And this has always been that the opening few NLS races, a chance to get some ticks on the ring permit in order for an important drive to come a little later down the line. So, for instance, a long-time driver of LMP2 prototypes in things like Le Mans and the European Le Mans series, Laurent Hoare. He is German, but amazingly, I don't think he's ever taken part in any of these races before. He's in a Cayman, number 410, so look out for Laurent Hoare. We'll try and mention him when we spot him. Fabio Scherer, the Swiss LMP2 racer, and he's been a race winner in the past as well. So Fabio Scherer, who's driven for quite a few teams, including Inter-Europol competition. He's in a Hyundai i30N, the number... I'll get the number in a minute because I think that's an error of where I'm reading it from. But yeah, the 410 Cayman is Laurent Hoare. The Hyundai, Fabio Scherer. David Perel, who's a regular racer with people like Duncan Cameron in Ferraris from South Africa. Perel is taking part in one of his first races around the Nürburgring Nordschleife. And Hugo de Wilde, they are both actually in the same BMW 240i. So look out for number 652 being joined by Leonid Petrov, the Ukrainian. So you've got Petrov, Perel and de Wilde in one of those cars. In fact, Hugo's down for a couple of drives, so he'll be dancing back and forth between the 652 and the 651 BMW. This is so often the time of year where you can miss some pretty big names in the entry list because they are down in the 600s or 700s, let's say, of race numbers. But that's the only place you're allowed to be in the early stages of your Nürburgring Nordschleife career. You know, you can't jump into a GT3 car at the first time of asking. You have to have earned your stripes, if you like, Snowy.
Absolutely, and so you should do, because it's a totally different circuit to pretty well anywhere else in the world. It is unique. You do get similarities between some circuits. There are parallels to be drawn, etc. But there is this place.
Champagne. To race for glory, you always have to believe in the impossible.
Und wir gehen rein in die Saison 2024 Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie, Rennen Nummer 1.
Wir haben natürlich hohe Erwartungen.
Wir starten in der Klasse mit vielen Startern, wollen viele Punkte abgreifen. Unser Ziel ist immer die Meisterschaft.
Wir sind nicht hier irgendwie für P5 oder P10 in der Meisterschaft zu sein.
Wir greifen voll an.
To be fighting up at the front of the overall championships, unexpected, but we'll be pushing hard today, try and get that next win.
It's amazing, actually. I couldn't be any happier. Leading the championship, yeah. I really have no much of a word for that.
Wir hatten einen sehr guten Saisonstart mit den 2 Doubleheadern. Gerade die Hälfte der Saison ist rum und da kann auch sehr viel passieren.
Da scheint mir die 650 zu stehen. Und das waren die Halbzeitmeister in der Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie. Finale der Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie. Da muss die Entscheidung in diesem Jahr getroffen werden.
Wir müssen einfach gewinnen, dann ist das Thema erledigt, dann können die anderen machen, was sie wollen. Also für uns zählt nur ein Sieg heute.
Come down to this, so it's very much to be a part of and a real privilege to be in the fight for it.
Laut unserem GPS-Auge steht das führende Auto in der Meisterschaft.
Jetzt wäre dann der Punkt, wo es dann heißt, wenn die 650 durchkommen, wenn die gewinnen, werden sie Meister heute. Mein lieber Schwan, also das ist mal wieder Nervenkitzel pur.
Every single bump, vibration, weird sound in the car, I was just overthinking in the last 2 hours.
unglaublich, ich kann es nicht beschreiben. Ich habe keine Ahnung, wie das passiert ist. Einfach nur, am Ende des Tages war es auch Glück. Und Glück war nach 5 Jahren endlich mal bei mir dabei. Das war die NLS-Saison 2024.
See you next year.
And in order to, familiarise yourself, yes, but you have to almost know the place in your sleep to then have to take on the extra layers of traffic around you. Can I get by this guy for a genuine pass or for a bit of lappery? There's so many things to consider, and to be honest, knowing where you are on the track can't be one of them, because you surely don't have enough brain capacity.
Well, it's funny you say that, because my first ever race on here was a 24-hour, so I had plenty of time to learn it, put it that way. That's the upside, sort of, everything's got a silver lining. But
did you drive at night?
Oh yeah, absolutely, yeah. I hadn't been to the place before, so I was at Le Mans the weekend before, and I thought, I'll ask a good friend of mine who has a little bit of experience in racing, some chap called Wyn Percy. And he was absolutely brilliant. He gave me 2 bits of advice, and he said to me, how good are you at learning circuits? And I said, I'm pretty good, because I was young and cocky. And he went, right, forget all that. He said, don't try and learn it as a circuit, it's too long. Get to the point where you know what's coming up next. And he said people often try and break it into 5 or 6 sections and learn those as 5 or 6. He said, too complicated. Right. There's too much else going on, exactly what you just alluded to. And he said, get to the point where you know what's coming up next. So that's the only thing, because then you can, as you say, you can deal with traffic speed differentials, left or right or not. Do I go, do I not? Is it a gap? And understanding those other cars of how are they going to handle, which is why it's great to do this at a lower level, in say a 240 Cup, because you know how that handles and whatever, because they'll have a braking and a turn-in approach different to you in a GT3 car. So that was one thing. And the other thing he said to me, he said, drink enough fluid that you pee clear.
Okay.
He said, because that's what we'll need to do. He said, because it will dehydrate you. And I remember those 2 bits, and I don't know which one I focus on the most, but
yeah. I mean, one of those is very good life advice, well, exactly, let alone just driving around here.
It was a very, very long time ago. Now it's sort of, it's just a different thing at age. You just forget about it now. Just away you go. But it is exactly that, as you say, John. It's those speed differentials of vehicles is one thing, but it's also the characteristics of other classes, and you need to have an experience, which is why I think the ring permit thing is such a good thing, because you get to understand other cars. And remember, was it the BMW Junior team when it was Neil Verhagen, Dan Harper, and Max Hesse?
Yeah.
When they did, as they were in the GT4, M4 GT4, and at one point BMW didn't do one round, put them into, I think it was a 240, something like that, and got to it because they were BMW Junior team drivers. And I spoke to David and said, how do you feel about going into this? He said, absolutely brilliant. He said, because it gives us another aspect, another understanding it. I will now understand what the GT3 cars are like more from this perspective. And I thought, what a professional approach. And a lot of people would have gone, ooh, 240i around. And he was like, no. It's going to give us a greater understanding when I next get back in it. I'll know what that car's going to do, how it's going to behave, what it's doing, what its attitude is. I'll understand it more. And those are professional drivers for you.
Yeah.
And that's where all that competitive advantage is all the time, to quote Alan McNeish.
I mean, racing drivers, they just love racing. And, and yes, okay, you want to get to an SP9 car ultimately, but there is a journey, there is a process to be able to get there, and I would imagine they were just absolutely desperate to get their hands on that 240i, precisely for the reason that they're going to be in a competition as well. I mean, that's one of the most subscribed classes, so you've got other cars there that are in the same machinery that you can beat and potentially win.
It's experience all the time, your data gathering, as we've said many times with this, with people that we've seen it a couple of times in a few of these races over the last few years, Johnny, where a team has had, let's say, a tyre issue and it's taken them out of contention, let's say an hour in, and you think, well, why go for another 4 hours? What, another 3 hours? It's data collection. There is always that hope that something else can happen, depending how far you're down. You may be able to capitalise on that, but you can work your way back through, but you're gathering data all the time. And your drivers will drive differently when they're 15th, 20th than they will at the front, because they're maintaining that position, whereas in 15th, 20th, they'll probably want to try and come through the field. So you can get to learn as a team manager a lot more about your driver psyche, will your driver take more risks? How did they react to those situations? Do they take more risks or less, or are they the same? Are they as quick? Are they, are their shoulders down about it, or do they knuckle in and get on with it? There's so much more to it than just driving a racing car around, possibly the most fabulous circuit in Europe.
Lots to look forward to, as there often is for the opening NLS races of the season. The ones that lead into the N24 race in the middle portion of the year are arguably the best, because there are those cars looking to qualify for the big race. They're looking to try and get some mileage in for their drivers. Might have a new car out as well, so get that acclimatized to the Nordschleife. So big names like Rover Racing with their BMW are here, Scherer Sport, PHX with an Audi, Get Speed with a couple of Mercedes, at least on the entry lists, some of which, of course, some of these cars that we're mentioning may have encountered problems already today. Some are not necessarily here, and we'll run through in comparing the initial entry list with the starting grid for today. But I mean, Porsche are so famous for doing well around this place over the years, and to have Manthey here for the opening NLS race, Dynamic with a GT3R and one from Falcon as well. So originally 12 full pro lineups, which is not quite the sort of lineup we might get for the N24, but it's really impressive. And with other racing going on around the world this weekend, then clearly some priority has been put onto this opening NLS race of the season. I foresee that there might be some deciding to be done later on in the year when we do actually get to the Nürburgring 24-hour weekend, which is the third weekend of June, because that's a clash with the big IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship race, the 6 hours of Watkins Glen. So there'll be certain drivers associated with manufacturers sent to the US, others absolutely here to compete in one of the biggest sports car races of the season. And it is considered to be one of the big four. Much was made of that at the start of the year, at the end of January, for the Daytona 24 hours, because Nick Tandy, the eventual winner in that, in a GTP, and when he won that 24-hour race, that gave him the Grand Slam, as it was coined by our friend Peter Mackay, of 24-hour races. So the 24 hours of Daytona, the 24 hours of Le Mans, the 24 hours of here, the Nürburgring, and the 24 hours of Spa, and Nick's now won them all outright. Phenomenal record.
Just take that in, and so humble with it as well. So under the radar. As he said, I think he put up a post on social media about that and just said that it was, a farming lad from Bedfordshire, is it? Mm-hmm. Has got this. Nobody's ever done it before. How surreal is this? Absolutely, sort of, really? Let's not forget one of the greatest names in motorsport history in Formula One was also a farmer called Jim Clark.
Yeah, indeed.
So there's form there, but to win a 24-hour race outright is, most people would just rest on the laurels and accept that and put the trophy away somewhere or whatever, or maybe put it on display. I don't know, let it gather dust, whatever. But that's quite incredible to win those four. Yeah. It's just, you've almost got to say it again slowly. So, Le Mans 24-hour, Daytona, Spa, Nürburgring, and of course Sebring.
Well, yes.
Yeah,
since then, he's added another one.
So the one that's only half as long again. Oh, well, if this went for 24 hours, I'd probably do that one as well. But and then you run it for 12 hours, I'll win that as well then. Yeah. just casually. But yeah, absolutely. Johnny, just as cars are forming up on the grid, quick run through a few penalties, which we often get after qualifying, but a couple of a high-profile one. Just remember that the number 2, the fastest car that was out there at one point, the Ford Mustang, the HRT Ford Performance number 2 car, is not taking part in this race. It came back on a low loader with most of it missing, shall we say, front and back. Its roof was there. You could tell it was a Mustang still, but it hasn't got a lot of the front or a lot of the rear left on it, and that was an accident befell Nico Bastian. I haven't seen any details to what caused that, but I know it was into the tyres and round it went. The number 6 car is still running, though, and I do believe that there was talk before of Frank Stippler double in those cars, doubling up in both those cars. I believe he's going to do. Whose cost that is, I don't know. Whether it's David Schumacher or there's Dirk Muller, Youssef Vega, and Dennis Vetter in the number 6 car, but that will be the case. The number 15 Shearer Sport PHX Audi R8 LMS of Marcus Winkelhock and Luca Ludwig overtook at a marshal's post. Overtook the 504 car at post 10 under a yellow in the Mercedes arena, and therefore gets a 50-second penalty to be taken, absorbed at some point in the race. So that can be a stop and go, stop in the pit lane, take it up, absorb, not go to your box straight away. We've also got number 112. Also got a sorry, my apologies. I did 45. That's Felipe Penez-Laza had a penalty in that for speeding in a code 60 at 114k in a 60.
114.
Correct.
Okay, very nearly
Correct.
double then. So that's the Rinaldi Ferrari, known as Realized Condo Racing.
That's the car. Yeah. So he and there's also a drive-through for 175 Pro Sport Racing Aston GT4 in the SB10 category. That got a code 60 violation. They get a drive-through penalty. There was also 112. I saw the rent-to-drive racing BMW 325i from that new category we mentioned. That was done, shall we say, at 122k in a 60,
Blimey.
so double. Those are the ones, and they all get. Also, there's an I think it's 978 as well, right at the back. In fact, it is almost penultimate car on my entry list, which is in the Cayman class. 718 Cayman GT4, Kramer Racing, Peter Sander and Jürgen Oehler. It doesn't say which driver, but that was 109k as well. So they all get. They don't mess about at the Nürburgring. They all get 45-second stop-go penalty and 2 points on their licence before the season started.
Yeah.
So that's be a warning.
And it's done deliberately that way to make sure that there are no mixed messages. I mean, when there is a speed limit of 60 k's and you're doing almost double that, or actually double that in one of the cases, then the book has to some degree been thrown at them to send out a message, if nothing else. We've just mentioned one of the BMW 325i's. You might be interested in their general number sequence. If you spot a BMW on the racetrack and think, is that part of the new category for 2025? Well, they are 100 numbered cars and in the low 100s, so anywhere between 100 or 130, generally speaking. Now, the one exception to that is the 700 car, which is also in the 325i class, but we've got 100, 101, 107, and 111, 112, 116, 130, and then 700. And now I shout house at the end of that because I've managed to win the big prize. No. So Jürgen Huber and Dirk Vögels are in the 700 325i. I'm going to be interested to see what sort of lap times those cars can produce. I suppose we've already got the qualifying times to give us an indication of that. Qualifying did run to its scheduled length, despite the fact that I suppose the tyres were in the wrong position for that as well. But
no, they stood that's what was red flagged. So it was red flagged because the tyre was in the wrong position. Therefore, it was to the testing licence regulations, not to qualifying.
Okay.
Therefore, no times would count. That's why they stopped it. No times were recorded. Red flagged it. Put the tyres back in the right place. Restarted qualifying.
Yeah. And was the eventual qualifying distance compromised because of that? Then?
No.
Well, okay.
In the end, no.
Good. So let me just see.
7:51.530 for the pole position.
Yeah, but I'm just interested in what sort of lap times the new BMWs are going to be doing. For instance, the 700 car did a 10 minutes. Okay, 10 minutes, pretty much on the nose, 0.397. So a 10-minute lap, roughly speaking. That wasn't from the pole sitter, though. 130 was marginally faster. That was a 9:50. So, yeah, a high 9 minutes, basically, for a BMW 325i. Compare that to the pole time, as you quite rightly said, which is 7:51. So they're doing lap times about 2 minutes slower than a GT3 car is capable of. Jutta Racing on pole position then. Frank Stippler still at the wheel of an Audi, we are expecting. Although, as you say, labelled against the number 2 Ford Mustang that will not race, but will he get into the sister Mustang? We'll have to wait and see. The SP9 Pro-Am car, Aston Martin number 36, Vantage, finished second in qualifying with a 7:53.2, so almost a couple of seconds slower for that Vantage GT3, and it's another Pro-Am car in third position in the form of the Dual Motorsport McLaren number 69. Now, at about this time, normally on a Saturday, for an NLS race, we would be sending the cars off onto their green flag lap, but if you weren't around for the start of our broadcast here on RS3, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels, we are running 15 minutes behind because of that red flag earlier in the day. So the issue for the tyre barriers being in the incorrect position meant that the session had to be stopped, and the tyres, them actually being moved to their correct positions, didn't take too long at all, but we then had to restart the qualifying session, and that means the whole day is 15 minutes behind schedule or thereabouts. So we will be beginning at 12:15 rather than 12 o'clock.
I'm just looking at that list of cars from the qualifying, Johnny, and we talked about variety and permutations and speed differences and all that kind of stuff, and weather and the circuit. And then just look at these cars on the front rows. So, Audi, Aston, McLaren, Ferrari, Lamborghini, Mercedes. It's only then when we get down to 7th. So the top first 6 cars are different manufacturers. Only then do we get a repeat of the other AMG Mercedes GT3 in 7th. So they've got 6th and 7th. 8th, BMW, then an Audi, then a Porsche in the top 10.
Yeah.
What a variety. And that just bodes so well for such a season here on the Nordschleife.
Yeah, it's terrific, and that's what we always look forward to, this early portion of the NLS season. For obvious reasons, the entries can thin out a little bit for the, let's say, the final third of an NLS season. It depends, I suppose, on how the championship is winding out. And, you know, if one of the big teams is in contention to win the championship, then maybe they will stay on for the remainder of the year. But there's a lot of racing to be done elsewhere around the planet. So this is definitely the priority, to try and get some qualifying times in with a view to the N24. And what is it? I think it's 3 NLS races that are scheduled to happen before. Oh, mind you, we've got the 2 qualifying races, though, as well at the end of May.
We have 24th and 25th of May, and they're not listed as NLS rounds. But if you notice, we've got today, obviously, 22nd of March, 26th of April, in a month's time, at NLS 2, 10th of May, so short break then to NLS 3. The next one that's listed as an NLS race on the calendar is actually in August, 16th of August, NLS 6. So what happens to 4 and 5? Well, we've already said that NLS Light on the 5th of July is a light round. It doesn't count towards the NLS Championship. Great information, great data collection for teams, etc. So that would imply to me that the ADAC, not ADHD, that's totally different. ADAC, maybe it's not. 24-hour qualifiers 1 and 2 count as rounds this year. They didn't last year.
Yes. I can't.
Or was it the year before?
We only ran to, I think, 6, and they were numbered as 6 NLS
races. It was a slightly hybrid season last year, wasn't it? Through no fault of anybody's. It's just the way it was. So yeah. So let's not worry about that. But it was my understanding of my interpretation of that, which doesn't mean to say it's naturally factually correct. It's just my interpretation. IMHO is that qualifiers 1 and 2, 24th and 25th of May count as NLS 4 and 5.
And the other nice thing that's synced up, either by accident or design, is that NLS 6 this year is a 6-hour race. So it's a good way of remembering where the ADAC Ruhr-Pockelrennen is. Maybe that's why they've renumbered it, but it makes more sense to me that you've got a standard NLS 1, 2 and 3, then you've got 2 qualifying races that are in brackets 4 and 5 of the NLS Championship, and then we carry on with round 7, which is NLS 6, because of the NLS Light
for
race. For
simpleton commentators, yes.
Yeah.
Call it 6 because it's 6 hours.
6 hours, precisely. So that's the 16th of August. Don't forget that one, because it's always a highlight of the year. And then after that, we still have at the moment 4 more. So we could run to NLS 10, which is, it's got a title. It's the Sportwartenrennen final race of champions on the 11th of October. So, yeah, potentially 10 NLS races.
Notice what they've done with the schedule this year as well, having managed to get a little bit more control of it again after the sort of hybrid of last season. It's quite a bit earlier. We've been running till early November now, which does give us a bit of jeopardy with weather in this part of the world, as we know that in the Arfel Mountains. We've had that before. We've had snow, and a couple of years ago we had snow, didn't we? One round where we weren't getting anywhere, literally. So bringing it that little bit further forward, just hopefully swerves the potential weather and we get a good race. Although I think it was last year. I think the last round was the very first weekend of November, 4th, 5th, something like that. And we were mindful of this. This might be a problem, might be climatically challenging. And what happened? It was that beauty. You and I did that one, didn't we? That round from here. And it was that beautiful golden, crisp autumn day where we were just like, okay, this shouldn't be happening. But we know that isn't always the case. So it's been brought forward the end of the year this year, hopefully.
We've not mentioned the Toyota Gazoo Racing Supras yet. There are a pair of Evo GT4s at the moment with the same 3-driver crew. So again, there's going to be some orchestration required to make sure that one driver is not required in the other car when they're in car one at that point. But Esteban Masson, who I'm a big fan of after his recent exploits in the LMGT3 category of the European Le Mans Series. So Esteban Masson, who does have Japanese connections with Takeshi Kimura from Kessel Racing. He's raced with the Japanese driver there, but not this weekend. Instead, he's with Miki Koyama and a certain Giuliano Alesi, who I have to admit I had to double check, but is son of
Jean Alesi, yeah.
And there are certain photographs where Giuliano just might as well be Jean Alesi.
Johnny, I was doing my prep a couple of days ago and did exactly the same thing and thought, well, a name like Alesi, it's got to be surely, but let's not assume it's the mother of all mess-ups. So I went and looked it up, and the first thing that came up was the name of John. I went, oh yeah, that's Jean Alesi's son. I don't need to check. I don't need to do any other links. No. The eyes have it all. You know, it's definitely that way. Good also to see out, by the way, we have who's coming back after an injury from a race back in testing in Japan, wasn't it? I made a note. Now, of course, when I've opened,
can't find it.
Exactly. So
I should know that as well.
The jeopardy of live broadcast. You go and say something and you forget. Here we go. I've got it. So it is in the. No,
still not got it.
You carry on.
Okay,
I will
that's
come back to
fine.
it.
Because some of the cars are just heading forward now at 12 o'clock. So this is slightly earlier than I had anticipated, but it might still be that the groups are being organised rather than being sent on a green flag lap quite yet, because race start 12:15. Therefore, I would expect them to be sent off in about 5 minutes or so. Oh, mind you, it takes 20 minutes, doesn't it, around here? I'm in mode of other tracks, of course, so recalibration of the brain required. And yeah, this is about right, therefore, because 5 to the hour, 5 to 12, the cars will have been sent off, and the green flag lap is already underway, Snowy.
It was exactly who you were just talking about, the Toyota Junior driver, Esteban Masson, making his return after his accident at Suzuka last year in his upcoming test for Formula Lights. And he had he was only 20 years old, had a fairly hefty incident, and it was never completely specified or declared what he did, but believed multiple fractured vertebrae. So it's his, he's, as you said, debuting with guy that did the team with him as well actually was Giuliano Alesi in the Super GT, who also, by the way, did get onto the Ferrari Academy program and did one test, and then the phrase was left the program.
No, that old chestnut.
Yeah.
Okay.
But you know, your dad won a Grand Prix for Ferrari, and there's going to be a connection. There's going to be a link there, isn't it? And It doesn't mean to say it always works out. It doesn't mean to say you haven't got any ability either. It's just various reasons we're seeing it playing out in the so-called top theatre of Formula One, which isn't. It's sports car racing, as we all know. We just need to educate people properly. But we're seeing it there. People that you think would be very good in certain cars are appearing to be last quite regularly. Let's leave it at that.
Okay. They're joined by Miki Koyama, who you may not know a great deal about, but he's a former Formula Regional Japan champion. That happened 3 years ago now, 2022. Silver rated and 27 years old, from Yokohama, and has been racing in Super GT as well. So there's clearly a connection for all three drivers within that, and Toyota Gazoo Racing an opportunity for them in a GT4 car. Remember that the SP10 nomenclature in this entry list is for the FIA GT4 cars, so there shouldn't be a great deal of difference between a standard kind of global GT4 car and those that run in SP10. There might be some minor alterations to the balance of performance, because that's done exclusively here as part of the NLS Championship. So SP9 BOP is not necessarily the same as SRO GT3 BOP, for instance. Stefan Martel organisation for the same cars. So we are off and running. Got my mathematics slightly out there, but due to be underway in 12 minutes time. So important that the cars in that leading group, expecting 3 separate groups for a big field of cars, just shy of 120 in the entry. Obviously we've lost at least one in the form of the number 2 Ford Mustang GT3 after that crash earlier this morning. And with Frank Stippler assigned to that car, along with the pole-sitting Audi, by the way, but it may well be that Stippler is now going to get into the other Ford Mustang. And Mustangs never raced here before in their current GT3 configuration, so making a debut. But sadly, we're only going to see one of the HRT ponies this weekend for Dennis Fetzer, Yusuf Ovega, Dirk Muller and David Schumacher in the Pro-Am version, with the number 2 car too badly damaged, we think, to take the start of this race. But a brand new season, lots of points on offer. Remember that the points are done on a sliding scale depending on how many cars are in your class. So winning a class of 20 cars is going to earn you more points than winning a class of 3 cars, and that makes utter sense to us. The sterner the test, the more you should be rewarded. And that is the reason why in the highly subscribed classes further down the order, if you're consistently winning every month, let's say, then drivers that have less recognised calibre, perhaps, they're less global superstars, but they have every chance of taking what is a big title, the Drivers' Championship in the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie for 2025. And we start, as usual, with the Westfalenfahrt, the 70th edition now of the ADAC Westfalenfahrt. So one of those races with an awful lot of history and a key part of the season, the oldest race, in fact, that we will have in 2025.
I thought that when I read it in the week, I was thinking, 70th edition? Really?
Yeah. And that's not necessarily taking into consideration any breaks that may have been necessary along the way as well.
Yeah.
I mean, the most recent one of those may well have been for COVID. Did the Westfalenfahrt actually happen in 2020? Possibly not. So anyway, but someone's been keeping count, and we've got to a round figure at 70.
Exactly.
This is an opportunity to work out whether the track's changed between now and earlier this morning as well, because it's still fairly damp in places, particularly the Foxhole.
Foxhole, yeah.
And after you've had rain in the morning, this is always the place that dries up the least quickest because of the trees that don't quite overhang, but because you're going through a tree-lined section deep into the Foxhole and then on towards Adenar Forst itself, the sun just can't get through the trees as readily as other open areas of the track. So you've always got to be wary if you're starting on slicks. And I would imagine by the look of the Grand Prix track, most people are starting on slicks. But the first few laps through here, until the dry line develops, is going to be very tippy-toe.
Yeah, for those for everybody listening, we do in our commentary, we have the advantage of a few of the cars, and 3 and 4, the Falcon Motorsports cars, are nearly always involved in this. They certainly are again this season. For this first round, their onboard camera, which gives us a great opportunity to obviously see what's happening, but describe to you, the listeners, what we can talk about. So the weather conditions through the foxhole, under the trees there, bits where the trees retain the moisture and hold it onto the track. That we can describe to you guys listening in for us on radio. So we've also got, I think it's one of the Black Falcon cars. It's number 90 that has an onboard camera as well.
Anyway, this is the first NLS race of the season. It's Peter Snowden and me, Johnny Palmer. We're going to get started very shortly.
Realität wird, mit dem neuen Gran Turismo 7 aber ein ganzes Stück realistischer. Mit der neuesten Auflage des Kultspiels für die Konsole fahren wir
It's just that for our television viewers, it's important that we get to certain junctions. But if you're listening exclusively on radio, and why would you not, here on RS3, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels, we will continue to talk and bring you the racing as it happens. But words from our sponsors are also pretty crucial. Don't worry, I'm going to be talking over you for much of the afternoon as well, so it's important to get one in nice and early, I find. Start the season as we mean to go on. This is going to be one of the closer races of the season, I think, and I've said this many times already today, in that, you know, NLS is properly good at the start of the year when these races are so valuable for the big one later on in the season.
Yes, and nobody's got into a flow. It's a new season. There's new parameters, new permutations. In this case, GT3 Mustang. Great to see that out. Being treated to see if Frank Stipler gets into that sister number 6 car. And I was just thinking about there also him being in the traditional Shearer Audi. What a different type of car. We were talking about different classes. Well, he's in the same class of car there, but he's in a front-engined, road-based car. Mustang, Audi R8, road-based car. Go and look at an Audi R8 LMS and tell me what bit of it is a road-based car. No disrespect to Audi at all. They are pure racing cars. The absolute purist will say it can't be a racing car with a roof. Well, I'll just say push to that. Of course it can. You go and look at one. Look at the new GT4, as it's not so new now, but the M4, sorry, GT3 M4 BMW. I think it was 2 years ago at the Nürburgring 24-hour when I was going around the pits and looking, and Dan Harper very kindly took me round the BMW Junior Team car. And you often allude, I've raced cars, been very lucky. I've raced GT1 cars and Group C cars and whatever. I still stood there like a kid in a candy shop, just going salivating, looking at this new GT3 spec car, just going, oh, that's what bit of that is road based? It looks like.
Motorsporterlebnis nach Hause. Dein Online-Shop für Simracing-Hardware und Zubehör. www.simraceshop.de
Liebe Fans,
lovely fans,
besucht uns auf unseren Social Media Kanälen.
Follow us
auf Facebook, Instagram,
YouTube und TikTok.
Willkommen bei der NLS.
Live coverage of the first Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series of 2025. Glorious conditions later around the lap in the region of Brunchen and Flansgarten then from our various cars carrying onboard cameras, yes, but onboard microphones as well, which give us a real idea as to where they've been located. Can we hear a V8? Can we hear a flat 6? Can we hear a V10 in the case of the Audi and the Lamborghinis positioned right in the middle of the car? That's the fabulous thing about this huge variety in GT3 racing these days. You know, stand at the edge of the track, shut your eyes and try and guess which car is approaching and nipping by. It gets even more difficult when you've got side-by-side action in two totally separate cars. The Dorian Boccolacci, Nico Menzel Porsche in the Falcon colours, so the two-tone blue, car number 4, heading now through the latter stages of its formation lap. We're a couple of minutes away. And remember, if you weren't around at the start of the broadcast wondering why we've not started on time, this was a complication after tyre barriers were in the wrong place, which meant that the red flag had to be thrown during qualifying this morning. They were then put in the right positions for the licence being run this weekend, but it has put us about 15 minutes behind schedule, and that then naturally has a knock-on effect into the race itself. But thank you for your patience. Hopefully we've kept things entertaining and bumping along nicely to fill in that extra quarter of an hour. And we are now raring to go for the first of potentially 10 Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series races this year, incorporating a couple of qualifying races as well at the end of May. That's a Saturday-Sunday affair. Looking forward to the latest edition of the Nürburgring 24 Hours in a number of months' time. There's a lot of racing to be done between now and then. The full 4 hours on the bill for today, and we know unfortunately we are a couple of cars down already, not least the beautifully turned out Ford Mustang as it was at the start of the day. It looks rather second-hand now, unfortunately, after a significant off in the qualifying session. And maybe an unlikely look to the front few rows of the start of the race because of these Pro-Am cars, which have very, very strong pro drivers in amongst their driving lineup. Question is, how long can the number 8 Audi from Jutta Racing stay in front of the number 36 Aston Martin from Valkenhorst Motorsport and the number 69 Duo Motorsport McLaren? Purely because of the driver lineups of those 3 cars, you would expect them to just drop away slightly as the SP9 all-out pros rise to the surface. That's on paper. It doesn't necessarily always work out that way, of course. So the all-black with the gold piping Jutta Racing Audi out front. This is one of the cars that, remember that start, or first lap crash, which encountered about 6 or 7, maybe 8 cars as they hit the Hatzenbach, and literally hit the Hatzenbach barrier at a time last year. Well, the Jutta car was one of those involved. I'm not sure whether it's exactly the same chassis, but the driver of the Jutta car will be very, very grateful to be out front from everyone, because that's the one benefit of qualifying. You might think, what's the point for a 4-hour race? Well, I would argue if you can be on that front row, if you can be in the pole position, then you're potentially going to be out of any trouble.
Yeah, and one of the most beautiful sights for me is that the season's about to start. Multi-class racing on the Nürburgring, all the field heading down the GT3 field to start Group 1. heading down the Dottingerhoe, doing that weave, that long shot back we see of them weaving as they come down to that dip and kink, as I've said, side to side, getting the final bits of heat into the sidewalls of the tyres. It's not so much the tread bit, it isn't a tread, we call it the tread bit, it isn't because it's a slick, but that area of the tyre, the contact patch, it's actually just as much, possibly more than anything, getting heat into the sidewalls of the tyre. And one of the ways you do that is also you warm your brakes up by putting your left foot on the brake, accelerate against it, get some heat into the disc, which dissipates down through the hubs, through the wheel and into the tyre, which also warms the tyre up. All these little bits that count. But our start group A is about to arrive at Tiergarten, Johnny. So our 2025 NLS season is about to begin.
And
with an Aston on the front row, I've just add in.
There is an Aston Martin on the front row.
You haven't taken it already.
Well, I was waiting for you.
Slow burner.
I was waiting for you to take the lead, and you have indeed snatched that opportunity at the death, if you like. Well, will that Aston stay there? There are other Aston Martins in the field as well.
And brands.
And there are other brands as well, and we have no favourites here apart from this guy to my right, who is rather keen on the old Vantages and other models as well. Anyway, we're about to get rolling for the first of 10 NLS races. The clock is already ticking, and it's a good start from that Audi from the inside line. In fact, the Aston's going to lose out to the Door Motorsport McLaren down to the first corner, but not all grip levels are the same from right to left. Ferrari nipping into almost second position, not quite. That's the Realize Kondo Racing with Rinaldi car. It's 3 abreast as they leave the first corner. As the Audi starts to establish a bit of a lead then, it has managed to stretch its legs, but the Ferrari now slotting into second position from Rinaldi. So the blue and white Ferrari, but it's run wide, and here comes the Red Bull back Lamborghini now, number 27. This is the Jordan Pepper and Mirko Bortolotti and Luca Engstler car. We'll get you starting drivers in a moment or two. That's always a bit of a grey area until they've headed through the first few timing splits. But there's no question that the Audi has got away well, and I'm going to suggest that is Frank Stippler at the wheel for this opening stint. He's the guy that put the car on pole position with the 751.5, and by the pure body language of the R8 LMS, that car leaving everybody in its wake. So Stippler is away and gone, and everyone else squabbling over second and the rest of the places.
Well, I'm guessing there was also an Audi R8 went into the pit straight away, didn't even take the start. So I'm guessing if it's in that front group, it's going to be the number 50, Equipe Vitesse, of either Michael Heinrich or Arno Klaassen. Keep an eye out where that number 50 car is. I think that came in, or is it number? No, it's number 15. It's number 15 car. Now that's the car that had its penalty, if you remember. So the Shearer Sport PXH car, that's into the pits. Marcus Winkelhock or Lucas Ludwig, who's at the wheel of that? Winkelhock was at the wheel of that to start. Start group 2, Johnny, just approaching the start line coming out of Tiergarten.
Yeah, so this is predominantly the Porsches that have been put to the front of the second group. We'll keep an eye, of course, on what's going on at the head of the order between Frank Stippler, Christian Krognes, and one of the two Doors, the Door Motorsport McLaren, driven by the two brothers. Felipe Fernandez-Laza in the Realize Kondo Racing with Rinaldi Ferrari, running in 4th spot, 4 abreast in certain areas as they cross the line from this second group, and now work their way around the first few corners of the Mercedes arena. Cup 2 are included in the first group, by the way, but again, it's going to take a bit of sorting out between these 3 Porsches that head the second of the 3 groups. So Cup 3, which is SRS, the Team Zorg Rennsport Porsche 718 Cayman with 959 that took pole position ahead of the 962, the WNS Motorsport 718 Cayman, and then the Fehlenbach driven 955 car. But also in amongst that is one of the Audis, that's the Max Cruiser Racing, no, the Max Cruiser Racing cars, the VW Golf, I beg your pardon, but they do have an Audi RS3, that's what I was going for, the number 10 car. So side by side with its sister machine now, which is the VW Golf GTI Club Sport, also from the Max Cruiser Racing stable. And car number 76 looks like it's been started by Christofferson. So as Kristoffersson works his way around the Grand Prix lap for the first time, joined in that car by Fabian Vettel and Christian Gebhardt, but it's Johan Kristoffersson in car number 76 that is starting to pull a bit of a gap now on a few behind, including that sister Max Cruiser racing car, the number 10, which has been started by Heiko Hammel. And he has one teammate in the form of Timo Hochwind, as the third group is now heading towards Tiergarten and Hohenrhein to begin its race. What are you missing at the head of the order? Still waiting for those cars to go through the third split, and it's been a cracking start then from Mirko Bortolotti in the number 27 Red Bull Lamborghini, up to second position now to be attempting to hunt down the Jutta Racing Frank Stippler Audi. Unfortunately for Aston Martin fans all around the world, including the one sitting next to me, it's not been the greatest first few sectors for Christian Krognes, who's come through in, well, the lower order of the top 10 now. So that number 36 Aston losing some early ground, but to the benefit of Mirko Bortolotti. You're frowning.
Yeah, no, I was trying to sort of work out, looking at the bits of track we can see down here, and also our race control camera giving us a view of the pit straight. It's very, very patchy into that turn one. We can see people quite tentative. And so just wondering what sort of tyre choices people have made here, and I wonder why some people have popped into the pit straight off. There's quite a few cars ran wide on that turn one on both groups. Group 3 just negotiating it now. All seems to be through it absolutely fine, but it's difficult to see unless you see the whole lap to get an idea of where's grip, where there's not grip. Is it slick? Do you risk it when the track dries out? You've got 116 cars is now going around the circuit, drying out. They'll actually move the water very, very quickly. Certainly the bigger GT3 cars with the aero, they'll shift a lot of the water, the dampness quite quickly. So it's that age-old question, finding that balance. When's the crossover point from one tyre to the other? And it's such a long lap here, you can waste so much time. What might look slippy at the start, but be drier to further round, is when suddenly a third of the lap in, your tyre comes in and it's useful for you. Or if you've gone the wrong way on tyre choice, it's utterly useless, and it costs you a shed load of time getting back to the pits. It's not like it's a 2-minute lap. It's it's an 8-minute lap, and opening lap here is near a 9, near a 10 actually, isn't it, with a rolling start?
Yeah, that's true. As people get up to speed, and yeah, the rolling start, which then, unless you're Frank Stippler at the head of the order, then a clean lap will give you a good lap time, not as quick as lap 2 or lap 3 maybe, but by about lap 4 or 5, you're probably going to be into the back order of the traffic, because remember, this race started in 3 separate groups, and there goes your opportunity of any further fastest laps, because you're going to be picking your way through often quite concentrated areas of race traffic, as those that have started in Group 3 are still sorting themselves out. So an intense fight further up the order. Just already spoken about Mirko Bortolotti's getaway. Well, Maro Engel's Mercedes looking rather special in this opening stint as well. Mercedes in Maro's hands often do, in truth, and the number 14 car will be one to look out for as well. Bortolotti up from 6th to 2nd, I reckon. Starting drivers elsewhere. Augusto Farfus is in the number 98 Rover Racing BMW. Christian Krognes, told you about him in the Valkenhorst Motorsport Aston Martin Vantage. Unfortunately, our timing screen does not differentiate between the two doors in the 69 McLaren. So that is either Ben or Phil, both drivers based in Butzbach and racing for the family team. We've got Felipe Fernandez-Laza in the Realize Conda Racing with Rinaldi Ferrari 296. Adam Christodoulou started number 17 at Mercedes AMG GT3, which is the other Get Speed offering. And then the number 48 Black Falcon Porsche has, for its opening stint, Dan Arrow, the driver from the Netherlands. Also in that car, Gabriele Piana, Ben Bunagel, making the step up to GT3 competition this year. Bunagel's a big name in the Cup 3 categories of the past, but maybe now a regular in SP9. Mike Stursberg is becoming more frequently seen in SP9 as well. But at the end of the first lap, we actually have a new race leader. I told you about Mirko Bortolotti's charge to second. Well, he's now got ahead of Frank Stippler, and that is because Frank, at the end of the first racing lap, has come into the pits. So car number 8 for Jutta Racing already pitting. Now, is this all part of the pre-race schedule? It's going to go up on the dolly jack, so maybe a genuine problem with this car. I wonder whether it might be just a way of getting Frank out of that car. He does the opening lap, makes sure everything is okay, then hands it over to his fellow racers and perhaps concentrates on the Ford Mustang for the rest of the race. We've also got another pit stopper.
Tyre changes. They've started on with different tyres.
Right, so
slicks. Number 4 Falcons in as well, coming off from wets onto slicks. Yes.
Are they fully wet? They are.
Yeah, they're fully wet.
They're not, because there is no intermediate as well.
That's what I was just saying. What tyre do you start on? What's the circuit like all the way around? And that's it. So Falcon have called it there on the number 4 car. So that's the Nico Menzel, isn't it? No, Engel's in that car.
No, Engel's in the Mercedes. Nico Menzel is in the Porsche. Yes. You're right.
Yeah.
So Maro Engel's gone through, but the 2 stoppers, Frank Stippler in the number 8 Jutta Racing Audi, and the number 4 Falcon Motorsport Porsche, which has also made a stop. But we've got other cars in as well. Felipe Fernandez Larza has come into the pit lane, car number 45. And the number 3 car, which is car 3 being the Porsche from Falcon, which is Sven Müller, and Bastian Buss in the Dynamic GT Porsche number 54 has come into pit lane as well. So there are plenty of cars making their stops. Frank Stippler's yet to rejoin though. So it did go up on the dolly jacks, and now he finally has rejoined. So quite why the Ferrari and the Porsche of Falcon and the Dynamic Porsche were able to get in and out far more quickly than Frank Stippler's Audi, that remains to be seen. We might be able to get some information on precisely how long it took for those cars to be in the pits, but Stippler was the longest, and he now has finally rejoined, having lost a lot of places. Because of the race leader pitting though, Mirko Bortolotti is your new race leader in the Lamborghini Huracan number 27. Adam Christodoulou did not stop, and the 17 Mercedes is up to second place.
Now the number 45 realised Condo Racing with Rinaldi Ferrari 296 with Larza at the wheel, Philippe Larza. That was P4 on the grid. I can understand why that's been in for a while, because that had that penalty, had to absorb its 50 seconds. So I'm guessing they're getting that out of the way, strategy-wise, beginning. If they're going to change tyres at the same time, that's fine. So absorb that, get it done, get it out of the way, so it's in the bank. Stippler, I'm a little bit more concerned about, as you, Johnny, is that doesn't really make a lot of sense unless there's an issue with the car still. Now the 172, that's one of the Supras, that's coming off, so that takes a little bit longer because that's on its wets. That's going to go on to slicks, I almost guarantee. In fact, the pair of the Supras are in 172 and 173, isn't it? And they're going on to slicks. Of course, because of that category car, they're more production based. They don't have a centre lock on the steering wheel. They have the 5 studs you have to have. You're not allowed air spanners. Can't think of it. Air guns, that's the word I'm looking for, onto them. But you're allowed an electric one. Make sure it's charged up, though. They have spares in the garage on a rack, or we rotate. But that's going out, so that's basically, they sit there with an electric drill, undo them, put them back on again, like a road car.
900 cars had an off at Arenberg, so that's gone straight on into the gravel trap where you should be turning right and then heading down into the Fuchsrohre, which is pretty trying in terms of conditions at the moment as well. But that is the Cut 2 Porsche.
Black Falcon, isn't it?
Black Falcon team Zimmermann with Alex Hart and Peter Ludwig and Mike Rosenberg.
Still going according to the GPS tracker.
Still going, but ran through the gravel.
Okay.
At Arenberg, so it has now rejoined. Here's a chance. If you look over here, Snowy, you'll get a chance to actually witness it again. So, oh no, sorry. So this is a 900 car that's now rejoined. Did it then have a further incident? No, it's looking like it's okay now. We've had nearly 15 minutes of the race already, and trying to get at least one of those positions back back again, the Hart, Ludwig and Rosenberg car. So remember, starting 15 minutes behind schedule, so we've almost ticked around to that quarter of an hour marker. And the new race leader is Mirko Bortolotti in the Red Bull livery, Red Bull team at Lamborghini Huracan. 2.3 seconds ahead of Adam Christodoulou's Mercedes. And although the timing screen would suggest Frank Stippler's in third, that is not the case. That's where he broke the beam heading into the pits for his first stop, which came as early as the end of lap 1 in order for that Jutta Racing Audi to have its wet weather tyres taken off, slick tyres put on, and that was purely an assessment from Frank and actually others eventually to say, well, in certain areas I'm very grateful to have the treaded tyres beneath me, but in so many other areas I'm just not getting the grip levels that a slick tyre would produce on the drying surface, and that's what's so difficult. If it has been raining but it's now stopped, a track as large as this with as big a footprint as this is never going to dry at the same rate, and it's all about wondering precisely where those dry lines are going to appear first and how many of them, how much of the track will be affected. Oh, there was some contact a moment or two ago for the number 3 Porsche. This is the Nico Müller car, and that was the Falcon livery car.
With the McLaren.
Yes. So it was all getting very congested at Adenauer Forst there. That might well have been the 69 Door Motorsport McLaren. I'm trying to remember whether that car actually pitted on at the end of the first lap.
Don't think it did.
There were, I think, 5 cars that I'd spotted that came into pit road, but you're quite right, the Door Motorsport McLaren was not one of them. So in a moment or two we will have completed a couple of laps for car 27 Mirko Bortolotti, ahead of Adam Christodoulou's Mercedes. Mauro Engel didn't pit, so Engel should be third, and then ahead of the Mercedes. Sorry, well, then ahead of the McLaren, I should say. So Mercedes ahead of McLaren, with Christian Krognes trying to recover the situation a touch. He didn't have the happiest of opening laps in car number 36. As now back onto the main straight will go some of the starters from Group 2, including a gaggle of BMWs. Oh, but too late on the brakes, in fact, for the GT-sponsored car. So that's the 506 BMW overshooting into the first corner. Was that a schoolboy error?
It's just like there's loads of runoff. If you're going to do it anywhere, do it there.
Oh, I see. So it's one of those forgiving areas on the racetrack, which
it's not ideal. But if you are going to do it somewhere like that, do it where there's runoff.
Yeah, and that's
an insight to the driver's mentality. See, if there's plenty of runoff, you've got more chance. It's fine.
Yeah,
risk it a bit more.
Makes sense. Well, no
team managers listening on now are going to be writing in.
No Armco barrier down there, so nothing firm to hit for Jan Ullrich in his GT Motorsport by WS BMW 330i. So haven't yet had the real focus on the brand new category, which is for the 325i's. Meanwhile, at top speed, we've got a new race leader again, because the Door Motorsport McLaren is now in front at the end of lap 2. And that is not because of is it because of a pit stop? Christodoulou came in, yes, and Bortolotti came in as well. So more potential changes here. That rather suggests the Lamborghini was started on wet weather treaded tyres, as was maybe Adam Christodoulou as well. Well, I thought the speed was quite good. However, the Door Motorsport McLaren happy to stay out at the end of lap 2. So was the McLaren the first of the runners to be definitely started on slick tyres? I can't imagine that you'd be wanting to go on to a third lap if you're on treaded tyres, and they will start to be overheating now with such a considerable part of the racetrack dry, including the Mercedes arena. I mean, it's that very, very grey asphalt rather than the darker black now around the Mercedes arena. although there are different areas of the different ages of asphalt which have been laid at various points. But I noticed that particularly the area around the Mercedes arena, that right, followed by a couple of lefts, there's just no moisture there whatsoever. And if you continue around on treaded tyres, regardless of who's made the tyre for you, Michelin, Goodyear, Pirelli, then there is a danger that the block on the tyre is going to be overheating, starting to move around on the tyre, and the car becomes very unpredictable to control as a result. But a McLaren for Door Motorsport is now the new race leader, another SP9 Pro-Am car.
Good to see a McLaren out here as well. Just going back to your tyre thing there, Johnny. We often hear drivers talk about degradation. That which you've just described of that wet tyre, it is designed to work in those wet conditions. It is going to be cool. That's the point, because it's running in water. So the moment it gets slightly warmer and dry, it's not only outside of its comfort zone, outside of its operating zone, the drop-off and the degradation is phenomenal. It is like falling off a cliff, and that's why you'll see guys struggling. This is what I was saying about this longer lap here if you don't look out. If that happens towards the end of a lap, so be it. If the lap is, or the circuit is, a little bit of a mixture of both, you can run offline within reason on some straighter bits, where take a different line, excuse me, run onto the wetter parts or damper parts of the track to cool the tyre down, to get it back a bit nearer to its operating window. But if you haven't got that opportunity and it's completely drying, I did say 100 or so of these cars going around will dry this track out really, really quickly, which is exactly what's happened. And all of a sudden you're on and it's like driving around on absolute, the worst possible thing under your feet, as it were, imaginable, under your wheels. It's horrible. You don't want to be out there on absolutely tired, useless, wet tyres in drying conditions. Driver's nightmare. I'd rather have tired slicks that are, no pun intended, that are at the end of their life than a set of wets that are trying to run in the dry.
Yeah.
Horrible.
Yeah. It's true. And the situation will be ever changing through the course of the afternoon as well. So calls from the pit lane start to become more crucial than those from the car, potentially, because those that are involved with teams in the garages and on the pit wall might have a better viewpoint of parts of the racetrack where the car is not yet, but will be in the next few minutes. So Door Motorsport's McLaren leading by 6 seconds over the Valkenhorst Motorsport Aston Martin. And then it is the 948 Cup 2 Porsche, the 48 Losch Motorsport car, which has made its way up to 3rd position already. Now, a Cup 2 Porsche, perhaps no stranger to being that far up the timing screen at the end of, let's say, the first stint, because as SP9 GT3 cars pit after maximum 7 laps, Cup 2 cars can often do an 8th lap as well as the formation lap. So Cup 2s are often found in the top 6 positions at the end of the first SP9 stint, but never quite this early on. We've got Cup 2 Porsches, 3rd overall, 5th overall, and 6th overall as they all crossed the line last time around to complete lap 2. And that is because so many of the SP9 GT3 cars made early stops because of this tricky decision for so many teams at the start of the race. Which tyres do we start on? And quite clearly, 1 or 2 decisions have gone in the wrong direction for a number of big teams as well. So are we about to see a rather unusual result in a little under 3 or a little over 3.5 hours time? Christian Krognes in his Aston Martin, after a difficult couple of laps, has found his way back into 2nd position. So, I mean, is that some explanation as to why the Aston Martin seemed to have no pace on the opening lap? Because the slick tyres weren't the right choice at that exact moment, but they knew that things were going to improve as soon as the track warmed up a little and, more crucially, dries up a little.
Trying to put my, well, actually I'm putting my professional impartial head on, even though it is the Aston. When you said it started on the 2nd row and dropped down to almost out of the top 10, didn't it, on that first lap? That hinted at a problem, either mechanical or, in this case, as you say, tyres. If it started on slick, which is a brave call, and that's exactly what we were discussing, weren't we, of what's the right way to go. So slick is brave in these conditions. If you can get it round the order, that first lap, it would have come to you, which is why the Aston's now back into 2nd. if that's what it started on. Did it start on a slick? That's what it hasn't pitted, has it?
It hasn't pitted yet.
It started on a slick then, because there's no way of doing that on a wet out there now. That's why. But it's also getting around there, and that's a test of a driver as well. When you're out there on a tyre that you know is going to come to you, but you've got to be patient. And you've started second, and you don't want to lose all. And people just passing you hand over fist. You're sitting there going, "Oh, do I don't?" And you're probably screaming at your engineer on the radio, "Are you sure we've done the right thing here?" And they're just like, "Wait for it." And that's where you need the calmness in a race engineer. Will just say, "Wait for it. We believe it's the right thing. We've run the model, etc., etc." And that's what it is. Look at that Aston now. 2nd to 9th, back to 2nd.
Still focusing on the 900 car, which is running in 13th position overall. But again, a chance for the Cup 2 Porsches to shine this early on. And that is Alexander Hart at the wheel of the 900 car, which has had that slight mistake into Arenberg, running through the gravel trap. And the tyres will have taken a bit of time to scrub after that. But the grip's now back with this Cup 2 pilot, and Cup 2 is going to be fascinating throughout the full 4 hours to find out precisely what goes on in that. Was there almost a dive down the inside there? Not quite, but clearly the car in front, which is probably the 909 for Michele Di Martino, the K. Kramer racing car. That car, and they're now being swapped, by the way, by the race leader, Nico Muller. So Falcon Motorsports number 3 car catching already the Cup 2 traffic this early on.
Yeah, this is one of the cars we've got. This is the 900, isn't it, Porsche? One of the Black Falcon cars. One of the cars we've got today actually has a fascinating camera set up on it. I've never seen this before in NLS, which we'll be able to talk about when we literally get to see it. Then we can talk to you about it as listeners. It's got a front and rear facing camera, and I think that's the 9. It's either this one, the 900, or is it the 948? It's the 948, which is the 48 Losh Motorsport by Black Falcon 911 GT3 Cup, not this one. But when we simmer some of that rear footage, it will be quite interesting to see them overtaking different things, or GT3 cars coming up them at a pace. And get to describe how that looks with the sun coming up behind you. But lovely dry track now. This we're at the 900 GT3 Cup 992, just coming up through Tiergarten there. Nice to see also back in the pits, by the way. Well, not nice to see it back in the pits. Back in the pits, I can now get to see it. Is the Dacia Logan has returned on more rebuilt form. I think it's more of a Renault Clio underneath with a Dacia Logan inside a Dacia Logan body, which is fine because we discussed this last year, didn't we? Where the owners of that team went through all sorts of hoops to find an engine which I think is a Renault Clio based engine that was in some production version of this somewhere. It's the engine that's in the race car isn't the engine that's quite in the road car, but it's the block and the head and whatever that matters, which in reality doesn't matter. Take a 296 Ferrari in this race as well in GT3 form. You can buy it on the road, but the block and head is the same car, same engine that's in the 499 hypercar. So it is road based. It's a completely different animal in a Le Mans car.
Yeah,
it's one of the last 2 editions of Le Mans 24-hour, but it is that basis of a road car, and that's one of the things I love about this form of racing is the cars slightly out of the top of category, but that GT4s downwards are more road relatable, more relatable to the public. And the Dacia Logan, it looks like a Dacia Logan with a wing on the back because it is a Dacia Logan with a wing on the back. Dacia versus Goliath, as it says on the back there. Powered by, and I can't quite get to see it. I'm going to like that car because it's in my racing colours, blue and orange. Always good. My crash helmet colours.
And Oliver Creaser has brought that car in. He's having a brave afternoon in that he's doing all the driving in the Dacia Logan, except right now, unfortunately, because the car is in for an early stop.
I mean, doing all the driving, but not now.
No, he'd love to be out there doing some more driving, but at the moment the car is in the pit lane being serviced, and somewhat earlier than they would have expected. Still pretty frustrating for Alex Hart at the wheel of the 900 Porsche. Can't find a way by the 909 K. Kramer racing car of Di Martino. Now, I've got my Mullers mixed up, not for the first time. It's actually Sven Muller in the Volker Motorsport Porsche, and he wasn't in the lead. He was coming back through these guys, having made a stop. So the 3-car came in, did the tyre switch from treaded tyres to slicks, and then was then working his way through the Porsches for position. You're laughing at me because...
No, quite not. Exactly the opposite. I'm going to be entirely supportive of you, Johnny. On the Muller thing, Bruce and I did that once. I think it was last year, maybe the year before, where Bruce said it was a certain Muller in the car. I said it wasn't and said it was a different Muller, to which he was like, oh, OK. Whereupon Tim Gray, our producer, stood up from the other side of the screens and said, you're both wrong. It's a different Muller. And I think Bruce at the time, 2 fools in a commentary box, is there enough room? And it was just fantastic. we had 3 opportunities and we got them both wrong.
Brilliant.
And it took Tim to get us right.
Yeah. Yeah, well, it's common surname, particularly in this part of the world. And we've got one Muller rather outperforming the other, and you wouldn't necessarily have expected them to be in this order, but Tobias Muller is in 3rd position for the crew that is 48 Losch Motorsport by Black Falcon. So that's a Cup 2 Porsche, 3rd overall. Tobias Muller, therefore, a number of positions better off than Sven Muller.
He must be Muller Light then.
Oh, very good. He might be in the NLS Muller Light race later on in the season.
That would be perfect, wouldn't it?
It would be. Yeah,
it's a man made for that, isn't it?
If they got some sponsorship in from the famous yogurt manufacturer. And yeah,
but the brands are available, of course.
Well, they are, but it wouldn't necessarily fit with the Light name.
Wouldn't quite go with the marketing, would it? No.
5th of July, remember, it's not one of the NLS races per se, as in a championship round. Although, does it carry points for the lower order? I'd have to check that, to be honest. But we've got 10 sort of standard, full-fat NLS races, and then you've got the NLS Light on the 5th of July for those classes that don't always get the cameras glued to them. But when SP9 and Cup 2 and SPX are not permitted into the NLS Light race, there's a chance for so many of the other cars that we don't get to feature to get some good positions overall later on in the year. SP9 Pro-Am separated by 8.5 seconds at the start of the lap. Could very well have changed now, of course, and that's another thing, because we've got this variable of the track continuing to improve. It's getting grippier, but are these cars necessarily on the right tyres? Most of them are now, after some brave calls at 12:15 this morning. Well, actually quite a bit before that, because when you send the cars out onto their formation lap, you've already decided your tyres. That's the tricky thing, even more so around here. You have to make your tyre choice 20 minutes before you start racing. Nowhere else around the world does that.
Exactly. So, and I said to you before the race started, look at that order when we went through the grid, that variety of brands and manufacturers in there. And I'm not going to read it out because it'd be incredibly boring, and my commentaries are boring enough at the best of times. But P1 is Door Motorsport McLaren. P2, Aston Martin. Okay. P3 down to P12 is Porsches. All the way now. I'm not going to every single one because that's even out of my comfort zone. Just keep saying Porsche every single line, but that is quite extraordinary from a turnaround on that grid of that huge variety of where's everybody else? Lamborghinis. Yeah. Where's our first Lamborghini? It is in 13th position. Next one is way further than that, in 24th position, that Bortolotti. That's the Red Bull car. Now that Red Bull car started really quite well, didn't it? It was P5.
Yeah. Well,
so why is that in 24th? Because that's had more than that. Was Mirko Bortolotti at the wheel of that.
It actually led the race.
It did.
But it's come in to, again, change tyres. So must have started on wets, gave it an extra lap compared to Frank Stippler. And maybe there's something psychological about, oh, we can't pit at the end of the first lap. That's going to put us nowhere. Whereas Frank Stippler just knew straight away. He's like, nah, I'm on the wrong tyre. We need to sort this now. And yes, I'm going to pit at the end of the first lap, but it means that then the improvement can begin as soon as possible. So it remains to be seen whether the Red Bull team at Lamborghini did not react quickly enough. There was another car that came in during that particular lap, at the end of lap 2. It was Maro Engel, yeah. So they found one another now in 24th and 25th positions. And that is all because of a decision that could have gone either way about tyres. did they leave their admittance that they'd made the wrong decision a lap too late? And should those stops have actually been done at the end of the first lap, rather than was the case with the 27 Lamborghini and the 14 Mercedes? They left it an extra lap, and that could be very, very costly indeed.
Now, P2 has just pitted. The Aston of Christian Krones of Volkenhorst Motorsport Aston has just pitted. That's the number 36 car. That's on an 8.17 on its last lap. Its best was an 8.19, as opposed to our Door Motorsport McLaren that's leading has done an 8.14 on its last lap, which is its best. And Muller in the 948 P3 car, that's also just done its best lap from an 8.16.107.
So the McLaren stays out. Yes, Krogner's in, and is that now rolling the dice for strategy?
Now, we see this quite often, don't we? That quite often you do a 4-lap run. If you do a 4-lap run now, you can then go to a 6-lap run. So they've been, so let's see. They start, now that's interesting, because they started on, we think they started on that slick tyre in the Volkenhorst Aston, judging by its pace dropping from P2 to P9, we think, certainly that order. So have they, I'm surprised they haven't taken more, maximised that a bit more and run longer. We think we can do 7-lap runs, isn't it, on this? We think we can.
Well, no, when you get away from the opening stint, you can do 8.
Yeah.
So the most I would have expected during this first stint of the race would have been 7. And generally, it's 5 or 6 or 7 laps as an opening stint. 4 is a weird one. Surely you would like to go slightly further than that, ideally.
That's what my logic would have said, my intel would have said to me, that having lost out so much on that first lap, you'd want to stay out longer and gain it back. Unless they're saying, we've lost so much already, cut our losses, literally, do a short run, get in there, and let's see. So we'll watch that Stroll, keep an eye on that strategy. That's the number 36 P2 car that's on. It isn't actually P2 now, because obviously the 948 Muller car, driven car, 48 lost Porsche, is in second place now. So the Aston is out. So Christian Krohn stays aboard the Aston, so no driver change. So I'm expecting a long stint in this Aston now, so I'm thinking at least a 7-lap stint, maybe 8, on this number 2 car, to try and compensate and get them out of sync. What they're probably trying to do is get out of sync. It's not a tight pit lane, but trying to get out of sync with everybody else to see it come into play towards later. And of course we've got that calculator at the end with times at the end, pit stops, which we'll come to more of in that last hour, when it alters your pit stop, how many laps you've done.
Yeah, because a reminder, if you're new to the Nürburgring Langstrecken series, about the stints that we're watching. Well, where have you been, first of all? But the pit stops that are happening now for the first 3 hours or so, you can't come into the pits and go back out again as quick as you like, as you might do in a Formula 1 pit stop, for example. The amount of time you have to spend in the pit lane is dependent on the stint length you've just done. So a 4-lap stint, your pit stop can be quicker than it might be for a 5-lap stint, and a 6-lap stint, an even longer pit stop. And that is, it's all done on the clock, and it's all done by your team as well. So as you enter the pit road and when you leave the pit road, the time it takes between those points cannot be quicker than a certain amount. Now, Snowy's actually got the paperwork, which is terrific preparation. But as I say, it is a sliding scale. An 8-lap stint will be, for the SP9s, the longest pit stop that anyone will do. But if you've done a nice short pit stop, for example, Frank Stippler's pit stop at the start of this race was done after only 1 racing lap. So that probably was get the tyres changed and then just send the car out, because you're not under any actual restriction. Now, the printout that Snowy's handed to me is as clear as perhaps our pictures were a moment or two ago, frankly. You might need a bit more ink. But, yeah, go on.
Times are hard, mate. So, cost of living crisis. Ink, how much expensive ink
is incredibly expensive stuff, yes.
Yes, I do need to reprint this. You're absolutely right.
It's faded in the sun.
It has, hasn't it? It's probably about 3 years old, this. I think it's a lockdown printout, this one.
But is that about how many laps there are to go, rather than the laps you've done?
I shall dissect it, and we'll have a look at it later in the race. But I'll tell you what, I'll see if I can find a better one.
But as I say, if you've done 8 laps on a stint, which is generally the most that an SP9 car can do, then that's where we're going to see the very long pit stops, and they are minimum time reference pit stop. So if you end up being quicker than you can be by the regulations, you'll be told to come back into pit lane and serve that extra time, probably as a stop and go penalty. So you really do not want to be running it too close and risking having a pit stop that is too fast. Very good dicing for much further down the order than we would have expected between Mirko Bortolotti in the dark blue Red Bull Lamborghini Huracan and the chasing Mercedes in the hands of Mauro Engel. And whereas these two were duking it out for the race lead not too long ago, they both pitted on the same lap, and that was after 2 laps. So they're now down in 18th and 19th positions, making a bit of progress here and there, having managed to get ahead of 2 or 3 Cup 3 cars. But they're really looking to hunt down fellow SP9 Pro cars, and many of them are much further up the road. SP9 Pro actually being led by Thomas Preining now in his Manthey Porsche, the Manthey EMA entry. So the highest placed SP9 Pro car is 4th overall. Might actually be 3rd overall now, because Christian Krognes came in, didn't he? Yeah, so he's pitted. That's dropped the Aston Martin down a few spots. So by my reckoning, it'll be a McLaren, the Door Motorsport number 69 car that leads from the Tobias Muller-driven 48 Losch Motorsport Porsche, and then Thomas Preining's SP9 Pro car, the Manthey Porsche, up to 3rd position in the 911 car. It's Dan Arrow, the Dutchman, in the 48 Black Falcon Porsche, which is a Pro-Am car. To be honest, though, the playing field is that level, you can almost forget which cars are Pro-Am and which are the pros, because there's really not a great deal between them, each of them at this stage. But yes, 2 very fast cars, not really having the chance to shine at this stage. Mirko Bortolotti losing crucial early ground and down in 18th position, but he has Mauro Engel almost as if on a tow rope, about 3-4 car lengths behind. But it's going to concertina up even more now, because they've got a slower car to negotiate. This is on the really fast stuff through Kesselchen and Klostertal on the approach to the base of the Caracciolo carousel. They're turning right now away from the Stylstrecke and up towards this point where you can see cars coming back in the opposite direction, leaving the carousel as you motor on towards it, clatter your way through that narrow concrete strip, and then are ejected from the other side of the carousel on your way up to Hohe Acht. Nothing between the Lamborghini and the Mercedes, but unfortunately for them, they're about 2 minutes down compared to the Door Motorsport McLaren. Obviously, that car still owes us a pit stop in comparison to the Lamborghini and the Mercedes, but the Door Motorsport McLaren could, if they choose, stay out for a further 2.5 laps or so. Well, no, closer to 2 more laps, I would say, because the Door Motorsport McLaren is now in that short, sharp final sector, which pretty much begins at the start of the Dottinger Hohe and ends at the stripe as they whip across the line at the start of the Grand Prix track. And that McLaren is about to do that. Big question is, will it stay out on the racetrack for a 6th lap, or will it pit after only 5? And was there a close call a moment or two ago from Mauro Engel? Yes, there was. He had to get out of the throttle. He had to get massively on the brakes, I would have said, as he was forced up the curb to driver's left.
Yeah, Code Brown moment there.
That was on the approach to Flansgarten. So towards the end of the lap now for these cars. But yeah, that moment where Mauro Engel realised the gap, which was about the width of his Mercedes AMG, got to about half that width, and he needed to react rather quickly to maintain that he was still in the race. Now the door is open, though, a little from the Lamborghini, so he's closed that time that he lost very swiftly indeed. And Mirko Bortolotti still under pressure. So clearly that Mercedes is pretty good through the corners, especially when it's in the wake, in the draft of the Lamborghini. And this could be Mauro Engel's big opportunity onto the Dottinger Hohe. That bright yellow Get Speed Mercedes with a good opportunity to get at least one of these positions back, Snowy.
And bathed in beautiful sunshine. We talked about this earlier with the beginning of the race. We thought it was overcast, going to be miserable. That wet first lap where quite a few cars went out on wet tyres, the Aston being the Welcome Horse Aston P2 being a notable exception, starting on slicks, which cost it that first lap, dropped it right down the order, but to come back to now that's done that short pit stop. But now it's absolutely glorious spring weather here in the Eifel Mountains. The guest speed Mercedes didn't get to go by, but starting the next lap and we'll start another run on that.
Motorsporterlebnis nach Hause. Dein Online-Shop für Simracing-Hardware und Zubehör. www.simraceshop.de.
Liebe Fans, besucht uns auf unseren Social-Media-Kanälen.
Follow us
auf Facebook, Instagram,
YouTube und TikTok.
Willkommen bei der NLS.
Just after 3 minutes past 1, we are a little over 45 minutes into the opening race of the season at the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series. And as Mirko Bortolotti and Mauro Engel continue their fight, not necessarily for the leading positions though, it is actually for 15th and 16th spots. I noticed that they've just passed a stranded car, bright orange, might have been a Hyundai actually.
Might have been a Megane actually.
Might have been a Megane as well. So a hatchback of some description, which was off the road. This is RS1, part of the radio show. No, it's not. It's RS3, I should say. Part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. So used to saying RS1, but they are busy today with the first part of the Mugello 12 hours. It's a busy weekend on the Radio Show Limited network of channels. You can catch all of the Mugello coverage at your pace, at your leisure, just as soon as we are done with this NLS race, because if you're joining us for this one live, then you better stay with us till the finish. You can always get involved with what's going on in Tuscany at a later date. Remember, that's sort of half the race being run today in Mugello and half of it tomorrow. But a chance to get some early NLS action up your sleeve for 2025. It promises to be quite an interesting season, I would suggest, particularly with those 2 qualifying races at the end of May, which will be so pivotal to the 24 hours, which will be the 3rd weekend of June this year. Remember, in that momentous run of 24-hour races, Le Mans immediately followed the next weekend by the Nürburgring 24 hours, and that is then followed the following weekend by the 24 hours of Spa. And those that are due to be covering all will be entirely spent by that, and will probably need to be lying down for most of July in recovery. If only you get the chance, because of course there's plenty of racing assembled for that month as well. Very, very close between the Cup 2 runners. So we've just had a driver change in that Carlos Rivas, the Portuguese born but now Luxembourg-based driver, he's gone on board this Losh 48 car, and he has right on his boot lid 9:21. Now these two were not racing at such close scores as the 9:21's gone through, hasn't it? This is David Yarn, who's only just been installed into that car as well. And they found one another on the racetrack, being both put out from the pit stops virtually at exactly the same time. And that Mühlner Motorsport car, the sky blue and white, set it up perfectly and eventually made the pass.
What we were treated to there, which John was just describing, was this 948 Porsche Black Falcon Losh car, which I mentioned earlier is the first car I've seen with a rear-facing camera on. We just treated to a little bit of footage of that for a few seconds there, with that Müller car all over the back of it. And a couple of times you get that foreshortening, that eternal piece of elastic between two cars when one accelerates out of the corner and the other one catches up, then they brake. And in those braking zones, it was just like, is he going to hit him? And no, never in a million years. But this is the skill of driving the Nordschleife, being able to do that close and weigh up where you're going to go, which side you're going to go, and he did. You said, just as you said, John, he was right on the boot tail, but he wasn't. He was actually alongside it and passed and just dived down the inside. Fantastic opportunity there for the Müller car to take the advantage. So that's talking of battles there, Johnny. That's Lamborghini, Red Bull Lamborghini, and the Get Speed Mercedes. That's at the end of the previous lap. That looked really close down the Dottinger Hoe. I thought they were going to get the draft, the angle. Mercedes was going to get past the Red Bull Lamborghini. It didn't, and I thought, well, I said it'll just start onto the next lap, and that's actually drawn out a bit, and that bit of elastic has got to its maximum capacity now, being stretched before it breaks. So the Mercedes needs to get back in touch again.
Race leader is in now, so this is the Door Motorsport McLaren, which has made 6 laps before needing to stop. Well, not necessarily needing to stop, but they've chosen that this is an opportune time to make that first pit stop, possibly because working out how long they're going to be in the pits, remember, done to a minimum pit stop time, and then they can work out where the McLaren will rejoin and whether it's going to be in traffic or not. And clearly they've identified a bit of a gap where they can drop the 720S back into, and that to work well for Phil Doer, if indeed it is Phil, because the other option is Ben, of course, and sadly our timing screen doesn't tell us whether it's Ben or Phil at the wheel at any point. We just get the surname Doer. There'll be conversations with the outgoing driver shortly, which will reveal the answer, I hope. Dan Arrow, though, the Dutchman, number 48, stayed out, didn't he? So he now becomes the new race leader in the SP9 Pro-Am offering from Black Falcon Team EAE with their 911 GT3R. Nico Menzel in the chasing Falcon Motorsports Porsche. That car now up to 2nd position. And just trying to work out who else may have pitted on that lap. It's only the Door Motorsport McLaren, I reckon, but because that car's just done 6 laps, it's expected to spend more time in pit lane. So the one thing that will penalise you if you do decide to delay your pit stop to the latest possible point is the time you then need to spend on pit road. Further down the order, in 13th position, Maro Engel is turning up the wick, perhaps unsurprisingly. 8:01.3 now for the yellow Mercedes in car number 14.
Yeah, new fastest lap of the race, but Bortolotti's was an 8:01.4, so it's only a 10th different, and they're 4/10 apart, so there's still that half-second gap. So it's still too much. He needs to close that gap. It's great, but a bit here and a bit there is not quite enough at the moment. He needs a bit more positive about that.
Yeah.
It says he very easy in the commentary box, not sitting in a GT3 Mercedes. I wouldn't mind a GT4 Mercedes. It's got a small way, you know. Need a proper one.
That's commentators' prerogative, though. You know, we can be critical of others that.
Well, I have sat in both seats, so I go back to left.
Right, which is already more than me. So that's fine.
We can change that, John. I've told you, you're welcome to have a passenger ride anytime you want.
Superb. I'll hold you to that.
Yeah. You might come out a different person, might change your personality. No, we don't want to. You're perfect as you are. We don't need that.
Well, yeah, but again, you've talked about us having a commentary team, racing crew, and I think, you know, until you've actually properly experienced a quick lap around this place, you can't do it, you know, in your road car, I suppose. The tourist laps will open your eyes to a certain degree, but then when you put into a race car, that's just a different universe.
C1 racing, that's what we need to do.
Citroen C1 racing?
Citroen C1 racing commentary team, there you go. Mega.
There's still a 24-hour race in the UK for those cars, I think.
Yeah, there is.
Is that Silverstone?
Yes.
Well, you know, as long as it falls on a relatively quiet weekend for the Radio Show Limited crew, then why not?
Yeah, we make it our weekend, though. Make it the Radio Show crew.
Oh, I see. Yeah,
make it all about us.
So, yeah, but there obviously have to be broadcast of this race as well. So that's what I mean about it being on a relatively free weekend, because there are weekends this year where there's
easy.
3 or 4 different events going on at the same time.
Bruce would have to broadcast because he's too tall for a C1.
That's a good point.
So it's easy. So that's it. By default, he
unless
can get
it's unless there's a sunroof.
Himself into it. It's with a sunroof. Yes. We digress.
Just a little, but that's all part and parcel of it. Yeah, so Engel's pushing hard. The Dual Motorsport car has lost the lead, but only because it's made a stop. So this will put Dan Arrow now at the head of the order. And Darren is a new name to me, so let's tell you a little bit about that. It's Dan with 2 A's, as is the Dutch like, and he's 21 years old. Arrow is a sort of nickname, I think. Yeah, it's in inverted commas. So his actual name is, how would you pronounce that? Pile, I think. P-I-J-L. And the I and the J in Dutch is often considered to be like the English Y. So I'm going to say Pile.
I think it's optional to Pidgel.
Pidgel.
Dan Arrow Pidgel. I think Pile.
Dan Arrow Pile. I'm going to go for. Anyway, so 21 years old. He's done some GT World Challenge Europe racing in the endurance category. In fact, he's actually been a champion in that last year. So Windward Racing's championship car. The number 57, obviously being Windward, that is their chosen number around the world. And he has driven with Tanner Satin-Terikul and Colin Karasani as well. So they ran in the silver division. And Dan, the talent from the Netherlands. But as far as the Nürburgring action is concerned, this may well be his first meaningful attempt at this. So he raced in BMW 240i's on a couple of occasions in 2022, but I don't think raced much at all here at the Nürburgring, at least last year. So reacclimatizing himself, and this is a wonderful way to do it, by leading the motor race. We've had very nearly an hour. In another 3 minutes we'll have a quarter distance done. And now, bright orange Hyundai. I wonder whether this was the stranded car, but you thought it looked more Megane-shaped.
It was a very quick. I don't think it was this car. I think it was a shorter, more of a hatchback than that little four-door saloon there. I think you're right. That it was a guess. I've had a very quick look through the field for Meganes, and I can't find one that's orange. So I don't think it was this car that was stopped.
Well, this is Akshay Gupta, who has just taken charge of that car. It's on an out lap, so if they've done a driver change, Gupta's just got in it. He's racing with Alex Schneider and Daniel Mertens in this i30N, the fastback version, for a team that is run by MSC Adenauer, as so many are, but for sponsorship reasons they're known as Stenley Marketing by Mertens Motorsport. So again, adding that splash of colour on what has become a beautiful spring day now at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. Tricky start, quite a bit of rain this morning. That didn't really delay qualifying too much. Unfortunately, the delay came when the red flags were shown due to a clerical error might we put it. The tyres that on certain parts of the track can be set up for a test day scenario were in fact in that configuration, and once that was realised, they weren't in the right places for a race day, so qualifying plus a race, so the red flags had to be shown so that all of the tyres could be put in the correct positions, and that has meant we're 15 minutes behind.
And it sounds a bit pedantic, but the reasons are there are certificates for certain reasons, and it applies to then insurances, medical side of stuff, helicopters, all that kind of stuff. You have to be in the right place. So should something happen, and then you find you've got the wrong configuration permit to what you were running, it opens a whole can of legal worms, which is why it has to be rectified to put in the right way. It sounds pedantic, but there's reason. Do you remember, was it last year when we had that long delay in the 24-hour? And we sat there in the Dorrent Hotel having coffee, and obviously not eating because that would be eating too many calories. Of course. Lots of coffee. And we could look out and all we could see was fog. But the majority of the Nordschleife, and we're having fans writing into us on different platforms saying, why can't we run? This is crazy. It's bathed in sunshine. They're having breakfast barbecues and all sorts. And the main reason was on the pit straight, at the end of our pit straight here, on the opposite side to our commentary box, is where the medical helicopter sits, and it couldn't take off. Therefore, if there was any kind of incident, you can't get the helicopter off the ground, so you can't run the event according to the permit for safety. So you can't run it. And it's something as simple and pragmatic as that. Says, can't run, sorry. Yeah. That's all it was. It sounds ridiculous. A tyre stacked in the wrong place, we'll drive around it. But it's the permits, the legality of it, and it's a fairly intensive occupation event, running racing cars anyway. So if things go wrong, all of a sudden you don't want any sort of legal side, so everything's got to be in place. Risk assessments, not to be confused with health and safety, different things.
It brings to mind a meeting that happened a good 5 or 6 seasons ago now at the Circuit of the Americas, COTA, in Austin, Texas, where it was a joint meeting. There was an FIA World Endurance Championship 6-hour race on, but there was also an IMSA WeatherTech sports car race at COTA, and one was held, I think, on the Saturday, the IMSA race on the Saturday and the WEC race on the Sunday. Now, FIA rules, different race director for the World Endurance Championship race said, right, we're going to integrate track limits as is correct, as in, you always have to have at least one tyre in contact with the racetrack, the correct side of the white line. And that makes sense to me because the track has been designed putting Armco barriers in places, tyre walls in places, according to where the track limits are. So if you leave the track, there should be enough space, from a safety point of view. The IMSA decision was different in that because so many people were breaking the track limits, they said, you know what? To heck with this, to a certain extent.
Word to the similar effect, yes.
We're going to scrap track limits entirely. Yeah. So they had,
hallelujah.
So they had one race that was just go where you like, and talk about crossing the white line.
Run what you brung.
They were about 5 car widths the wrong side of the white line because it's quicker that way.
Quite right. Where are the true track limits, as any British touring car driver will tell you, or any touring car driver? The barriers. That's the track limit.
But yes, but if you leave the track when you're 5 car widths off the track, I mean, you could argue you're going to be closer to the wall, so the impact's going to be less. Perhaps, I don't know. But the track is not really configured for that. No. And then the next day, you have a slightly more conventional race, which was within the track. And just two different worlds almost colliding on the same weekend.
We had an absolute perfect example of that a few years ago back in the UK at Silverstone Classic, or the Classic at Silverstone. It's now been rebranded, where they run down at the far end of the circuit between Stowe and Club Corner, and they have the Vale as a different format for historic than it does for contemporary racing.
Yes.
So it's not the super tight 90 left, 90 right into Club, it's a faster flowing one. And for different series, so to these touring cars run it on one format, our race Woodcote Trophy 50 sports cars ran in a different format, and then somebody realised this was fantastic. I think it was after qualifying that, hang on a minute, you're running 2 different layouts of the circuit on the same meeting in the same day, and they're like, yes, because one championship has this rule, one that said. And basically Silverstone just went, I'm not sure it was Silverstone, so I don't want to throw them under the bus, but some official at some point quite rightly pointed out, you can't run a different layout on the same day. And they went, but it's different races. No, You absolutely can't. You've got to decide which one it is, and that is the permit, that is the layout that's run for the day.
I see.
So we had to go back to the other one, which in 50s cars with old brakes and drum brakes, they don't go anywhere in a straight line anyway, and it was just like the killer. So we had to go back into the old sort of Grand Prix, or the new Grand Prix Vale one. But that's what happened here at the Nordschleife. And what is happening here at the Nordschleife, Johnny?
Well, we now have a nice little segue. That was a very good segue, Snowy. It's like you've done this before.
Amazing, isn't it?
The 48 cars just pitted from the race lead. So we were talking about Dan Arrow Pyle, or however you say his actual surname. I think I prefer just keeping it with Dan Arrow.
Exactly.
And he's arrowed into the pit lane, out of the car. Gabriele Piana is now at the wheel of the car 48, but they've lost the lead as a result of that, which may well put Nico Menzel back in front, and that's a Falcon Motorsports 1-2. So 4 ahead of 3 now. The Porsches, well, I thought at one point we were only going to be in this opening race with one of their Porsches, but they tend to run in tandem so often. Falcon, who are a big supporter of this race, and they've named one of the famous corners for this year. Is it Brunchen?
Yes.
Now that might not be for NLS races, perhaps only for the N24, but I saw the very sparkling posters at the start of the year. So putting a name on a specific corner, as well as, remember, they're an event sponsor. So when I'm checking out the cars ahead of each Nürburgring 24, I think, there's a lot of cars on Falcon tyres this year. And actually, no, that's just because of their sponsorship of the whole event. So the Falcon name is carried across the whole entry, and then you have to look a little closer for each specific tyre manufacturer. But there's no question about it for the 3 and the 4. They're on the Falcon rubber, of course. Gone are the days where they used to run a Porsche and a BMW from the same awning. They are now both GT3Rs. And up to first and second positions because of the latest pit stop for the number 48 Black Falcon Team EAE.
Do you remember I went through the grid with you, Johnny, and we were saying about what a variety of mixture we had in there. Variety of mixture, variety of manufacturers. I meant, that was a double negative, wasn't it? Was it a double positive? It was down to 10th place before we had a Porsche on the grid. We had an Audi, an Aston, a McLaren, Ferrari, Lamborghini, Mercedes, followed by another Mercedes, BMW and another Audi. It was 10th, P10, before we had a Porsche. What have we got now? Porsches 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yeah.
How that changed around. Falcon, always their traditional cars. You see their, what do you call it, turquoise and blue? It's a turquoise and blue, standard sort of colours for them. Cars 3 and 4, they always are, nearly always a camera car for, which is great for onboard to describe to you guys listening. They're right over the front again. I think I've just heard that number 14, which is one of the Get Speed Audis, that the Mara Engel car, I think that's just stopped somewhere out on circuit. Oh, we have got a code. We've got our first code 120. I haven't got a car for it at the moment. That's up at Klostertal, which is Marshall's Post 134, 135. Klostertal. That's an extremely fast part of the circuit. Kasselshen before it. You come through Bergwerk, up through that super fast top gear. Very, very narrow up there. Kasselshen, Klostertal, up to the Caracciola Carousel. Something is causing a code 160 there. Sorry. Code 160, that's new. It's a conflation of a 60 and a 120. It's a code 120. I'll get there. It's the opening round of the season. Give me a break.
It's fine. All of this will be taken out in the end.
I know I'm safe with you, Johnny.
Yes.
On many levels.
We'll close the gaps once this goes out properly. We've been having 1 or 2 issues, but hopefully we've been skating over most of them. I'm not just talking about...
It's not that car. It's the 913.
So what about Maro Engel? Did you suggest that?
Well, I've just read a report. I'm going to just come back to them and just get this one. So the Klostertal stoppage 120 hasn't been reduced to a code 60 yet. Is car 913, which is the Cameron driven GT3 Cup Porsche. Bill Cameron, Jim, Bonk, Ralph and Peter. There's a set of names for you. But I've got 14 before that. I've got 14 Engel stopped at Bergwerk, which is that fast downhill beginning of that section.
That was a great combination of drivers. It was almost
stopped off, so that's why. So I was right. So car 14, the Mara Engel-driven Get Speed Mercedes, has indeed stopped after Bergwerk on the right-hand side, which is why there are yellow flags and warning there. It's not a code 120 or a 60 at this point. It's parked. You're exiting on the left-hand side of the circuit there, staying out there, and that's cars parked on the right. So I'm guessing it's a mechanical issue. Now, we've got a very quick on board with number 4 Porsche, which is coming down through Hatzenbach. So this is one of the Falcon cars.
It's the race leader.
It's the race leader, with Nico Menzel at the wheel of that car. And hopefully, if we can stay on board with that, I can relay to you what we can see, and therefore I can tell you guys listening that it's just going through Hatzenbach now to down over a little bit for Foxhole in a minute. It'll get to Bergwerk in a few seconds, and hopefully we can see if that Mercedes is just parked at the side of the track. Of course, what will happen is if we get 2 corners from it, it will switch to another view.
That's so often the case. So Flugplatz, Bergwerk's quite a way away from here, so we've not actually got to Schwedenkreuz and Arenberg yet, but we can but hope. 2.5 seconds is the gap between Nico Menzel and Sven Müller, driving the number 3 car. Frank Stippler's back up to 3rd. And remember, he's not left the number 8 Audi from Jutta Racing quite yet. There's a little bit of scarring down the left-hand side of one of the Mercedes, which has just come in. No, that's a Porsche, Johnny, definitely a Porsche.
Engine's a different end, mate.
Yeah. So. No, I was convinced that they were the wraparound tail lights of a Mercedes AMG until I then saw the rest of the car. Anyway,
it's a facelift.
It's early in the season.
It's what 3 is. They're very similar.
It's early in the season. Well, that's going to be my excuse the whole of 2025 now. When does the early part of the season become the latter part? I'll decide.
They all blend into one.
Good.
Really.
Good. So new code 60 now at various marshal posts at Bergwerk. That's extending, isn't it? Now back to 125A and 125. I don't know which one comes first, actually. 125 or 125A. You would have thought the latter. Or the former. Anyway.
Former,
yes. But it's almost extending into the distance and more advanced as well. So maybe
they start at 123.
They do now. That's where the yellow flag is, yeah. But I suppose the code 60, once it's introduced, can then, later marshal posts and earlier ones can also be affected that way as it spreads on a slightly larger area. Lucas Auer is into the number 17 Mercedes.
So I've got on board on my GPS here for the number 4 Falcon car, which is just coming down to coming up to Bergwerk fairly shortly. It's just coming down to Adenauer now and over. So in a minute I'll have a little look for that and I'll see what we can get. I've got a slight delay on this because it's not live.
The other question we were asking was, is there's some trouble for Maro Engel's Mercedes, but that's the 17, isn't it? No, but
the 14.
14, okay. 14, yes, has not appeared at the end of the 4th sector, whereas other cars around it have. So, yes, a concern.
I'm just coming up to it now. I've got the onboard here privately, as it were, on the number 4 Falcon, and Engel's, yeah, it's parked at the right-hand side after Bergwerk. It's stationary. Facing the right way. Doesn't look like it's clattered anything, but yes, that is definitely stationary there. So that's a great shame to see that car out, and that to say now also carries all the way up to, so Bergwerk is that fast downhill left-hander. It's a bit going to Kesselchen, Klostol, that's super fast. Oh, absolutely twitching part of the circuit up to Carousel. We've then got the 913 on the left-hand side there. We've also got a car, looks like a Cayman, potentially stopped on the Dottinger Höhe as well, with an intervention vehicle just got to that as well. That's got a code 60 there as well on the Dottinger Höhe.
Yeah, marshal post 194 is now code 60, with slow zones being introduced 2 or 3 marshal posts before that.
That's for car 70.
Car 70. may well be a Cayman. It is a 718 Cayman.
Yeah, the only car in its class.
Being
SP7, yeah. It's the Black Falcon Team Zimmerman car with who's at the wheel of that? Can't see it on the time screen at the moment to find the driver. It is going to be either David Bast, Axel Sartingen or Schwenk Niels. So it's the only car in the class, which is the Special 7, under 3.5 up to 4 litre.
David Bast, it is.
Bast, okay.
So yes, from the lead of the class to technically still leading the class because nobody's overtaken it, but you need to finish the race or at least do a certain amount of the race distance to be classified. There's no saying, of course, that it can't be towed back to pit road. If it's just a puncture, then that could be switched for a fresh tyre and the car could rejoin the race. So all is not lost quite yet. Vasquez Garcia, the new driver into the 929 Cup 2 Porsche for K. Kramer Racing. And this is the points of the Cup 2 race where a number of driver changes are taking place. In fact, so how many laps are those cars done? 8 just completed, which is the most you should be able to do on your opening stint in a Cup 2 car. It's a stretch to do 8 laps in an SP9, but it is possible in one of the one-make Cup 2 Porsches. We have now had a pit stop from the X-class leading 901 car, which has come in now as well. So 901 being the SRS Team Zorg Rennsport Porsche for Fabio Grossa and Patrick Grutter or Alexei Kirishenko or let me start that again. Kiki Reshko. So Alexei Kikireshko is in the 901 car, the Cup 2 Pro-Am part of the order. But still a Falcon 1-2. And yeah, having looked at the qualifying performances of any of the Porsches, they were struggling a touch. For example, the highest placed of the Porsches on the grid, only 10th, which was a 911 GT3R car. So where were the Falcon cars in qualifying? 11th for car number 4, and as far down as 15th position for car 3. Well, they are now 1 and 2, and at the start of this lap separated by 2.5 seconds. That's come down even more now, and car number 4 is going to pit at the end of lap 9. Yes, 9 laps completed for these cars, but they are the second pit stops for the Menzel and Muller Porsches. We had early stops for these cars when they were potentially on the wrong tyres, remember? And these are now full pit stops then. Well, no, it's a big pardon, they won't be full pit stops because I'm considering it to have been 9 laps in one go, which of course it has not been. You're not able to do 9 laps in an SP9 car, so these are still relatively short pit stops for Menzel and Muller. Not much time to lose, therefore. The cars have come in at a 45-degree angle, but nosing in towards the garages. So, I think these cars, both of them, did single lap stints. Yes, so they each did 1 lap at the start of the race, very similar to Frank Stippler's Audi, and now they have done 8 lap stints. So it's a 1+8 scenario for these 2 Porsches and the Frank Stippler Audi, which is also in at the end of 9 laps. And a straight fight on pit road, as much as it can be a fight, because remember, they're all running to a minimum pit stop reference time, the longest amount of time that you will have to spend in the pits for the whole of this race. There will be equal pit stops, I'm sure, but nothing longer than this on the minimum pit stop reference time. And therefore, all the jobs, including the fuel, which tends to take the longest time. The fuel going in is the time determining factor. Tyres and a driver change can both be done within the window that is the fueling part of the pit stop, and then towards the end they might actually unhook or pull out the fuel hose, and then just literally watch the seconds tick by until the car can finally be sent towards pit lane exit. Over the line will go Grello, the 911 of Chan Guven, and Manthai EMA not pitting at the end of lap 9, therefore. What has their sequence been to date? They did 5 laps with Thomas Preining and only 3 so far for Guven. That will have been his 4th lap, won't it? Yeah, 5 plus 4 equals 9, exactly the same as our race leading cars that are still sitting in the pits. So, by that logic, Mirko Bortolotti will be our new race leader in car number 27 in the Red Bull Team Abt Lamborghini Huracan. And the way that they've navigated their race so far, it was a 2-lap stint for Bortolotti. Yeah, because he pitted a lap later than Frank Stippler, for example. And then they have done 7 laps so far, but that car could potentially do 8 and has actually gone on to an 8th lap now, so that will level things up. So a rather complicated opening encounter in this first NLS race of the season, with all sorts of strategies being utilised. The bright yellow HRT Ford Mustang now arrives on the scene. We're talking about these cars being based on a road car, yes, but in this format, I mean, they just look like a thoroughbred racing car with those Mustang lines, admittedly. The Audi, on the other hand, I hear what you were saying about the R8 LMS. It's like a racing car turned into a road car, whereas at least the Ford Mustang, you know, you can recognise that car from the road. But it's not the ideal supermarket car, the Ford Mustang. I would imagine the boot space is relatively limited. Down towards the cut-through hairpin is the Rover Racing BMW. Just the one Rover car in the race. Jesse Krohn is the current driver. Interestingly, on my timing screen, it says Jesse Krohn in speech marks. That's not a pseudonym, as far as I know. That's actually his name. But anyway, there we are. It's a little bit like the driver known as Selv. Maybe Jesse Krohn has chosen to become slightly more incognito this weekend. But
a nom de plume.
Yeah, but it's not though, is it? That's actually his name.
Exactly.
Anyway,
yeah, speech marks don't change it, do they really?
No. Anyway, the Finnish driver is a big talent, particularly behind the wheel of one of these latest spec BMW M4s. And that car then heading on to another lap. How many laps has it done on its current stint? That Rover Racing BMW, just checking down. Actually, it'll be its third stint.
We've got the
We've had a tangle.
Conrad Lamborghini. Now that's heading up towards Sabine Schmidt's curve. It is. Now, has the Porsche tagged? This is the 939 Porsche Cayman GT4S. Looks at the Lamborghini, Conrad Lamborghini's facing the wrong way. There's tyre marks, data marks into the barriers there, so it looks like they've just collected each other. I mentioned this at the beginning, pre-race, didn't I? That real metric, that barometer of joining the Nordschleife from the GP circuit is Sabine Schmidt serve, 180-degree curve round, no room on the right side, no room for error. And I just wonder if, I'm speculating a little bit here, has the Lamborghini gone around the outside of the 992 car and just being tagged and just caught it? That's what it looks like at its turn round facing the barriers. It would be relatively slow speed at that part, one of the slower parts of the circuit, and it doesn't look particularly damaged, the Lamborghini. So hopefully it can get rotated and get itself around again. The issue there is, of course, it's got almost the entire lap to get back if there's any problem, and you would automatically want to pit and have the car checked after that. So not ideal for either car particularly, but of course the Lamborghini from the top GT3 class, SP9, that was running. That's just come out of the pits, hasn't it?
The Lamborghini, the Conrad car, no.
No, it hasn't, no.
It's Danny Sufi at the wheel of the Conrad car, and I can tell you how far into his stint he was. Probably not that much. Oh no, I'm totally wrong. He's done 7 laps, so this would have been his in-lap, in fact. And Yeah, like you say, there is a point where you absolutely do not want to have an incident because you've got the longest journey back to pit road, and it's pretty much there because you've gone past that point of no return, which is that little sneaky entrance into pit road via the hairpin on the Grand Prix track. Danny's already turned left and away from that turning point and is on the bridge section. There's a bridge where the racetrack goes over some of the interior roads here, one of the public roads. He's almost crossed that bridge, but either been turned round or there's been some contact which has resulted in that Lamborghini now being effectively broadside across the nose of the Müller Motorsport Porsche.
Oh no, it's steaming. There's front right damage.
Yeah, you said there wasn't a great deal of damage.
The splitters facing upwards, which is not ideal. There's carbon on the track. That's had a big impact. There's damage. Yeah, there's damage. There's wires hanging out to the back left, at the rear left of that Lamborghini. So it's had a proper tag there from the BMW, or it's caught the BMW. Let's say 50-50. It gives either the chance. But that Lamborghini's collected the barriers there, so I'm going to suggest that Conrad car is out of the running completely now. Just so we've got a little bit on board with the number 3 Falcon Porsche there. We very kindly had the number 4 Falcon Porsche on board before. The Get Speed Lamborghini is still, sorry, I'm looking at the Lamborghini and talking about the Get Speed Mercedes. The Get Speed Mercedes is still parked on the grass at the right after Bergwerk. No need for notification. We can see the marshal here actually holding the code 60 board now by this number 7 Conrad Lamborghini. This is on the exit of the Sabine-Smith curve. 2 hours 35 minutes to go of this race. The driver's door is being opened and I think the driver's going to get out actually. Yeah, it's game over. I did say it was going to be game over in terms of getting it back into the race, but it's now completely out. It is handy for the point of view that's where the other side of the barriers there is where they parked all the cars that retire from the race anyway, so that's dead easy for the marshals, which means from our point of view we can get back into racing again quite soon. So hopefully we'll see at some point some visual replay which we can relay to you as to what happened there and why that Lamborghini ended up collecting the barriers on the left-hand side. But I think it's the usual thing. There's always going to be 2 drivers. It's like 2 lawyers. There'll be 2 different stories, and there'll be a fee anyway. But 2 drivers will always have a different story on the same event. So did the BMW catch the Lamborghini or vice versa? Either way, the number 7 Lamborghini Conrad is now entirely out of this race, round 1. Great shame. Because you said it was bad start at the end lap as well, wasn't it?
Yes.
Stint.
Yes, 7 laps completed, onto an 8th.
Danny Sufi at the wheel, yeah.
Yeah, so the Texan being told eventually to get out of his car, and he used that time then, or that opportunity, to just scoot round to the front to check the damage. A radiator popped perhaps, which was causing quite a lot of steam to be released from the nose of the car. Remember, it's a mid-engined car, so the V10 5.2 litre V10 sits immediately behind the driving position, but a lot of the cooling aspects going through the nose of the car, and as you described, Snowy, the splitter pretty badly damaged as well. So it's nosed into the Armco barrier. The barrier doesn't appear to have been damaged too badly, as in I can't see too many dents. It looks quite weathered, but I don't think that's scarring from the car. I think that's just Armco that's been there for quite some time and probably hasn't needed to be replaced, because it's rare to have a car leave the racetrack there and go to the inside of the double left. In the other Lamborghini, Mirko Bortolotti has just pitted though from a decent position. 2nd place, it's timed as over the line. The Valkenhorst Motorsport Aston Martin is now the race leader after 10 laps, and Christian Krognes not needing to pit at the end of his 10th lap, which will be what sort of combination for that car? 4 initially, so the Aston Martin pitted after 4 laps. It's now done 5, make that 6 at the end of the 10th lap, so 2 more could be possible for the SP9 Pro-Am entry of Christian Krognes and others, but Bortolotti is in from the race lead. Falcon Motorsports Porsches have both pitted for a 2nd time, and they did full stints, so both of them doing 8 laps, Menzel and Müller. And did we have driver changes for those cars? Yes. Oh no, hang on a moment. Boccalacci, yeah, so Dorian Boccalacci getting into the number 4 car. and it is Maurice Schuring into the number 3. So yeah, both cars having driver changes, and onward they go.
So our lead car, the number 36, Valkenhorst Aston, with Christian Krones at the wheel, that has completed 6 laps. It did that, remember that, did that short 4-lap initial stint. It is now on its 6 laps in onto this stint, so I'm suggesting it's going to complete this lap and maybe one more. I would expect to see at least 7 laps on this to try and maximise that, or capitalise on that 4-lap stint at the very beginning. We will wait and see. It is, though, an Aston Martin leading NLS 1 for the moment.
It is, with probably 2 more laps, or 1 and a bit laps to go for the number 36 car.
Motorsporterlebnis nach Hause. Dein Online-Shop für Simracing-Hardware und Zubehör. www.simraceshop.de.
Liebe Fans, lovely Fans, besucht uns auf unseren Social-Media-Kanälen.
Follow us
auf Facebook, Instagram,
YouTube und TikTok.
Willkommen bei der NLS.
This is set absolutely perfectly for a cracking NLS race to kick off the new season. Still got 2.5 hours to go, and let's focus in a little bit on a car making its debut at the NLS, the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie. Not had a Ford Mustang in its current GT3 iteration before, brought to the party by HRT Ford Performance. And this is another one of the Mullers, just to confuse me, keeps you on your toes. So let's make sure, I've already mentioned Sven Muller, who races for Porsche. There's a Tobias Muller, of course, but in Ford Mustang number 6, we are talking about Dirk Muller. So Dirk with David Schumacher and Yusuf Ovega and Dennis Fettler Schweitzer also as part of this lineup, and might we actually see a shuffle in the driving lineup, Peter Snowden, to accommodate a certain Frank Stippler as well, who was due to be driving the sister car, number 2, which was the all-blue Ford Mustang, but that was damaged this morning in qualifying. So Frank's only other opportunity to drive a pony today will be this car.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the as they're approaching the Sabine Schmitz curve there, the all yellow, or predominantly yellow and blue, reverse coloured number 6 car sitting behind that BMW as it comes through Sabine Schmitz there. When it was suddenly put up right behind it, you could physically see the footprint difference in size of a little BMW and the GT3 Mustang right behind it. Looks like a massive car. There's McGann being brought back on the Dottinger Hohe. That's coming out of Schwalbenschwanz, isn't it? Taken to the first bit of escape road on the right-hand side. That's not coming back to the pitch, just getting it out of the track there. Yeah, so it remains to be seen, as you said. We knew that Frank Stippler was going to be double stinting 2 cars this race. One was going to be a front-engine GT3 Mustang, which was the number 2 car. Unfortunately, Nico Bastian had a whoopsie with that in qualifying, so that was a non-starter. And he was going to be in the standard 50, well, standard entry, Shearer Sport PHX Audi R8 LMS. He was going to be in that car as well, number 15 car. He has driven that. Would he jump into the car that he put on pole position, or its sister car, which would be great to see if he did? And true test of a driver. Different type, not even different cars, but a different type of car.
Yeah.
Totally different layout. Rear engine, front engine, mid engine, you want to call it, with an Audi. But he is. There are probably other people that are nominations for the title, so nobody else take any offence, please. But he must be a candidate for Mr. Nürburgring title, mustn't he, Frank Stippler, by now?
The other thing you've missed out on is actually the difference in tyres. Those 4 things that touch the ground, because the Mustangs are running on Yokohamas, and his Audi's probably on. Well, it's a Jutta Audi though, isn't it? So they don't necessarily align with the French manufacturer, because Michelin are a long-time supplier of Audi, but Jutta, there might even be a Pirelli car. That's on a postcard. Next time I see the Jutta car, the number 8, I'll look out for the tyre stickers. Many of you will have spotted that already. I don't think that's a Yokohama tired, if that's such a word, car, the Jutta Audi. So that's something else that has to switch around in Frank Stippler's mind. But again, very, very capable driver. The 912's having a bit of a moment on the Grand Prix track, and that rather delayed the Porsche of Steinhardt on an outlap, the K. Kramer racing car. And the 912, very skittish indeed. Carsten Kramer and Sascha Steinhardt it is. So Steinhardt at the moment on potentially coolish tyres, just being released from pit road. Christian Krognes leading the way in the number 36 Aston Martin, and this could be his in-lap, but I would expect him to push for one more to make it an 8-lap stint. Bortolotti has just made a stop, so this will be a full 8 laps, so I reckon for that car, now having dropped down the order as a result. And there are 1 or 2 cars already with 2 pit stops to their name. They were the early stoppers, remember. And there's also been a driver change in the number 27 now, so that will put Luca Engstler at the wheel of the Red Bull Lamborghini. Still quite a number of areas of the racetrack affected by yellow flags, I'm noticing. Flansgarten, parts of Brunchen, and not too long ago there was that tangle that he still hadn't revisited actually, between a Cup 2 Porsche and the Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini. One potentially turned across the nose of another, or did one have a moment and then the other have nowhere to go? Very tricky to tell when we only really saw the aftermath of that, but it did take some sorting out and had to be done under code 60. And that, if not putting the number 7 car out, has heavily delayed it, but we think it's going to struggle to continue because it looked like the cooling system was majorly put out of alignment, maybe a hole through one of the radiators, which meant that it was letting off quite a bit of steam, and it may be that the 7 car goes no further, sadly.
Sport PHX Audi runs on Yokohamas.
Oh, does it?
Yeah.
So that we don't have to worry about a tyre difference there.
So yeah. Hey, just get on with it.
I'm just complicating matters.
Get on with it. Engine's in a different place. Get on with it.
Yeah.
You know the circuit, the engine. You know the tyres. The engine's in a different place. 2 out of 3. Come on.
Yeah. Well,
come on, Frank.
Let's see whether. I mean, he won't be allowed to get straight back into a car because he's just done the best part of an hour. So you've got to take 50% rest period, haven't you? And then you've got to wait for when the number 6 car next needs a driver, because it has to fit in with their strategy as well. But they haven't had the best of starts to today's events. 2 stints for David Schumacher. It was more like a stint and a half, actually. So 2 laps initially for the German, then a 7-lap stint, and now that HRT performance car. That is the Haupt Racing team, by the way. Now looking after Ford Mustangs, and it is Dirk Muller who currently drives car number 6. But remember, that is it was entered as a Pro-Am car. Oh no, was that the 2? Was the 2 the Pro-Am and the 6 the Pro? Was it always that way round? Just checking now. Of course, the 2 won't actually show up in the results from qualifying this morning. So let's go back to the entry list. If I've got that somewhere, yes, I have. And the initial entry list, had the number 2 car as the Pro entry and the 6 car as the Pro-Am. Well, that's now shown on our timing screen that the 6 car is an SP9 Pro entry. So they must have accommodated Frank Stippler in there. And therefore, who they check?
Well, I was going to say, because Schumacher's driven it already, hasn't he?
Yes.
So that was my thought, that they might drop David Schumacher just because he was last on the road at 4, and Dennis Fetzer, Lucifer Vega, and Dirk Muller got more experience. So my guess was they might well have dropped him. But Schumacher's driven the car already, or maybe he's had 1 stint and to get some experience in the car, and right off you pop and put somebody else in. Just notice the number 50 class and driven Equipe Vitesse Audi is in the pits, as is the number 13, number 948 Loch Porsche, 48 Loch Motorsport Porsche, and indeed the 10th place Mühlner GT3 Cup car, which is the Cup 2 class leader and in 10th overall. Very impressive. A yarn at the wheel on that.
I'm just checking the driver gradings of the original lineup for that number 6 Mustang. As I say, it was down as a Pro-Am, but you had a Platinum, as in Dirk Muller, the current driver, Lucifer Vega's gold, and then Dennis Fetzer and David Schumacher are both silver. I wouldn't have said that was enough of a lineup to be Pro-Am. When you've got 2 silvers, a Platinum and a gold, that's Pro all day long, isn't it?
Yeah, but there was an updated list compared to our original one, which has the number 2 and number 6 cars as both pros anyway, irrespective of before Stippler drove it or not. It doesn't really matter. Now that's the 76 Golf. Is that the one that had that huge fire last year? Caught fire.
It's a Max Cruiser racing car.
I think it is. They're still not just seen that's going past the tow truck and that. We worry about instant vehicles on tracks in Formula 1 races, even under safety cars, and yet we just deal with it on the Nürburgring. Just put Unimogs out there and just drive around it, guys. It's part of doing your ring permit. They still haven't got that Lamborghini off the track, actually, being Schmidt's curve there, so it would suggest that it's not towable. Maybe it's stuck in gear, front right, not movable. For some reason that's damaged it, I don't know. It's obviously going to need a lift. So there's the Get Speed number 14 Mercedes coming on the back of its flatbed, which is going to go and join the scrapyard on the right-hand side of Shabine Smith's curve, which will be just opposite there. You go and see the cars now, so you can just see opposite there.
Now, that's either suspension failure on the rear right because the tyre is protruding from the wheel arch.
Oh, it's got massive positive camber, hasn't it? On the right
just
rear.
just a touch. Or it's a wheel that's actually started to detach, and therefore it's put it, at an angle where it looks like the suspension's gone, but actually the wheel was just working its way loose. But Maro Engel would have felt something most peculiar I'd be surprised if he's actually left the track at Kesselchen and Klostertal, a driver of his calibre, unless, of course, there was a side-to-side bit of contact, which then sent him towards the scenery and towards the barrier. Very
and he's clapped the barrier and broken a toe link or something on it.
That's what I wonder, yeah.
It's cause and effect, isn't it? We can see the result of something like 10, 12 degrees positive camber on, which is not ideal on a modern race car. Back in the 1920s, maybe they used to run positive camber on cars.
Wow.
Yeah, if you look at it, look at the standard, look at the BRDC badge, which is actually an Aston Martin, of course, green P on the front of that, and that has. That's the car. Well, it has massive positive camber. That's what they ran. That's how they thought it was in the period. How we ever got to that now, can't imagine. It's obviously now negative, i.e. the top of the wheel leans in. The idea being that as the car goes through a corner, let's say a right-hand corner, the tyre's leaning in, the wheel straightens up and you have a better contact patch of your tread area of the tyre, as opposed to running on the edges of it. But obviously only a few degrees, and there's rules and regulations what they can and cannot run. But we can see that Mercedes has got the complete opposite. Has it broken? That's what's put it there, or did it go there and that's what broke it? It's chicken and egg, isn't it? We'll probably never find out unless we get a update from GetSpeed. Answers on postcard to the studio, please. GetSpeed.
Yeah, Maro Engel will know precisely what happened. And they'll no doubt.
He may not admit what's happened.
True.
He will know exactly what's happened. Doesn't necessarily say he's going to reveal it.
No.
Take the little SIM card out so nobody can see the data logger. Take it with it. Oh, lost it on the way back.
Sorry.
Never happened to anyone.
He's a very honest guy, though. So I think.
I'm not slighting his character, suggesting he would. No.
I know, but that is typically the sort of thing that can be done, is done, just in order to keep your powder dry ahead of some very big races later on in the season. Lots of fun elsewhere in the paddock. I didn't actually know that it could be converted into a karting venue, but this is almost like an auto test, but for karting through various...
Slalom, isn't it?
Slalom, yeah. I'm expecting almost a handbrake turn to be done. Not that you can do that on a kart and then start to reverse.
Makes you busy watching that young lad going around.
Whilst this is happening, the race leader, Christian Krognes, has come into pit road. So the Aston Martin now serving its second pit stop. And that's 12 laps completed. So was that another 8-lap stint is the question. Or did it only reach 7? Was it 8?
7.
7, okay. And the opening stint, I had that a moment or two ago, and now my...
No, you're right, it did do 8 laps. My apologies. Just refresh my screen, it did do 8.
Okay, excellent. So that will put it on a good rhythm, I would say. Now, the two Porsches have switched positions, the two Falcon cars. Dorian Boccolacci is now behind Maurice Schuring.
Not for long.
Well, Schuring's not going to allow him through, surely. Rather than make contact, the two teammates will give allowances for one another, and they need to.
Again. Yeah.
Well, Frank Stippler, not Frank Stippler. That's is that the Dynamic car behind them?
Yes.
Dynamic being driven by Matteo Cairoli, who began this lap ahead of the two-tone blue Porsches. So everybody has switched around now.
So they've worked together as a team to get themselves both ahead, side off with one another to make sure they get ahead. That's why it's happening, and they're doing it again in reverse now on the pit straight. Taking an interesting line into there to effectively block the Dynamic Porsche. And I'm not saying physically block it, that's not race sporting and that's not racing, but if you occupy a piece of tarmac that the other car wants, then nowhere you can go. Cars don't just disappear. I know people think they do, but they don't.
This is frustrating for Cairoli, purely because he's got a slightly lighter car. He pitted 2 laps before the two Falcon machines, so burning the fuel off more readily. We are talking about a tyre battle there, though, as well, because the Cairoli car, the Dynamic GT, is on Pirellis, whereas the two Falcon Motorsports cars, it says it on the tin as to what rubber they're on. But Cairoli briefly was in front of Schuring. And, Cairoli began the lap ahead of Schuring and ahead of Boccolacci, for that matter, but has now tumbled to behind those cars. But it was Boccolacci who was using the tow on his teammate and Le Mans winner, Maurice Schuring, from last year. taking that victory in the number 91 Manthey car as part of the World Endurance Championship round, as well as it being a huge event, of course, and arguably the event outweighs the championship for many. So Maurice Schuring with a huge feather in his cap from last summer, looking to have a good season on the Nordschleife as well. And the new order is Boccolacci ahead of Schuring, ahead of Cairoli, as at least they cross the line. Remember, one or two of the other cars will be moving up the order now, including the Door Motorsport McLaren, because as the Valkenhorst Aston Martin pitted, that was being driven by Christian Krogner, so he's handed it over now to Valkenhorst, the car run by the family, and it will, of course, drop down now after pitting for the second time in this race. It is Henry Valkenhorst who has taken that car over from his Norwegian teammate. So Door Motorsport McLaren now up to the race lead. Yes, it will be, because it trailed by 18 seconds, the Aston Martin, but that will be enough to put it into the race lead because it was a full 8 laps for the Vantage. And then this plethora of Porsches for Ayanchin Guven in the Manthey car, Gabriele Piana in the Black Falcon, a 48 Porsche, the 2 Falcon Motorsport examples, 4 ahead of 3 once again, and the 54 Dynamic GT Porsche. Jesse Krohn in his BMW should be, the question is, up to 7th or remaining 8th. It depends how far back that BMW was in comparison to the Aston Martin. Yeah, it probably will be now 7th as it goes through the second sector. Still waiting for Henry Valkenhorst to do the second sector in his Aston Martin Vantage. Cup 2 is led by Christopher Brook for K. Kramer Racing in the Porsche number 909, ahead of Luca Ludwig in car number 900. Not Luca Ludwig, Peter Ludwig, in fact, in the 900 Black Falcon car. Then it is Kiki Reshko in car number 901, and completing the top 4 in Cup 2, as high as 16th position, Arne Hofmeister in the Mühlner Motorsport car. But focus again on this 3-way scrap between identical machinery, the Porsche 911 GT3Rs, because, well, this time the number 3 car of Maurice Schuring was virtually in the boot of Dorian Boccolacci's car. There's not a lot of space there, of course, with the flat 6 occupying basically all of that rear area just above the diffuser. But they were absolutely neck and neck heading down the hill towards the lowest part of the circuit, and now Bergwerk and the climb up towards essentially the Caracciolo Carousel. But this is where the real fast stuff begins. Kesselchen, Klostertal, and this run up the hill, which is so rewarding when you get it right. And the bit that's not evident right now from the vantage point of Maurice Schuring is quite how close to the back of this car is Matteo Cairoli, because there are 3 Porsches line astern. Unfortunately, the battle's going to just have to be taken off the boil for a moment or two, because we've reached this yellow flag and code 60 area, Snowy.
Yeah, which is a blessed relief in some ways, but it's one of those things, again, also that these are things that go through drivers' minds and team strategists, whatever now, that of course that's a very, very fast part of the circuit. So you are now, by being under code 60, saving tyres, fuel, brakes, most importantly probably fuel and tyres. So it can change your strategy. That was a conflation of change and strategy there. It became strange. There you go. Moving on. They will now think about that and go, okay, how much this lap, how much less are we using? Can we, if you have a few of those or a couple of laps of that, you can suddenly add an extra lap into it. So those things we were saying, that we can run to 7 or 8 laps. If you suddenly have, you know, a third of whatever, or quite a long session of code 60, it can change your strategy completely. Never changes. It's constantly moving. It's always said it's a high-speed game of chess, isn't it, this?
There's also some focus, of course, on the final 70 minutes of this race, though, because that's where the reference point entirely swings. from the stint you've just done to how much time and how many laps there are. Well, it's actually done on time. It's done per minute to the end of the race. Now, that end of the race has shifted. So normally it's 4 o'clock. We're now focused on 4:15, there or thereabouts. And when you come in for your final pit stop, or a pit stop within that final 70 minutes of the race, how many minutes are there still to go? And that will govern how long you need to spend in the pit lane, i.e. if it's only 5 minutes to go to the end of the race, you can be very, very quick indeed. However, if you're pitting with 65 or 70 minutes left on the clock, then it's a longer pit stop that you'll need to serve. And that is all partly employed, but because the fuel pumps up and down pit road cannot necessarily be relied upon as being consistent, i.e. one pump isn't necessarily deploying the fuel at exactly the same measure as the one next door to it. So in an effort to equalise the field, it's done on, for the majority of the time, the length of stint you've just done. But as I say, towards the end of the race, it's about how many more minutes there are to go in the race. Ayanchin Guven from 3rd position, make that 2nd position, is now making a pit stop. This will be Grello's 2nd stop of the race so far. And that rather suggests a slightly more conventional approach to this race, in the sense that Thomas Preining did 5 laps to kick things off, and that's now been the full 8 laps from Ayanchin Guven. And that's how you would generally do an NLS race without the complication of mixed weather, which we did have at the start of the race. But 5, add 8, 13, yes, 13 laps completed for Guven. Not yet seeing a stop though for the Door Motorsport McLaren, which, what did it do as its opening stint? 6 laps, and has now done a further 7, so the McLaren should be in at the end of the lap it has just started. Again, we've got to a point here where most of the front runners are not pitting on anywhere near the same lap, so this is a difficult one to guess at the moment, to work out precisely who's in the best position. Dorian Boccolacci and Maurice Schuring, and indeed Matteo Cairoli, crossing the line now, not needing fuel. I would expect Cairoli to come in 2 laps before the 2 blue or the 2-tone blue Porsches ahead of him. So that's now 6 laps on the stint for Cairoli. This one and one more for the Italian, whereas the 2 cars ahead of him should be able to do a further 2 laps in addition to that. So the question is, Cairoli in a better position as far as strategy is concerned, but is he starting to be held up a little bit by these 2 Falcon Motorsport cars? I have to say the distances between them as they leave the horseshoe, that cut through on the Grand Prix track, rather suggests that actually Cairoli's not being held up. In fact, the bigger distraction is Jesse Krohn on his tail in 7th position in that Rover Racing BMW. So Porsche definitely had the dominance inside the, let's say, the top 8. But it's a McLaren that currently leads, and this BMW snow is going to start to become a problem for Matteo Cairoli, unless somehow he can clear both of these Falcon Motorsport Porsches. Blimey, Boccolacci was so close to the end of that Armco barrier as he just tried to push the outer limits of the track. He wanted the shallowest line into the second bit of the Sabine-Schmitz curve, but he nearly cleaned out that rear right wing in the process.
Well, I think he missed it by the thickness of a respray or a wrap, didn't he? There wasn't much in that one at all, but I'd say that the number 3 Falcon does look to me the quicker of these 2 cars at the moment, just slightly. Front end of the number 4 car just isn't quite turning in, hasn't quite got the front end it wants going down through Hudson back there. You can see struggling with it on those very twitty sections down through there. I honestly think number 3 Schuring car is quicker, but he's not going to let it by at the moment. As you said, the BMW of Jesse Krohn is now only, what, 0.6? There's only, so we've got 0.4, 0.5 and 0.6 between Schuring, Cairoli and Krohn.
Yeah, so very much enjoying what Maurice Schuring can see from the front of his car, but what we miss from that angle is how close Cairoli,
what's going on behind
and Jesse Krohn are.
That's the car we want the rear view camera in, isn't it? So
ideally,
so we can relay that to you.
But yeah, once the onboard cameras are installed, it's quite a lengthy process to switch them around. You couldn't do that during a pit stop. The 911 Guven car, as I explained, had come in, and Guven stays on board the Grello car. So he's already done, guess that was an 8-lap stint for Guven. Yes, it will have been. So on course potentially for another 8. It's only those 2 drivers in Grello this weekend, Preining, who did the opening stint, and Guven, who will do the middle 2 by the looks of things. So I'm sure the Austrian will get on board for the closing stages and for the final time. We're very close to half distance in this opening race of the NLS season, the 70th edition of the ADAC Westfalenfahrt, and working lap 14 for Dual Motorsports McLaren. Not getting a great deal of airtime at the moment, but he's...
I was just thinking that would actually think of that with Grello, actually, 911 Mannside Porsche. Normally it's a car that's one of the major features, no more airtime than others, but a fan favourite though, and just haven't even seen it today, really, flashing past our window, but somewhere down the order.
Yeah, well, the cameras did grab Guven coming in for his pit stop, but that's pretty much it. Whereas most of its racing has been done slightly further down the order, but you know, later in its stints, it does get the chance to rise to being close to the race leader, only 8 seconds shy of it. Can the Doors, both Ben and Phil, keep the pace up to the required amount to fend off this massive attack from Porsche 911 GT3Rs then? Not least the 2 Falcon cars, but also chasing dynamic Cairoli-driven version. Manthey always a threat. And then there's the Black Falcon Team EAE car for Gabriele Piana currently. So that's the 48 car that wasn't started by Piana, but he has subsequently taken control of that. Dan Arrow did the opening stint. And then the 2 drivers that are well recognised from Cup 2 racing within this championship. Certainly Ben Boonagel is a master when it comes to a Cup car, the Bonn-based driver, but being welcomed into the Black Falcon fold in an SP9 machine this weekend. And then the other driver in that is Mike Stursberg. And depending on, I suppose, how the stints work their way out, getting 4 drivers in and out in a 4-hour period can be tricky. So we'll see how they manage that. Half distance reached though, and already so much to talk about from earlier on in the race. There was a really early pit stop that I think I might have missed actually on the...
No, I did say at the time, but I think it was one of the Shearer cars came in, wasn't it?
And did that ever rejoin? Because I don't know whether I actually remember seeing it again. Shearer Sport PHS, yes, Peter Ludwig, number 15 that will have been.
Yeah.
So it is still in the race, but pitting at the end of a formation lap, whereas Frank Stifler in the black Jutta car got a very good getaway on his, what we think were wet tyres. But after a lap, he said, nah, this is the wrong type of tyre, and we worked out that it's Yokohama's on that Audi. Wrong type of tyre to be on. Let's realise our mistake as early as we can. No need to be embarrassed by it, because you have to make your decision 20 minutes before you actually go racing. And let's hold our hands up and get the tyres changed as quickly as possible. And the Jutta car is well in the race. But in the early phases of that opening stint, it was still incredibly damp, particularly offline. So those that had chosen the treaded tyres were rather grateful for them. The 900 off at Arenberg, which I mentioned, a little clang into the barrier, but actually that probably did the favour to the driver, because it knocked the Porsche back into the direction that it wanted to be going. Dynamic car off the road with the McLaren from Dual Motorsport in the early stages as well, and that could have ended up in a very nasty way. Was that the Grello car?
Grello, I think a big moment getting a tank slapper on the Hatzenbach? No.
Later on in the lap, I think, yes. But whacking the barrier. Yeah, but it whacked the barrier on the rear left, and that could quite easily have been what happened in the end to Maro Engel, because if he either lost the car or had some contact, and it's an innocuous clang into the Armco there that could snap a toe link, and then you are done for. But at half distance in the 70th edition of the ADAC Westfalenfahrt, it is a McLaren that leads for Phil and Ben Dorr ahead of the Ayanchen Guven and Thomas Preining Grello Porsche. Guven has just made a stop though, remember, so actually is no longer second. We have had a change around. In fact, the 69 McLaren has just made a stop though as well. But before that happened, the 48 got up to second position in the hands of Gabriele Piana. Then you've got the terrific battle that involves Dorian Boccalacci and Maurice Schuring and Matteo Cairoli and Jesse Krohn all line astern for 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th. And then Sergei Veremenko, who is currently 3rd in the SP9 Pro-Ams. Cup 2 is led by Christopher Bruck in the 909 K Kramer Racing Porsche. But the McLaren, and I said we haven't really seen a great deal of this in our footage so far. Well, plenty of opportunity now to witness the lines of the 720S in its stealth-like black livery. And the doors are switching positions. Phil Dorr, it is, indeed, stepping on board. Much easier when you're close enough to tell the two helmet colours apart.
What I'm liking is that Phil Dorr has last year's overalls, because it says Dorr Motorsport AMR on the back.
Ah, yes.
And it's definitely not an Aston Martin, whereas his brother has McLaren overalls, which is more synonymous with the car, with a bit of orange on, but obviously McLaren. Don't say papaya, please, it's orange. So the doors swapping over. So that McLaren will be rejoining. This battle between the two Falcon cars, 3 and 4, although the other way around, 4 and 3 it is in that order. Boccalacci leading of these two cars, and Mark Schuring right behind. Of course, they will run into, depending where they're on the lap now, so they've just taken that position actually. They are now 3rd and 4th? Yes. They're actually 2nd and 3rd, aren't they? Because Piani in the Black Falcon car is now leading because the Dorr Motorsport and McLaren's in the pits.
Is that what you call rotating doors?
Scissor doors.
Scissor doors?
They're called scissor doors, apparently, those on the McLaren.
No, I'm on about the drivers.
Oh, okay.
Rotating doors.
That's a revolving door.
Revolving door. Doesn't quite work, does it?
You're trying too hard.
They're rotating their drivers, but they're revolving their doors. Anyway, whatever.
Correct. Anyway.
So
we knew what we meant.
So Phil goes in, and let's see whether he can keep the pace up, because the gap was 30 odd seconds ahead of Gabriele Piana and the Black Falcon team EAE. Now clear at Spina Schmidt's curve, by the way, and slightly bigger gap now growing between Dorian Boccalacci and Maurice Schuring. Matteo Cairoli was doing the chasing. He's still only half a second behind Schuring, so the gap is probably slightly larger now to the car in front of Dorian Boccalacci, and really not very much at all. I'm wondering whether from any of our current angles can we peer into one of the rear mirrors of this car, because I reckon Maurice Schuring, yes, he's keeping an eye on the road in front quite rightly, but he's got half an eye constantly in one of those mirrors to find out where Matteo Cairoli is. Jesse Krohn is no longer part of this party though, because he's just come into the pits in the Rover Racing BMW. So a couple of pit stoppers at the end of lap 14, the Dorr Motorsport McLaren and the Rover Racing Jesse Krohn driven BMW. I wouldn't be surprised to see a driver change actually at Rover, because Krohn feels like he's been at the wheel of that car from the start. 98, actually that's not the, another moment.
Got another code 60 just coming out of Schwalbenschwanz onto the Dottinger Hohe. This is for car number 494, which is the VW Golf 8th generation GTI Club Sport. I read that's Cabriolet then for me. I thought surely not. It's not a Cabriolet, it's a Club Sport. That's got, or did have, Otto Pascal Fritzsche at the wheel, and that has stopped on the right-hand side of the beginning of the Dottinger Hohe. So that's creating a code 60 there, as you can imagine. So coming out of Schwalbenschwanz, it starts with yellows, goes 120 to 60, then that's parked on the right-hand side. Not sure why. I'm guessing at that point probably just a tyre failure or something, but we'll see.
Okay, I've managed to find the answer to my slightly vague question, which was the driver sequence in the Rover Racing 98 BMW. Augusto Farfus did a couple of stints, although admittedly the first stint was only a lap in length. So he did a single, then he did 6 laps, did the Brazilian, and then Jesse Krohn took over and has done 8 laps to this point. And there is another change, so it's a single stint for Jesse Krohn, and he has now handed over to Kelvin van der Linde in the number 98 car.
I mean, big names here.
Huge.
Kelvin van der Linde, Sheldon, his brother, names that we normally be talking about far more in a race, and it's just only sort of just appearing now at sort of half distance.
Sheldon's not here. Well, I can't see him on the entry list, but he may have been added at the last minute. Who knows? Kelvin van der Linde, Raffaele Marciello's in that BMW, Augusto Farfus and Jesse Krohn. So yeah, I mean, Rover not got 8 drivers to fill 2 cars, but they have really concentrated things into their single entry in number 98, and absolutely world-class drivers here for a bread and butter round of the NLS, but it is so valuable for later on in the season.
Running 6 overall at the moment, so slight mix-up again at the order. So we've got McLaren and then 4 Porsches, BMW, Mercedes, Audi, Lamborghini. That's the Red Bull team car, not the Conrad car we expect. Is the Red Bull team number 27. Running in 9th, and an Audi Shearer Sport Klaus Ludwig PHS rounding off the top 10. Look at that fabulous footage now. The number 4 Porsche Falcon has got a rear camera now, and all you can see is its sister car, the front end of it. So you can see the front and rear of the Porsche there in a sort of a reverse pattern, and that's the that was Max Schering right on the back of his teammate. Definitely getting the toe, I would say.
Yeah.
Using his fuel, not his own.
And the frame wasn't quite wide enough to tell us precisely how close Matteo Cairoli was to that duo, but I can imagine it's a 3 Porsche 911 GT3s nose to tail. Now, sadly, a chance to investigate precisely the amount of damage on the Conrad Lamborghini, and it does appear to have connected with the Armco barrier at Sabine Schmidt's curve heavily, mainly on that front left corner. And you can understand, Snowy, why that car's out of the race.
Yeah, I mean, all the front PU is broken. The splitter's facing the wrong way, as it's pointing way too up, and it's no wonder it was steaming and discharging fluid, because it's obviously done something to a radiator or even a connection hose or the core of it, something immediately behind that. So what a great shame that car out. We still didn't get to see the footage or anything of how that actually came about, to what the cause or effect was of who tagged who there. There was the 992 Cup Porsche involved, which carried on, I think. I'm not quite sure whether the Porsche turned the Lamborghini around or the Lamborghini tagged the front of the Porsche. Either way, it ended the Conrad run at Lamborghini with Danny Sufi at the wheel, ran in his run from the race when they were actually well up the order. So unfortunately that car is entirely out now. It'll be back, I'm sure.
Oh, almost. Yeah, I mean, yeah, definitely it will.
Just not this race.
Indeed, but Franz Conrad running that team, and he'll have his entry for Nürburgring 24, I am sure, although the Lamborghini's, you know, a relatively older car now compared to all of the newer GT3 machinery that is working its way through. There is an Evo version, of course, of that Lamborghini, which is the example.
Not Shearer Sport, the
Apt Red Bull Team Apt,
Evo 1, yeah.
Whereas the Conrad one, does that have Evo anywhere in its title? It hasn't done recently on my columns.
No, the Red Bull one didn't either.
Okay, interesting. Because I seem to remember looking back at the regulations for GT3 in previous years, and one that actually how the Conrad car was still able to enter the Nürburgring 24, being out of its homologation window, I thought, but I'm sure there is a way to get that car still being involved, and therefore to get correct balance of performance as well. each of the GT3 machinery through the years has been given effectively a type number. Let's concentrate on the matter in hand though, because Maurice Schuring is right behind Dorian Boccolacci again on the Dottinger Hoare. Schuring wanting to attack, but depending on how close Matteo Cairoli is to the rear of his car, can he afford necessarily to be full-blooded in this, because he doesn't want to lose a position whilst he's trying to gain one on Boccolacci. It's important that he stays as close as possible to his teammate. They almost ground out. Cairoli is there for company. He shoots through into Tiergarten at the same time as well. So he's about half a second still behind Maurice Schuring, who gets a good run through Hohenrhein this time and is underneath the rear wing, that very large rear wing of Dorian Boccolacci, but not going to be quite close enough. Peter Snowden showing me his racing technique, in that when he hasn't quite got the pace down the straight, he just sort of shuffles the car out of the way with his hands.
No,
Does that work?
No, not at all. I was saying go right, go right.
Oh, I see.
Because the car, he's getting a draft off the car in front. And I was saying go right, as in dive down the inside and outbrake it.
I thought that was your technique to get the car out of the way. Get on me very well, will you? I'm faster than you.
They tend not to watch that, and they certainly wouldn't adhere to it. You tend to get some kind of Anglo-Saxon response,
generally
if at all. Yes. Yeah. No, I was indicating it should go right, hug the pit wall. But for the car that I predicted was faster a lap ago, it hasn't done anything about it, has it? So
no.
It tells you what I know.
Well, I would agree in that Boccolacci can't really shake Schuring's approaching number 3 car, and you get the feeling if these two were in the reverse order, Schuring might just have the legs over Boccolacci, but Boccolacci maybe knows that and thinks, well, I'm not going to allow him through, because then I'm going to kiss goodbye to potentially a podium. Mind you, ahead of them, Gabriele Piana actually pitted at the end of that previous lap, so that will leave the two Porsches ahead, and there's the change then into Sabine Schmidt's curve, and that was a case of Boccolacci going, do you know what, you are a little faster than me in this phase of the race, I'm not going to fight this. That has now become the battle for the race lead, and it means that Maurice Schuring will lead the opening NLS race of 2025 with an hour and 45 still to go on the clock. So the new order, car 3, Schuring leads from Boccolacci in car 4, and also pitting on that lap, Matteo Cairoli. We were expecting that. So Ralph Aron in his Mercedes is now up to 3rd position, with pit stoppers Gabriele Piana from the race lead in his Black Falcon Porsche, and also making a stop, as I mentioned, the dynamic GT Porsche of Matteo Cairoli. So all of a sudden, Maurice Schuring and Dorian Boccolacci are in splendid isolation. They're 7.5 seconds clear of Ralph Aron, and this is looking very good for the Falcon Motorsports duo. They will have to pit in, I make it a couple of laps' time. So, and they will probably pit on the same lap as well. I'm not sure whether that's the ideal scenario for Falcon Motorsports. I suppose as long as the teams that they're sharing garages with are not pitting their cars at exactly the same time, then they can service their two Porsches perfectly synchronized and in next door garages. As now rejoining the race, the former race leader Gabriele Piana's got out of this Black Falcon Porsche in its gold and red colours, the Team EAE livery, looking resplendent for the new season. And it's Mike Stursberg who's now taken over this number 48 car. So doesn't lead anymore, has rejoined in the lower reaches of the top 10, I would suggest. And the race leader now, although Maurice Schuring shown on our timing screen as 3rd, well, it is actually Maurice the Dutchman who is the new leader.
Now we've got a new code 60 coming into Schwalbenswand, which is the number 50 Equipe VTS Audi R8 LMS GT3 from the SP9 class. That's been driven by Michael Heimbrich, who has come a cropper there, as in certainly stopped. Quite why it stopped, I'm not entirely sure. But it's there. I just noticed on our GPS it is there, and it is causing a code 60. So we now have a slightly more complicated code 60 at Schwalbenswand. So we've got the one at Klostotol already, which is quite extensive. That's I'm going to guess that's barrier repair, so it's cleared by Carousel. I'm just going to have a quick look at the GPS. Has the one cleared at Bergwerk? Yes, it has. So it now starts at Kesselchen with a waved yellow. It becomes a 120, intensifies to a code 64 Klostertal. Clears by the Carousel. We carry on all the way around through Hoerack, the highest part of the circuit, through Wifferman, Brunchen, down through Flansgarten, and now it's Schwalbenschwanz and Dottinger Höhe. There's a whole myriad, it's like a kaleidoscope of flags and incident vehicles and codes and whatever. It starts as ever with a yellow flag, a single yellow flag at Marshal Post 177, repeated at 178. By 78A it becomes a double waved yellow, that's a 120, a code 120, then it goes into a code 60. We've got intervention vehicles out there, and this appears, as I've said, to be for the number 50 Audi, which is running quite well. That's, say, had Michael Hamrick at the wheel. Arno Klassen started that car. This is from the top class, the GT3 class, SP9s. That's parked on the left-hand side of the track there, which might indicate it's had some connection with the barrier. Carry on round to our left-hand part, Schwalbenschwanz, double left-hander, the Swan's Neck, all the way around there. It clears for a moment, would you believe? We have literally two marshals posts, a 180A and a 180, 181, 182 are green, and then by 183 on the approach to Schwalbenschwanz, once again, it becomes a caution. Yellow flags, then double wave becomes once again our 120 into a 60 through the my apologies, into the Dottinger Höhe, because it's unsighted there, and we had an incident vehicle on the right hand side there. It does then clear on the Dottinger Höhe, so it's all going on down there. Largely they mounted there through onto the Dottinger Höhe because you're actually unsighted, so whilst I've got incident vehicles on the right hand side of the track there, you don't want to come in through there side by side, two abreast, and catch up with an incident vehicle. So that's largely, I don't think there's a vehicle on the track at that point, but you don't want to be coming through there with an incident vehicle unsighted and you being at full shot side by side with your colleague. Not ideal. So the Dottinger Höhe it is then that's then clear, and the rest of the circuit is for that point now. So it's just those two bits at Klostertal and Schwalbenschwanz that are now under code 60s.
Brief glimpse of Tobias Vasquez Garcia in the 929 car, which is the Kate Kramer Racing entry. He's driving with Fidel Leib in that one. But yes, more evidence of what's going on the Dottinger Höhe, as you've been describing. The very start of this long straight, and the ideal end to every lap, I would say. Just a perfect way to end a racetrack that's been twisty, turny, up and down Dale for minute after minute, and then finally you get your reward as you turn right through that tricky approach to the Dottinger Höhe. But if you're right then with a rival, and in the case of Dorian Boccolacci, right with your teammate, there is scope to get the draft and pull off an overtake, and on occasion even a double overtake, before you then go through Antonius Bucher underneath that bridge, through the left-hand kink, and approach the braking area for Tiergarten. And many a time at the end of a stint, sometimes even at the end of a race, there's been the opportunity for a late overtake into that final sequence of corners. Keeps things very interesting, particularly in a lap that might be code 60 affected, which we currently have a few of those on the racetrack. And it's the yellow flag areas that are the most pivotal, because of course there's nothing to say in a yellow flag you can't close the gap on a rival, it's just you can't overtake them. But there is always that scope to close a 6-7 car length gap down to absolutely nothing. And that's the case right now between the two Falcon Motorsport Porsches and Ralph Aron. Remember, 7.5 seconds was the gap back to the Estonian in car number 17. It is down to absolutely nothing now for the race lead.
Perfect opportunity, prepare to pounce. That's exactly what you want to do. You don't want to be too close either. You want to do a bit of intimidation. Get inside the head and scratch around a bit at the driver in front. That's always a bit of fun, bit of mind games. But you don't want to be too close that you can't pounce. That's the whole point. You need to be within range. You've got to work out where the flags are. And quite often that's where you can be onto your team and say, right, where does this end? So you know you can have a run, and if you just catch somebody napping, and it only needs to be a millisecond, and you've suddenly, as you said, you've got in this case 7 car lengths to half. If you suddenly drop that back to a car length, you can then run and get past them. And in this case, the 2 Falcon cars are carried on, and that Mercedes has dropped into the pits. So somewhat academic.
Well, yeah, but nevertheless, Ralph Aron had closed a significant gap. You know, he bought back 7.5 seconds compared to a couple of cars that are really fast this weekend. These 2 Porsches have got 1 more lap in the tank, I would suggest, whereas Ralph Aron, now, was he short on fuel? Could he have gone for a little further? I think he might have been able to, but maybe the team said, you know what, you're bottled up behind these 2 Porsches, you're not really able to gain much ground, let's get you in now and potentially get you back into some fresh air on the other side of the pit stop. So ground made up on the Porsches, and now let's make it count with a slightly earlier pit stop. So let's just count through how many laps Ralph had done there. 7. Whereas Schuring and Boccolacci had also completed 7 laps, but they've gone on to an 8th, whereas GetSpeed have said the amount of time you probably stand to lose on this lap, caught in behind both Maurice Schuring and Dorian Boccolacci, let's attempt to leapfrog these 2 Porsches, but via the pits and a slightly earlier pit stop.
So some of our drivers, Nico Menzel and Sven Muller there in the pits, just watching everything that's going on. Light-hearted at the moment, so I'm suggesting maybe not coming into the pits and doing a driver swap just yet, but they're ready on standby. Interesting little track etiquette going on there. The leading Porsche of these Falcon ones being Maurice Schuring. He put his headlights on the pit straight, yeah? Whereas Dorian Boccolacci didn't go on the pit straight because he's not the race leader. Okay?
Yes.
However, he was flashing his lights. Was he flashing lights at his teammate? No. They were coming past over the finish line, and there was a Cup 2 car in the way. Well, not in the way, but it's there. So Dorian Boccolacci is flashing his lights, saying, I'm coming through as well. We're a team. This is a train. This is a Falcon train. We are coming through. For the avoidance of doubt, I am coming through. Do not turn in.
I would imagine it's very easy, though, when you're bumping your way down the main straight. I mean, it's relatively smooth here at the Nürburgring, I suppose, but there are certain parts of the racetrack which are not particularly stable, and your vision through pretty small door mirrors, you might see a two-tone blue Porsche and think, oh yeah, that's a quicker car that wants to get by. But because they're in near identical liveries, you're not necessarily going to know there are 2 cars there. So you'll cut back in and go, oh blimey, side-by-side swipe potentially. I mean, the new Falcon drivers are preparing themselves now, but bear in mind that Boccolacci and Schuring, or Schuring and Boccolacci more accurately, because it's the Dutchman who leads, they're still about 5 minutes or so away, slightly more than that.
Yeah, and are they going to necessarily pit together?
I think they've got to, because they've done 7 laps already. And yes, we've got a lot of Code 60 out there, but there's not enough Code 60 to have bought a full lap's worth of fuel back.
Yeah, well, Schuring's done 7 laps. This will be the 8th at the end of this lap.
Yeah, and they won't be able to do 9.
No.
Even though, as I say, a good portion of the racetrack.
Yeah. Well, of course. What did I check?
I don't know.
Sorry, it's a new season. I forgot.
Yeah, come on.
What did I check? I didn't doubt you.
I never get anything wrong, remember? I've based a career on that.
Well, don't we know? It's why you're held in the esteem and love that you are.
I'm joking, by the way, guys.
I'm not.
Okay, fine, but I do get plenty wrong. I would have got wrong about Ralph Aron. I thought he was going to stay out, but it made more sense in my mind. You know, that Mercedes looks fast, and Ralph's probably gone, get me in clear air, or get the new driver in clear air. Have we actually got a new driver in that car yet? Yes, we have. Michael Grenier, the Canadian, rejoining in car number 17. So there is some ground lost there, but of course now a full fuel tank for car number 17, and this scope to leapfrog the 2 Porsches, who might even be slowing one another up potentially. I mean, not right now, because Schuring's gone down the road. This is what we were almost intimating. You know, if these Porsches were in the reverse order, which they now are, I got the feeling Schuring was a touch faster than Boccolacci and might be able to open up a gap, and that's precisely what's happening now.
Yeah, but it's all going to get fairly well negated at the pit stop, isn't it? They're just coming through Bergberg and up to Kesselchen, Klossertal now, aren't they? Yeah, the really fast part of the circuit. I love that part. Just. Of course, it can't because it's yellow flagged.
Yeah, it's annoying.
Annoying? That's one way of putting it. That sweep through there. Look, there's no room on the left, no room for error there. Look. Just a thread of GT3 car there. Flat chat. Full throttle, 100%.
Yeah.
Committed.
And yeah, the last thing you want to see is a square code 60 board protruding from just above the RMK barrier, and even more time therefore for the ingoing drivers to wait. So Nico Menzel and Sven Muller, and one of our brave pit reporters, admittedly in German, has stepped forward towards Sven Muller, who's actually got a grin on his face, in fairness. So he's focused on the matter in hand, but happy to just take a second to have a quick chat. How would you feel about that as a driver, about to go into a car and then all of a sudden a pesky journalist arrives with a microphone wanting a word? You've experienced it from both sides.
It's part of your job.
Yeah,
it's part of your job. Yeah, not saying because I'm on this side of it now more, but it's part of your job. It's you know, journalists are there doing their job, whether it be commentators or written journalists, print or digital or otherwise. But you know, they're the ones that are most likely to make you look good or bad, and how you treat them is probably going to have a long way towards an effect on that. Why wouldn't you? And at the end of the day, you know, what we want out there is fans. You know, who are we talking to now? Fans. They want the information. So I think perhaps maybe jumping into the car is not the moment, but they've got a few minutes yet, as you said. Yeah, why don't we talk to a journalist?
Yeah. And I think you can realise very quickly when you're a driver that this journalist, this interviewer knows the timing in actual fact, because they're well aware they're on the other side of the circuit right now, the car, so they're just standing there waiting, particularly when they're in a code 60.
Why so much part of the young driver programs now with the various manufacturers, it's media training as much as anything else.
Yeah,
it's how, you know, it's not just about what you can do in the car. Forgive me, that's a kind of given. That's what you should be doing. It's what else can you do outside the car? How much of a package are you? Are you able to go and talk to the media, etc.? And you can see it on all levels. It's the right way to go. So both these Falcon drivers teamed up, crewed up, kitted up. We'll get there eventually. That's three choices, got there in the end. So this is Sven Muller, who will be replacing Maurice Schöring in the number 3 Falcon car, and Nico Menzel, who will be replacing Dorian Boccolacci in the number 4. We suspect they have to come in together at the same time. Just looking up the Dottinger Hoa, there is a camera there where there's a car parked on the left-hand side with its bonnet up, which I'm not suggesting it's got work on it necessarily, but it's probably damaged. GT4 Aston coming down the Dottinger Hoa at the moment in our camera shot, which will be one of the Pro Sport cars, I think. Try and get a number on that one in a minute. Dumoulin cars, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, and one runs in SP8T.
Yeah.
So out of the more standard SP10 category. Meanwhile, a focus on the number 50 Audi R8, which is another one, sadly, to join the increasing amount of cars just the other side of the wall at Sabine Schmidt's curve. So that was the Equipe Vitesse car. Now, a couple of moments ago, Porsche's threading their way through various hazards. I just turned away at the crucial point there. What
the number 3 just had a little side swap. It looked like it's, I'm going to say a Megane again, which means it probably isn't. But it's a yellow Megane Scirocco VW, something of that ilk.
Yeah.
Didn't turn in, but the number 3 Porsche, which is Maurice Schöring, was robust in taking his line, and I would say he'd actually got the position. The yellow car came across and just tapped the side of it and then ran a bit wide, and it's basically bounced off the side of a GT3 Falcon Porsche.
Okay.
Which can always do more than else. So, Tiergarten now, here they are, the 2 Falcon cars. This is our race leaders, numbers 3 and 4, Schöring and Boccolacci, should both be diving into the pits together. Indeed they are, so a little bit of synchronised teamwork for these two now, and their 2 crews accordingly. So they say these will swap over to number 3 will have number 4 will have Nico Menzel, will replace Dorian Boccolacci, and Sven Muller will replace Maurice Schöring in the number 3 car.
The other thing about the number 17 Mercedes is that because that pitted after 7 laps rather than the 8 that these two Porsches have just done, then the Ralph Aron / Michael Grenier pit stop could have been a touch quicker than these two, because these are pit stops after 8 laps and Mercedes pitted after only 7. So where is Michael Grenier in all of this? He won't have slipped too far down, and it's a big question now as to who's going to be ahead between either these two cars or the Grenier Mercedes. And also Sergei Veremenko running 4th on the road in the Yuta car, but Veremenko is bronze rated, so with the greatest respect will not have the consistency of the 3 drivers we're talking about at the sharp end. It's also going to be interesting to see where Luca Enxler is going to be in this whole shake-up as well.
I love studying body language of drivers. It tells you so much. Sven Muller there, getting into number 3 car, positively ambled out to the GT3 car he's about to get into, which is, it's the race leading car, isn't it? Yes, that one. Just ambled out to it, and he literally just pulled the door open like he was going to have a chat in the supermarket car park. There was no exactly, less haste and all that, more speed. There was nothing stressed about it. It's, their experience is like, out you pop. There's a pit stop time, I know, but he'll just let Morris Schuring just undo his belts and get out and just get myself in, and so we go off on to the Nürburgring, and we're leading, aren't we? Yeah, that's cool.
Here is Veremenko though in the number 8 Yuta car. Veremenko not due a stop, still on the lead lap. Oh, but it will come in actual fact. I wasn't expecting that, but 7 laps done for Veremenko's pole-sitting Audi, as the 2 Porsches are, no, they're not quite back on the move, misidentifying some other Porsches from further down the order, but the 2 Falcon cars are still sitting there on the apron. Remember, this is just about as long a pit stop as a GT3 car will make today, governed by that minimum pit stop time. Still waiting for where Michael Grenier is. In the meantime, Ayhancan Guven has already crossed the line to now take the lead of the motor race. So Guven leads in Grello, and there is the 911 car turning left, shown as 4th currently, but it's the lead car now, as away go the 2 Falcon Motorsport Porsches. Has Grenier crossed the line yet? No, he hasn't. Remember, when Ralph Aron was at the wheel of car number 17, he was right on the boot lid of the 2 Porsches that then became the 2 race leaders. Muller and Menzel back into the race. Grenier has now crossed the line and is just in behind, I reckon. They're going to be side by side with the McLaren of Phil Dorr. So Phil Dorr's going to be the meat in the sandwich, and there's Grenier in the black and with the central white stripe on the Mercedes, full get speed. So it's still absolutely anybody's with 1 hour and 25 minutes to go, but the new race leader is Chan Guven in the KUS-sponsored Grello Porsche. Just heading on to the Hatson back.
So the 2 Falcon cars in the same order still, 3 and 4, but with that McLaren now sandwiched between them, and Nico Menzel is aboard the number 4 car, keen to get past that McLaren as soon as possible. And as I say, not quite, had a little jog. Oh, now got a bit of, something's gone off in the background there, a little bit of gravel dust coming on. I thought it was one of our 2 Falcon cars as we changed view on the camera there. A bit of traffic now just blocking them coming up through the Vidal chicane. That's dropped Menzel out of touch with the McLaren. So it's not going to get to one of your best opportunities to overtake here is on the GP circuit, because it's so wide, it's a modern circuit. And again, McLaren just getting advantage of the back marker there and getting through in time, just the way the traffic falls, and just nipping through and ahead. So he's now a little bit more in touch with first of these 2 McLarens, 2 Falcon cars. That's now Sven Muller at the wheel, number 3 car. Nico Menzel gets past that traffic now, so it's Falcon, Porsche, McLaren and Falcon Porsche down through the Hatson back. It always reminds me of literally a roller coaster ride, Thorpe Park somewhere back in the UK. Going down through here, it makes my stomach churn watching it. I don't like roller coasters, by the way.
You don't like roller coasters,
cannot go on them.
But you would love driving around this place, which is worse than a roller coaster in most people's eyes.
It's a control thing. I'm in control. I've got a steering wheel. So I don't like sitting in the passenger side. It's like you've got control. It's an absolute control thing. I know. I'm comfortable
as long as you've made sense of it in your mind.
Exactly.
I mean, it checks out for me. You're the one in control in a race car, and you're not on a roller coaster, although they are perfectly safe, I'm told. Whereas this occupation can not be sometimes. But that's part of the draw.
So that's part of the excitement.
Yes. McLaren not quite near to the apex, but still a good exit out of Arenberg and down into the foxhole. Losing touch again with Maurice Schuring. It's not Schuring yet now. Of course, it's the ingoing Nico Menzel. Sorry, Sven Muller in the 3, isn't it? And yes. Menzel in the 4.
Yeah.
These little transition phases in the race where we lose one driver and gain another do still fox me.
McLaren having an issue there going into, where are they now? That's at
Adenauer Force.
Adenauer Force, isn't it? Yeah.
So yes, the distance between these 3 cars is relatively equal. Let's not forget Ayanchin Guven, who leads from Manthey, further up the road and out of sight from this point, but Guven is halfway through his stint. He's completed 4 laps, probably another 4 to go, and that will get him, as now the Menzel car has to go to the high side of one of the slower Porsche Caymans from one of the lower classes. But I'm just wondering how long, well, we know 4 more laps for Guven, but I'm wondering how much further into the race that will take that car. Let's say roughly an hour on the stint, so that'll take him to about 3:15. So that's about right, actually, when you consider 4:15 is the time we're aiming for. 4:15 the race finish.
Motorsporterlebnis nach Hause. Dein Online-Shop für Simracing-Hardware und Zubehör. www.simraceshop.de.
Liebe Fans, lovely Fans, besucht uns auf unseren Social-Media-Kanälen.
Follow us
auf Facebook, Instagram,
YouTube und TikTok. Willkommen bei der NLS.
1 hour and 18 minutes to go. You're tuned to RS3, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. Peter Snowden and me, Johnny Palmer, keeping you tuned to the key twists and turns of this race, and there have been plenty of them. And this wonderful scenario, which has really been generated by the tricky weather at the start of the race, nobody quite knowing which tyres to be on to be in the best situation. But Thomas Preining and Ayanchan Guven have definitely got Grello into a smart spot here. And that is purely because of the time within the hour that they are pitting for me. Remember, we're focused on, rather than the top of the hour, top of the clock hour, it's actually 15 the hour, which is the beginning of a race hour now, because we began at 12. So everyone is fully focused on a 4:15 finish, there or thereabouts. And therefore, for Guven, who I think is going to pit at about 3:15, then that is absolutely perfectly aligned for the final run to the flag for Grello and the 911 Porsche. We'll wait to see quite how long they do stay out for, but 3 laps plus this one will be spot on for Guven, and Thomas Preining probably being lined up for the final stint in Porsche number 911. The gap between the two Falcon Motorsport Porsches is ever growing, because across the line, as now Luca Enxler pits, by the way, in the Red Bull team apt Lamborghini Huracan, but the gap, Sven Muller back to Nico Menzel, is massive. It's 10 seconds with the Door Motorsport McLaren. I was going to say wedged in between them, but it's really only causing an issue for the second of the Falcon Motorsport Porsches. And can this move be pulled off then in the braking area for the second of the turn, the left-handers into the Mercedes arena? It certainly can. And Nico Menzel's Falcon Motorsport car with the red door mirrors, that's how you tell the two apart. Bright red door mirrors for car number 4, but there's been a significant delay there. And in fact, McLaren also lets slip through the Mercedes of Michael Grenier in the all-black colours of Get Speed. So I don't know whether there's an issue for Phil Dorr necessarily, or whether he's cooked his tyres, but it's quite early on in the stint to be doing that. However, couldn't hold back Menzel and then couldn't hold back Michael Grenier, so Phil Dorr losing a couple of spots. That will drop the 69 car from 3rd down to 5th. But Ayanchan Guven, now he actually scored as the race leader as he crossed the line for the 18th time. And Grello on course to be pitting within the next 15 minutes, which is perfectly aligning things for the end of the race, in my opinion. Whereas the Falcon Motorsport Porsches and the Mercedes of Michael Grenier, as now there's a delay for Nico Muller, Sven Muller, I should say. He couldn't get by the little BMW on the Hatzenbach. That was the 651 BMW from the 240i's.
Mirrors for looking and not shaving.
And that's Ugo de Wilde, who has a lot of experience in Le Mans prototypes. Is there also a hazard for the number 4 car this time around? In fact, this is back to absolute live action now, looking to try and get by a Porsche number 347. So that will put it into the SP Pro division, and that's the Toyo tyres with Ring Racing 991 GT3 Cup car. So around every corner there is scope for a delay, and it's about how you manage that in your head, I suppose, Snowy.
Well, it's about how you manage it on track. You know, your head can make a decision. It's what somebody else does, and that's the problem. You always rely on other people. Do they do this out of the way? Have they used the mirrors? As we saw that BMW going through Hatzenbach there. Sorry, but he should not have been holding up for 2-3 turns like that there. You've got a GT3 car behind you. Just let it through. It's just no point. It's just you achieve nothing.
I mean, I will say Ugo de Wilde doesn't really have the experience around this place, but he is mightily experienced in Le Mans prototypes, for instance. So he's no stranger to being lapped by the odd hypercar. But that's another reason for the 22-year-old to be earning his ring license.
Exactly.
You know, he might be gold graded, the 22-year-old from Belgium, but he doesn't necessarily know where cars are going to be catching him rapidly, and where he does need to just, you know what, get out of the throttle and say, I'm delaying this GT3 car too much, and need to allow him by. It's always the job of the quicker car to find a way past, of course, but if you're judged to be holding somebody up and therefore not obeying the blue flags, whether they be waving or not, in actual fact, there's got to be a certain degree of, okay, I've allowed you that corner from the SP9's perspective, I've allowed you to go through that corner, but then you really do need to be making space for me on the next section. So, some inexperience. You can forgive a 22-year-old who's new to the Nordschleife and give him a little bit of slack, I suppose, in the early days of that. Manuel Metzger, who leads the SP8T division in the Team Bilstein by Black Falcon BMW M4. That's the 150 car. And SP8T has quite a number of entries, as it so often does. What have we got? 8 cars in SP8T for the first race of the season, and a good spread of manufacturer as well. Aston Martin, BMW, the 2 Supras are in that class as well from Toyota Gazoo Racing. Actually, having said that, let me just check, because there is a Supra certainly represented in 8T. Yes, Gazoo Racing's cars are as well. 172 and 173. More pit stops happening as one of the Toyo Tires Supras comes into pit lane. That's the 160 car for Nakayama, second currently in SP8T, so hunting down the Manuel Metzger-driven BMW. 11 seconds at the start of this lap was the difference between the top 2. Actually, that's a bit misleading, because the Jordan Pepper car, or at least Jordan's at the wheel of the Lamborghini now, began this lap in the pits with a scheduled stop. So that will drop the 27 car down the order in due course. It should have promoted Sven Muller back up to second position, in actual fact, and an excellent few laps out of the pits from Sven Muller. So he was all smiles in the garage when the German-speaking pit lane reporter approached, with a few minutes to spare, in fairness, and Snowy said, it's all part of the job, you've got to do that, and well, Sven took it in his stride.
Wise words.
And always. And then he got his head down, and these outlaps have been very good indeed to now be in a clear second position. With the greatest respect to the Door Motorsport McLaren, there was then just a little bit of a slowing down of the Nico Menzel Porsche, just because he couldn't get by, and that wasn't a question of being held up. You know, you're racing for position there, but the McLaren was actually a tad slower than the Porsche, so it was important that Nico Menzel cleared that as quickly as possible, and Michael Grenier was close enough to pounce it virtually in the same manoeuvre. So that put the Mercedes up to, what will that be, 4th position when all of this works its way out. But still, Ayhancan Guven with, well, greater than a 10-second lead. It's more like 15 seconds now back to Sven Muller. I suppose that the one saving grace for the 2 chasing Falcon Motorsport Porsches and for Michael Grenier's Mercedes is that they can run closer to the checkered flag. Therefore, when they pit, there will be fewer minutes on the clock and the less time they need to spend in pit lane once they eventually do get to that final pit stop. So yes, Guven's in a good position, but because he'll have about an hour to go when he does pit in probably the next 10 minutes, the more time left on the clock when you make your final stop, the worse it is for you, because the more time you've got to spend in the pit lane. And that's why these rules are, or the regulations are so good. They've been so well written. That it does tend to even the race up, even in the closing stages. First position confirmed again for Ayhancan Guven and Thomas Preining. That will be now 6 laps, I think, on the stint. So beginning the penultimate lap for Grello. And with, again, a big lead. It's nearly 30 seconds back to Sven Muller.
For clarity, penultimate lap of this stint.
Indeed.
Yes, he should have we've got an hour and 8 to go. Yes, he did get ahead of himself. I know you're good, Johnny, but...
I never get anything wrong, me.
Johnny, be good. There you go.
Yep, I heard that before.
Yeah. Have you not? No.
No, I have.
Yeah, really?
Many times, yes, yes.
Have a name Snowden, yeah. Snowballs, Lord Snowden, yeah, heard them all. Yeah.
Cheers, everyone.
So isn't it extraordinary, just to prove what I know about commentary? Where's Grello in this race? Nowhere. Haven't seen him. Not seen it on a camera, seen it flash by the commentary box a couple of times. It's not featured. What was I said that half an hour ago? Oh, look what's leading the race now. Grello. Yes. Yeah. Anybody need a delivery driver or supermarket stacker? Obviously no good at this, am I?
Oh, I thought you meant I mentioned Gubin as a delivery driver.
No, me, as in a
right, okay.
What, I couldn't even call the race.
No.
You know? Grello's nowhere. Actually, it's leading.
Gubin would have your products at your doorstep before you'd even click deliver.
Yeah.
But yes, it's difficult to miss a car in that kind of colour scheme, but we've done it for the first couple of hours, and that possibly by design, you know, stay out of trouble, stay out of the spotlight, and then be at the sharp end when it matters to draw in as many points as possible. This is great from their qualifying perspective as well, of course. Data will be looked at from this race as we work our way through the season and focus on the big one over the weekend of the 21st and 22nd of June. So Guven, Muller, Menzel, all in Porsches, two of which very similarly liveried, the other one not, as in yellow and green, the Grello colours. Now darting its way through at Sabine Schmidt's curve was the 54 car. Bastian Boos is back at the wheel of the Dynamic GT Porsche. So Boos ahead of Mike Stursberg in his Black Falcon example. Very good lap there, I notice, in SP9 Pro for Markus Winkelhock. Now, it's showing as a best lap, but that's a best lap within SP9 Pro. So I think that's the only car in Pro this weekend, in actual fact. But nevertheless, a decent circuit there.
Back to full course green as well, by the way, Johnny. A few minutes ago, for the first time in a little while.
Actually, I'm going to correct what I've just said, because there's, I'm getting confused with what's the other category? There is an SP Pro, isn't there? Sometimes we get SP Pros. I was misreading that, but that is an SP9 Pro fastest lap. So it is a new fastest lap of the race, therefore, from Markus Winkelhock in the number 15 Audi. That's the Audi that pitted at the end of the formation lap, and we really haven't seen it shine since then. But the only car to date to get below an 8-minute lap time, 7:59. Well, we saw 7:51s in qualifying this morning, but within the race, that is the first sub 8-minute lap for Markus Winkelhock.
So who's the Black Falcon driver just being interviewed? It's sudden enough to have his shades on in the pit lane. It's he does look cool. It's not just a cool look. He actually needs them.
Yeah, one of the Bilstein cars.
Yeah.
But I also am noticing.
Sorry, go on, Tony.
I also noticing Zimmerman on his race suit as well. So it might be one of the drivers from car 900, potentially. Alex Hart, Peter Ludwig, Mike Rosenberg driving that 900 car. Otherwise, well, I'd already talked about the Bilstein, the Team Bilstein Black Falcon BMW M4, which is the leader in SP8T. And that car has been at the sharp end of 8T.
It's the car 150. It's
indeed. Well, Manuel Metzger's been at the wheel of that for a while. But Metzger's teammate is who, sorry?
Well, no, so you've got Metzger, you've got Steve Brown, Jimmy Broadbent, and it says MG Sharudin.
Yes.
And that's what it just came up on the screen. It said follow at. So that's who's being interviewed. It's one of those like a self, and we've got one of those odd names in the entry list. Not a full name, as it were. It's definitely not Zimmerman. Zimmerman must be a partner, sponsor. Misha Sharudin.
Misha Sharudin, yes.
Of YouTube fame, according to Ian McCarthy. Thank you, Ian. Good to have you on board again. Round one. Haven't given you a mention yet. Of YouTube fame that I've clearly missed. A bit like the DJ or the person that Johnny went to see in a gig recently, and I didn't know who it was.
No, well,
he wasn't surprised. He said he was going to a gig, and I politely inquired, because I'm that sort of chap, of who was he going to see, and he gave me a name and said, "Let me guess, you've never heard of him." And I was like, "Yeah, you're not wrong."
But
you're always right.
In fairness, exactly. I expected to turn up at this gig and maybe meet another 5 people that had heard of this guy. And in fairness, the Hammersmith Apollo was absolutely rammed to the rafters. So it was a popular gig last night, and a chance to then scoot to the Nürburgring early this morning. Hey, you've got to know the right people to get you here, there and everywhere, which I do.
That's because you've got a fast track. I had to come here the night before.
I see. No, but I needed someone to get me to the airport at speed. And
another table for one for Snowden.
It was a choice between Aitken Guvin and Peter Snowden. And I went for the driver of Grello, purely because I thought, you're going to have a strong race today. And so it's proved to this point. Nearly 30 seconds to the good. How much code 60 have we got? Not much at all. In fact, none. There are no yellow flags. There's no code 60 out there right now.
I mentioned that 5 minutes ago.
I was listening. And of course, it's important to update our listeners about every 5 minutes, I would suggest, because it changes so much. So there's your latest one. We should hang a sponsor on that somehow. 3:15. And how much time has Guvin got then for the remainder of this stint? I suggested he was heading on to his penultimate lap of the stint, just to be sure. And he's in the final sector now on the Dottinger Hoor, so probably not in at this lap, at the end of this lap. Push it for one more, because you can be a further 8 minutes or so closer to the checkered flag, and therefore 8 more minutes further down on the scale that determines your minimum pit stop reference time, and that could be so crucial. So I'm expecting the Grello Porsche to appear at the end of the start-finish line in a moment on the racetrack rather than in the pit lane. We'll see whether that gap's come down. He does indeed stay out, Guvin. One more lap to go before the final pit stop there. And what are the sector times like so far on this lap for Sven Muller? Well, he was very marginally faster than Guvin through the first sector, slower through sector 2, quicker though through sectors 3 and 4. And that gap of 28 seconds may well have come down to perhaps 25, maybe closer to 20 seconds. It's 26.3 for Sven Muller in the Falcon Motorsports car. Nico Menzel across the line, only 6 seconds between the two Falcon cars, and Michael Grenier is even less time back than that, 5 seconds, call it, actually 4.9. Here's Kelvin van der Linde in the Rover Racing BMW. He's about to cross the line now as well and begin. That's not necessarily his penultimate lap. How long ago did the Van der Linde BMW pit? 5, now 6 laps ago, so probably 2 more to come for Kelvin van der Linde in the 98 car. I'm just suddenly struck by the fact that, is it a surprise to see van der Linde of the Kelvin variety in a BMW? Only because, hasn't he been aligned with a different manufacturer for more recent years?
Thought that was Sheldon, but
no, he's the Audi. No, Kelvin's the Audi driver.
Yeah.
And whereas Sheldon is the BMW. I'd always have to check that, but Sheldon has regularly raced with WRT BMWs. Of course, WRT have had strong links with Audi through the years, but what I'll need to check now is in the N24 of 2024, who raced which manufacturer, and whether that's a deliberate change, which I've missed over the winter period, to bring perhaps both of the South African brothers into the same mark for the new season. No stopping these Porsches at this stage, though. Gaps are growing and then opening, growing and then condensing here and there, but it's Grello that are in the strongest positions right now. In Cup 2, a really good fight between Arne Hofmeister and Tobias Muller. 4.6 seconds is the gap between the top two in the quickest of the 911 GT3 Cup cars. So Mullner Motorsports 921 leading the 48 Losch Motorsport car of Tobias Müller, and that could very easily change in the closing stages of the race. Expecting then the race leader to pit at the end of this lap, but it will need to pit, will the Grello car, for longer, as in be in the pits for longer than the two chasing Porsches of Falken Motorsports, and that could well make the difference as we head into the final hour of the first NLS race of the season, Snowy.
Can't believe some of it's gone already. Can't believe we're into the final hour of round one already. And what a change as well. I can't get over. I know go on about it and tell me to shut up, you probably will. But such a variety of manufacturers on that start grid, and Porsches, the first Porsche being P10, and now we've got Porsches right the entire podium. Manthey and Falken, incredible. But there are still 57 minutes to go. Lots of things could change. Can it be a Falken 1-2? I'm not sure. What have we got on strategy runs? We've got 26 seconds between Guven and Müller in the Manthey stroke Falken cars. And then Nico Menzel is a further 6.1 seconds behind his teammate Sven Müller. They were the two that pitted literally line astern. And that got caught up with the... Nico Menzel got caught up with the duo-driven McLaren, didn't it? Yeah. Lost a little bit of time, and just one of those things, just the way traffic fell and back markers, and that's how it can go. But that McLaren is now running in 6th, and so we've got Michel Grenier and the Mercedes in between, and Kelvin van der Linde in this Rover Racing number 98 BMW in 5th. So 3 Porsches in the top 3, and then Mercedes, BMW, McLaren. Back to Porsches again, Audi. We've got 3 cars in the pits, 10th, 11th and 12th. 10th is the Hofmeister-driven Müller Motorsport 911 GT3 Cup 2 car. That's our leading Cup 2 cars. Just behind that in 11th place is another Müller in the 48 Losch Motorsport Cup 2 car. And then 12th is the number 36 SP9 Pro-Am Valkenhorst Motorsport Aston Martin Vantage that started second, but we say that car started on slicks, dropped down. It wasn't the tyre to have on that opening lap quite, but it came back to it. It did a very short stint, didn't it? It did a 4-lap stint in that car to start with, and then an 8 laps to try and get back up the order. I would say that car's probably going to improve further. I would say it's completely out of shot for a race win, even though it did lead quite comfortably at one point. It was P2 on the grid, and it did lead quite well at one point. I'd say that's out of it. If it could make it into... I think it can improve its position. I would honestly be surprised if it's above top 5. It might be 6th, 7th, I think, in reality, just from where it is now.
I found the crucial press release, which I'm sure I read at the time and then instantly forgot it, maybe a month later. But starting in the 2025 season, the name van der Linde will appear twice at BMW M Motorsport, with Kelvin van der Linde becoming a BMW M Works driver, following in the footsteps of his brother Sheldon, who's been at the mark since 2019. So 28-year-old Kelvin will undertake an extensive racing program with the new BMW M4 GT3 Evo. Further details will be announced at the beginning of next year. Well, we don't need further details now. He's in his first NLS race for BMW and with Rover Racing. So that's easier in my mind now. I don't have to think about 2 different manufacturers for the van der Linde family. They are both with BMW, and Kelvin driving the 98 car, running in 5th at this stage. But the gap, first second, between 2 Porsche 911 GT3Rs is the better part of half a minute. And will Sven Müller be able to do anything about that? He's kind of dropped his teammate Nico Müller during this stint. Nico Menzel, sorry. So Sven Müller back to Nico Menzel was 6 seconds at the start of this lap. But now that wonderful scene around every corner to not have any purple boards, not have any yellow flags, and that run particularly through Klostertal and Kesselchen now at full speed.
Big shout out to Ian McCarthy. Again. Always put him on board. He's just messaged me privately, as it were, not on the whole social thing, and just went, in lieu of what you're saying there, Johnny, Kelvin has joined Sheldon at BMW this season. they shared a car at Bathurst this year, full stop. Followed by, and won, no less. Small point. Thank you so much, Ian McCarthy.
See, you and I, for the Bathurst 12 hours, were waiting next to our phones, weren't we, for the start of February, thinking, well, we might get to go this year. And had we gone, we would have known that. But instead, of course, we watched every minute of it from our armchairs at home. And just like any other race weekend, as soon as the next one arrives, I instantly forget what's gone on in the previous one. So I've since then done 10 hours of the Qatar World Endurance Championship race. And I've totally forgotten who won that as well. No, I haven't.
No, it was we have a lot to process, Johnny.
It was a top 3 of Ferrari 499Ps, in fact. And the first time a Ferrari as a hypercar that has ever won a race outside of the 24 Hours of Le Mans in the current World Endurance Championship.
So despite winning Le Mans twice back to back.
Had never won a 6 hour, and still hasn't won a 6 hour. In fact, apart from the privateer Ferrari, the yellow one.
Yep.
But either of the 2 red ones still waiting for their first
team.
There you go.
The term I was told when I was in the pits of Le Mans last year, not to refer to the Kubica car as a privateer. It's a satellite team.
You're quite right.
Right next door. That was the official Ferrari terminology, which is absolutely fine.
I agree.
But yeah, equally, don't do Le Mans for 50 years, come back and win.
Yeah.
Pretty impressive.
Yeah.
So, meanwhile, back here at the Nürburgring on the race we're actually calling at the moment.
Are we?
Yes, that's the one. So, race leader, the Grello 911 Manthey Porsche, number 911, is in the pits. And there's a driver change there, is there not?
Yeah, it'll be Thomas Preining, I reckon, now to the finish, because Preining did the opening stint, but it wasn't a full stint, as in it wasn't the full even 7 laps for Preining. I think he did 5. I was going to guess 6, but he did 5. Then we've had an 8-lap stint from Ayhancan Guven, a further 8 laps from the Turkish driver, and now Preining to the finish. And this is just perfect timing with 50 minutes on the clock. Yes, it's going to have to be a relatively long pit stop because of the amount of minutes to the checkered flag, but is that, I mean, the less time that Müller and Menzel have to stand in the pits, it's not going to close a 17-second gap, is it? Or might it? We're not going to find out until, well, another 4 laps or so, once Müller and Menzel have completed their stints, and then that's going to be a fascinating fight towards the finish.
Well, I mentioned the casualness or casual approach with which Sven Müller ambled to his Falcon Motorsport entry on the driver change with Maurice Schöring a few minutes ago, and the well-drilled Manthey team, EMA team there, exactly the same, as you just said, right on cue. They've got a long pit stop at the moment, so less haste, more speed, more precision. They've literally just done a driver swap. The car's up in the air, the wheels are off it, and the 4 are taken away. No running into one another, falling over, injuries, whatever. 4 more wheels and tyres come out, on they go. Cool, calm, precise, get the job done. Efficient.
Yep. That's Manthey through and through. The team no longer kind of overseen by Olaf Manthey, but the name is retained. You couldn't ever replace it, could you? So some of the personnel surrounding the team might have changed, but their ability to turn the car around during a pit stop certainly has not. 4 fresh Michelin tyres for Grello.
Oh, just what I was thinking. I'm sorry, I'm just watching Grello going out there. Fresh slicks, Grello on the Nordschleife. It's just testosterone on tyres, isn't it?
Nice bit of terminology there, turn of phrase. You've been holding that one back for the final hour. I like it. It's almost as if we put Peter Snowden on fresh broadcasting tyres for the closing stages. And Thomas Preining, well, it's questionable who has been the quickest driver of the 2 between Guven and Preining. Preining's had a good spell off for lunch, hasn't he? He's gone back to hospitality, a couple of stints, so that's well over 2 hours, and now in for the grandstand finish. It might not actually need that. Maybe Thomas Preining has got things nice and comfortable. However, Sven Müller will have very different ideas. I thought he was going to be held up a tad more by a slower BMW from the 240i class than he was, as he heads down towards Breitscheid now, and the second entry point for the tourist laps right by the Tankstelle there. So you cross a little access tunnel and then the main road itself before climbing back up the other side on the run towards Bergwerk, and then the real fast stuff that we've been mentioning a lot at Kesselchen and Klostertal, and then the important braking area into the base of the Caracciolo Carousel. There is a code 60 returning, though, to the racetrack, and this time at the Foxhole. And
yeah,
it's because
it's for 808.
808 State.
Which is our CS Cupra TCR from the TCR class. Funny enough, there's only two cars in that class, or there's only one now. Jens Wolf, I think.
I've got Beerwanger at the wheel of the Cupra. Say it, Cupra?
Yeah, but I haven't even got him on the entry list. I've got Jens Wolf or Dennis Leising.
Interesting. That might well have changed, and not for the first time, from an entry list to the eventual list we get on a Saturday morning. Kim Beerwanger sharing with, yes, Dennis Leising and Jens Wolf. So third driver introduced into the Cupra, running second in SP3T. So for the hot hatch turbocharged cars, that's what the T stands for. Door Motorsports McLaren 720S leading the SP9 Pro-Am part of the race. We rather suggested that the three quickest cars this morning in qualifying that turned out to be Pro-Am cars, that they wouldn't necessarily stay at the sharp end for the full duration. And so it has proved, because the top 6 overall now are all SP9 Pro cars. Then a couple of SP9 Pro-Ams in the form of the Door Motorsport McLaren and the Black Falcon Team EAE Porsche. That's the gold car with the red rear wing end plates and the EAE backing. Ben Boonagel's taken the 48 car over now, so it might be going as quick as it's done all day with a driver of Ben's quality. We've seen that a number of times in the past in the Cup 2 division. Ben making the step up to SP9 for 2025. Then Peter Ludwig in the Scherer-Sport PHX Audi. That car could have done a lot better today were it not for a very early pit stop at the end of the formation lap. We have had an even better lap in SP9 Pro, and that's actually been done by Kelvin van der Linde in his Rover Racing BMW. So the switch to the Bavarian brand looks to be a good fit for Kelvin, joining his brother Sheldon. Race winners at the Bathurst 12 hours, as Ian McCarthy was informing us, reminding us. And now Kelvin's done a 7:58.1 in car number 98. That's the quickest lap of the day to date, as we have got a little under, no, bang on, 45 minutes still to go of this race. Pryding's back into it, working out now when Sven Muller and Nico Menzel will next need to pit. It's within the next 4 laps. It might even be, well, have they gone on to a 5th lap within the stint, is the question. There's been a spin for Porsche number 909, I can tell you. Christopher Brook and Michele Di Martino, and a delicate rejoining there, because there's quite a high curb on the inside of that corner. Very easy to do damage to the splitter or the undertray of the car.
Other bits, exactly. So easy. You'll just catch a line or something underneath, and it's so often it can be so frustrating. What's an innocuous little spin, you're frustrated, so you flick it round and go over the curb, don't realise it's there because you're unsighted, and you clatter something underneath, and you do a line or water or something, and what then retires the car as a result of that spin, but you don't actually hit anything. And it seemed frustrating from your point of view as a driver, but as an engineer, they'll just go, yeah, but it's because you didn't rejoin in a orderly fashion, if you like, and they just sit there and go, oh, here we go. So I've heard.
Now, the other thing that I didn't mention is actually the 909 that's had the spin was leading Cup 2. So we talked a lot about SP9 Pro and Pro-Am, understandably, but of course the next quickest class is always Cup 2. And, well, was Di Martino, was that a push, or did he... So
that's Nagelsdijk was right behind him in the full
Nagelsdijk, yeah.
Only 4 tenths behind.
Well, he was only 4 tenths behind. Surely he's now in the lead of that class in 9:48. But did he jump or was he pushed?
That's the Black Falcon car now, isn't it? It's here, so... So that's Foxhole, isn't it?
Yes.
Just got the end of Foxhole they've just come out of.
But my query is, did Nagelsdeek make contact with Di Martino to cause that spin, or was it entirely independent? We didn't actually witness it at first hand. All I caught sight of was Michele Di Martino recovering and trying to do so as quickly as possible, but he will have lost a great deal of ground. I can tell you it's 30 seconds that he's lost, looking at the Sector 2 time, almost 1 minute 40.
Van der Linde into the pits.
Whereas Nagelsdeek did a 1 minute 10 through the second stint. Yeah, here's Van der Linde. So another reason why he was really pushing on was that they were in laps. Although the actual in-lap proved to be quite a bit slower because of those yellow flags at the Foxhole and in other places too. But a big change around in Cup 2. Tim Scheerbart can't be that far away from Noah Nagelsdeek either. So Nagelsdeek is the flat 6 you can hear in the background of car number 948, but I reckon 921's pretty close by for Mühlner Motorsport. That's not 921 in front. That is the 959. So here we go. Nagelsdeek on the tail of 909. This is the lead for Cup 2 a few moments ago, and I'm sure there's going to be contact. Big time. And that's what spun the 909 car virtually into the wall. And therefore, surely, Noah Nagelsdeek is not going to be in clear air here either. They're going to look at that, and he is very vulnerable. Although he's the class leader, he's very vulnerable for a penalty before the end of the race.
He certainly is. There's definitely an element of jeopardy there. I'm just going to have a quick look at this here. So we're going up into the Vidal chicane.
It was after the chicane. It was going into Sabrina Schmidt.
Yeah, what I'm saying is there. So the lead car, which was the... Remind me, joining the car that got turned.
It was the 909.
909.
Kay Kramer.
He did run wide on the right-hand part of that and lost time.
Yeah.
Which, as you then come back to the right-hand side of the car, allowed Nagelsdeck to think, is there a chance? And I don't think anybody turned in on that. I think it's that running wide, and it's that driver mentality of, is that my opportunity?
Yeah.
Because you're also approaching Sabine Schmidt's curve, i.e. the Nordschleife, and your opportunities diminish there. So I think it was an opportunistic move. I'm not saying it was a wrong one. It is open to a penalty. That's not for us to decide, and that's for powers that be in race control to decide. But
yes, I entirely agree. But my concern was there was contact, and regardless of where the blame lies, if anywhere, Nagelsdeek has got to think, well, I've just got to push on now and try and get as best a finish as possible. However, if we see a penalty for 948 between now and the checkered flag, that will be the reason why, and Nagelsdeek will have that annoying thing in his mind now to think, oh, that wasn't a clean manoeuvre for either of us at the Sabine Schmidt's curve. And then Tim Scheerbart then for the Mühlner Motorsport crew could be in a very strong position in 921. He's not got by Nagelsdeek. Well, having said that, I don't think he has. I'm just looking at the split times through Sector 3, and there's about 3 seconds difference there. But they began the lap with about that distance between them as well. The interesting thing is, where is Christian Krognes in between Nagelsdeek and Scheerbart, because he was wedged in the Aston Martin right between those two Cup 2 Porsches. For the time being, though, having seen a pit stop for Thomas Preining in the 911, it is the Falcon Motorsport Porsches who are back to the lead of the race at this first NLS race of the season, the 70th edition of the ADAC Westfalenfahrt, live here on the Radio Show Limited network of channels. You tune to RS3.
volles Motorsporterlebnis nach Hause. Dein Online-Shop für Simracing-Hardware und Zubehör. www.simraceshop.de.
Liebe Fans, lovely Fans, besucht uns auf unseren Social Media Kanälen.
Follow us
auf Facebook, Instagram,
YouTube und TikTok. Willkommen bei der NLS.
Falcon Motorsport Porsches, having been separated by as many as 10 seconds not too long ago, now with 36 minutes still to go in this first NLS race of the season, there's 3.5 seconds that separate Sven Muller from Nico Menzel. But it's all about when these two cars pit, and they will need to pit again. Whereas Thomas Preining, down in 5th position, has made his final stop. He's got enough fuel, we think, till the finish, so he will stay out, whereas the 4 cars ahead will all have to visit the pit lane once more. And in fact, Bastian Boos for Dynamic GT is doing that exactly now in the 54 car. So Dynamic Porsche in from 3rd position. That will drop it probably away from the podium. Raffaele Marciello in the BMW for Rover Racing maybe should not be discounted for a podium result, but it's looking very strong for Porsche, Peter Snowden, in this opening affair in the NLS. Perhaps anyone's between the single Grello car and the 2 Falcon Motorsports cars, but it depends how clean these final few laps of this particular stint are for both Sven Muller in car 3 and Nico Menzel in car 4.
Anything can happen, as you know, it often does on the Nordschleife. The weather's been kind to us. It wasn't so good at the very start of the race, but that cleared up pretty quickly. We've had a clear, bright, dry, sunny run for the rest of this race. 34 minutes left to go. We have, by the way, lost number 300. Those of you that are familiar with that car, that's the Dacia Logan. Pulled off at Schwalbenschwanz, actually. I think it looks like it's a technical issue. It's been pulled back into behind the barriers there on one of the escape roads. So that's out. It's a shame, so close to the end of the race. But these 2 cars, these 2 Falcon cars, so when I'm saying cars, as in the 2 team cars, right in front of me. 3 and 4, Muller and Menzel, Falcon Motorsports 911 GT3s. They've both got a pit, as you said. Dynamic Motorsport are in the pits already in 3rd place. That car's in there, the 54. So that's getting in, and that'll run to the end then. Well, they pitted these 2 together, and when they last time pitted them together, came out together, same gap. I commented on not how casual, but how organised and relaxed the pit stop was, as it was with Grello, Manthey, EMA. Are they going to do the same thing again, or are they going to stagger them very slightly, or they're going to try and get a 1-2 finish? Now, that's not helping there for number 3 at the moment. It's just being held up enormously. I think that's Horak, actually. Yeah. We will see. So Porsches at the moment, 1, 2, 3, 4. Falcons 1 and 2. Dynamic with Caraoli at the wheel and Marcus Puni in the number 911 Manthey Grello car in 4th position. BMW it is, it's in 5th. That's the number 98 single entry this time of the, we've mentioned it before, and normally an absolute star of these races, Raffaele Marciello in the M4 GT3. And it is SP9 Pro cars right down to 7th place. She's Jordan Pepper in the Red Bull Team Apt Lamborghini Huracan. 8th 8th, 9th and 10th are SP9 Pro Am cars. Uta Racing Duo Motorsport is the Audi, the McLaren and the Black Falcon Porsche. And our first Cup 2 cars, which were much higher up the field at one point, are now down in 15th, which is Müller Motorsport with Shearbath at the wheel of that now, the 921 car. Nagel's Deck just behind him in the, sorry, just behind, I would say, and 13 seconds now after that incident. Di Martino in the Kramer car, Grutter in the SRS team Rendsburg, and Rosenberg in the Black Falcon. So 15, 16, 17, 18 and 19th there are the Cup 2 cars. The 2 Falcon Porsches, that's what we need to see on timing now. So I'm going to have a very quick look at our scheduling, what they've done. Scheduling, what do I mean? Strategy, what they've done drive time wise.
It can be called scheduling, I suppose. Yeah. In the ideal world, it would be scheduling, not that you can necessarily schedule to the precise moment when you're going to be pit stopping cars. But the Falcon machines are now into the carousel. It's quite a busy carousel with 3 other cars on that concrete strip. But there was no real opportunity to get by. Now going into the code 60 on the carousel exit. So this
that's brought Menzel right in touch with.
It really has, yeah.
With his teammate.
And careful not to overlap until this point.
Yeah.
Then you get moving, so you can.
Nico Menzel flashing the lights again straight away. Like I'm here, I'm here, I'm here. I know you am. I know you know I'm here, but I am here.
Yeah. And the one thing that is allowed, as long as you're not overlapping the car in front, you are actually allowed to pull out of line from it, so as if you're in a different lane. And that gives you clear line of sight on where you want to go next, and also just means you've got less to do. Once you see the green flag, you haven't got to jink out of line anymore. You've already done that bit.
And it's also a statement of intent to the car that you're passing, because they know you've moved there. Like, okay, fine, you haven't broken any rules, that's fine. And there's no point in arguing this anyway, but they've got their own race in different class, these. But it is that statement of intent of, I'm here, I'm alongside, I'm not in front, but don't get in my way.
Yeah.
Just like middle lane drivers on the motorway, isn't it? Sit in the middle lane. Is it safe? Anyway, don't get me started on that.
It's fine as long as there's no other cars around. But I mean, I've done that plenty of times. And then as soon as you see headlights away in the distance, then you pull to the inside lane and allow people by. But
yes. You'd have thought.
There's always a lot more debris in the inside line. In the inside lane is my defence, but I would never do it with fellow road users.
What is great fun is if you've got a massive box trailer on the back with a race car in or something, or empty.
And then hogging the middle lane.
No, even better. When you get the middle lane hogger, you're only doing 60, 65 legally with the trailer anyway.
Yes.
But they will sit there at 50 or whatever, go round them.
Yes.
Not supposed to go into that lane, but as you get alongside, just start blending across because they haven't seen the trailer.
Brilliant.
Doesn't half focus minds very quickly.
I bet, yeah.
I've heard tell from people that drive
that do that. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. I mean, you would never condone it, but you might applaud if you saw somebody else partaking, perhaps.
Yeah.
Here comes still the race leader, but how long for? In the form
3 seconds now.
Sven Müller, 3 point, yes. And that gap altering a tad here and there. Now, how many laps has Sven done to date? Let me just refresh. It was 5. Is it going to be any more than that? We might even get an answer as to whether the car is going to get fueled at the end of this.
4 laps each.
Here we go. No, it's going to stay out. It's going to stay out. I think it's more than 4 laps each. They have completed 6. This might even be 7 now. When did this stint actually start? Lap 18, I reckon. And how many are we up to now? 24. So we've done 6 more. So beginning on this stint, their penultimate lap to make it 7, and then they'll run to 8. But none of that will be enough to take them to the checkered flag. It'll be a further 16 minutes. So in actual fact, it's only going to be 10 minutes, aren't there, to go? And they're there or thereabouts till the checkered flag. And therefore, between 10 and 15 minutes to go when you pit could mean a very quick pit stop. And all of a sudden, the Falcon Motorsport Porsches are big time back in contention Because, I mean, you look at the gap between the two at this stage, as in between the best place of the Falcon Motorsport Porsches and Thomas Preining doing the chasing, it's a minute 52.
So how many laps are you saying left to run that they're likely to pit at?
They've just started lap 7 on this stint, and I reckon they'll run to 8 as usual.
Total of the race. So we've done 24 laps now, so they're going to be on, so what are you saying, lapping, coming in 2 laps time?
They pitted at the end of lap 9, they then pitted at the end of lap 17, was it? Therefore they can go till, I might only be at the end of lap 25. Let's just refresh, because the information though.
So if they pit at lap 25, they've got to have a 94-second pit stop.
So that, yeah, right. So they've completed 7 laps.
Yeah.
This is their in lap now. This is lap 8 on the stint. So they are going to pit having completed 25 laps.
25 laps. So 25 laps. So 24 laps to go. So it's actually 3 seconds less. So basically each lap at the end is 3 seconds.
That's about minutes, isn't it? That's minutes to go, not laps to go. Because it's done incrementally the amount of minutes remaining.
Yes, my apologies. You're absolutely right, of course. So we've got 26. It's going to be 24, isn't it? So each lap.
This lap
reduces 3 seconds pit stop.
This lap started 2 minutes ago. It's now 15:50, so call that 15:48. 8-minute lap. That'll take us to 15:56. And we're working till 15:15, aren't we? So that's 19. I call it 19 minutes to go on the stint.
Needs to be 4 minutes. Yeah.
Yes. So between 18, let's say 18 or 19 minutes.
19. So it's a three lap difference. So 3 seconds.
3 seconds.
So 19 will be 78 seconds. 18 minutes to go will be 75.
So best case scenario for the Falcon cars is 1 minute and 15 seconds in the pits. And that is not stationary for 1 minute and 15 seconds. It's within the pit lane confines for 1 minute and 15 seconds. And at the moment, surely that massively favours Falcon Motorsports, because the gap's grown significantly now back to Preining. And I don't know whether he's got on the wrong side of a... Did he get on the wrong side of a code 60 there? He's just done his best lap of the race, so that was a clean lap actually for the Preining-driven Manthey Porsche. 8:01.5. That was not too shabby at all. So that gap's going to come down hugely now. Again, this is favouring Manthey. This is the first time I've seen these lap times, but look, Falcon, who had to go through at least one code 60, 8 minutes 16 on lap 24, 8 minutes 15 on lap 24, whereas Manthey got a completely clear lap and brought back 14 seconds or so. So that again swings the pendulum maybe in the direction of Thomas Preining. The gap at the line is very misleading. It's nothing like 2 minutes or 2.5 minutes, as it is suggested, between Müller and Thomas Preining. So that's been shortened by at least 15 seconds. However, Preining would want that gap to be more like 1.5 minutes probably, because Müller and Menzel, we think, will have to spend 1 minute and 15, maybe 1 minute and 18 in pit road. So call that 1 minute and 20. Yeah, so if the real-time gap from first to second is more like 90 seconds, this is going to be phenomenally close when they all also finally rejoin.
So Raffaele Marciello's done an 8:03 in the 5th place Rover Racing BMW. Christian in the 6th place Mercedes Luget's-Green car. Lucas, my apologies. Done an 8-minute dead. Jordan Pepper in the Red Bull Lamborghinis done a 7:59 on their last laps.
Yeah.
Not the best of the race, their last lap. The ones that count right now.
So you can tell straight away where all of a sudden the green flag was waved, and it wasn't in time for the Falcon cars, but it was in time for pretty much everybody else. And clearly track conditions were good, but also they all seemed to get a good gap in the traffic as well, so very little delay. And yeah, on lap 24, of the top 8 runners, 4 of them did car best lap. So it's not even driver PBs, but car PBs for Manthey, number 911, the Lucas Hour-driven 17 Mercedes, the Red Bull Team Apt Lamborghini, Jordan Pepper, as you said, and the 69 Door Motorsport McLaren has done its best lap of the race. Admittedly, that's an 8:05.2, so not quite at the same level.
Menzel running line astern now, but they're also ready to come. They're coming in as lap we know, so they're ready for their pit stops. But sorry, Johnny, they've suddenly closed up through that traffic there and codes and flags, and they're now line astern again.
Entirely. 2.8 seconds at the start of this lap. Nothing like that now. Within a second of one another, and wanting, well, certainly Nico Menzel wanting to stay within touching distance of the lead car, maybe to switch them around on the Dottinger Hill. Would they try something as precarious as that? Well, if Menzel gets a run, then why not? And perhaps reverse the positions just in time for the pit stop. So sector times very close to one another. The top 5 cars all pretty much in the 106s, with the exception of Sven Muller, who just tipped into the 107s. Sector 2, mid 103s, and then the longer sector, longer sector 3 was closer to 158, 159. Sector 4's the longest at just north of 3 minutes. And onto the Dottinger Hill. In fact, Nico Menzel's not going to be anywhere close enough to a chance to get a slipstream on Sven Muller. But there in the background, now heading underneath the way ahead bridge at Antonius Bucher. And swinging gently left and right before you then hit meaningfully that brake pedal to arrest the speed of these top-notch SP9 cars. Both are going to jink to the right-hand side just in time to thread their way into pit road for the final time. And they have been in lockstep with one another from the start, really. These two Falken Motorsport Porsches, no hint of a split strategy, sticking with one another in every twist and turn. Brand new tyres, possibly scrub tyres being called forward.
So if your assertion is correct, that it's time in the pit there was 20 full minutes left of the race to go.
20, okay.
And they came in. So that gives them an 80 second stop.
Yeah. And that's probably the reason why it's a little more hurried. They're not worrying about driver changes. Less fuel to go in compared to a full hour's worth of a stint, or an hour and 5 that they can sometimes do. And now the question is, where is Thomas Preining? Well, he hasn't yet reached the start of the Dottinger Hill. He's somewhere in that pretty long sector that takes just more than 3 minutes to get through. This is a painful amount of time to be watching disappear on the stopwatch. Now they're being sent away. Still, Preining almost one tripping over the other, because the one with the red
jump, wasn't he?
Well, yeah.
Almost.
The one with the red door mirrors, car number 4, almost got ahead of the 3. Where is Thomas Preining? Still waiting for him to cross the line at the end of lap 25. Well, we're still waiting for him to arrive on the Dottinger Hill, unless my timing screen needs a refresh. No, it's showing both cars going out of pit road, and only now does Thomas Preining appear on the Dottinger Hill. So he's still got 1 minute and 22 seconds to go. Actually, it should be shorter than that, because it won't be an in-lap, but nevertheless, this is a big lead of about 50 seconds, probably, maybe slightly more than that, over Thomas Preining, which you've got to think in 18 minutes is almost an impossibility to close in on drivers of the skill level of Sven Muller and Nico Menzel.
Never say never, though, and never give up.
Well, I mean, Grello will be not necessarily wishing this on a fellow Porsche runner, but with both cars running at such close quarters, all you need is a back marker to have a moment in front of, let's say, Muller, and it could account for both cars. If one goes spearing off in one direction, the other one could easily collect it, and that would be a dream result over in a flash. So I quite agree with you. You've still got pretty much the length of a Formula Ford race still to go at just under 20 minutes. There is the Kuss-backed Grello car, number 911, now turning right at the first corner, priming over the line, and the gap is actually timed at 2 minutes, but that is compared, remember, to when the Porsches arrived in pit road. It's a lot less than that in reality.
They're effectively a lap of the GP circuit down, aren't they?
Yeah, so it's let's say I'm going to say 50 seconds as a guess, and that's the gap from the race leader back to this third place car. It's a lot less than that to Matteo Cairoli, who still has a chance of finishing on a podium in the dynamic Porsche, number 54.
So I think we kind of entered the phase of the race now where it's fair to say that mentality-wise, psychic approach, it's Falcon's race to lose. It's theirs. It's theirs to take. So as you say, don't muck it up. Don't make any mistakes. Keep it sweet. Keep it clean. Keep it on the grey stuff. Don't use the curves too much. Think about your back markers a bit more without losing that effect. That metronome effect of keeping in rhythm, because as our colleague Joe Bradley said many years ago and a good few times since, quite rightly, you can't teach a racing driver to drive slowly. You actually come out of your rhythm. That's the danger. So you sit there and think, okay, I'm leading and it's a 1-2. So logically for the team, you want to sit there and go, right, we want to back this result. So you start to drive differently. Don't take risks, but just drive the same still. Otherwise you will then have a slip up. And it's that trying to be too considerate is likely to make yourself trip over one another.
Yeah. So you need to take stock of where you are in the race without changing anything too significantly, because if you change the whole landscape and say, right, we'd like to back off so much so that we want to avoid doing an extra lap, for instance, that just goes against everything that's ingrained in a racing driver. If you have to go round for an extra 8 minutes, then so be it, because it means that you cement the race victory. It brings its own risk, of course, because you've got to do another 25 kilometres of this place. However, it's better than trying to confuse matters. I mean, do you remember, was it last year when Red Bull Team Apt tried to orchestrate a finish? I think it was in the opening 2 races last April, and on the Saturday race, it was, I think Kelvin van der Linde was in that car and Jordan Pepper was in that car, and they tried to ease up. Maybe they were concerned about fuel, I forget now, but they slowed things down to ensure that they knew that that was the final lap rather than being pushed onto another one. But they backed off way too much, and in the end gave the race win away to the Grello car, I seem to remember, in one of the most bizarre finishes in recent NLS years. And Red Bull Team Apt just held their hands up and said, we just miscalculated and we didn't need to back off quite that much. It relies very much on your radio communication being absolutely bang on, which notoriously it's not around this sort of place because of the amount of scenery that gets in the way. The other thing I've only just noticed on the top of the Manthey car is a really long aerial to data backwards and forwards, but on the top of the aerial, I'm sure there's a foxtail. I'm sure there's a foxtail fluttering at the very top of the aerial, because the Manta's not in the race and hasn't been for a while. So we do need another car displaying the foxtail, or at least an imitation version of it. We'll try and catch that next time it comes around. There's a few more laps to go. Porsches 3 and 4 still leading the race. They've done their final stops as well. And the gap at the start of this lap was as little as 1.7 seconds. It has opened up a touch since then, because, well, actually at the end of the Grand Prix lap, the chasing Falcon Motorsport Porsche number 4 of Nico Menzel was marginally faster, but then 0.6 of a second slower through sector 2. And about half a second slower through sector 3. So our Falcon Motorsports showing just the indications that they're trying to open that gap a little bit more to take away any more inherent risk. You want to try and run those cars as close as possible to make the ideal promotional photograph at the end. but not so close that if one has an issue, even if it's just a tyre that goes down, then the other car is not directly involved. The last thing you want is for the race leader of two teammates having an issue and the other one being drawn into it. I'm saying this a lot, but, you know, hey, it's about trying to introduce a bit of jeopardy to this race.
Absolutely.
921 is in the Cup 2 division.
It's the Müller car, isn't it?
It's the Müller car, driven by Tim Scheerbart. So Scheerbart's actually got ahead now of Noah Nagelsteig. Did we ever hear whether Nagelsteig got a penalty for that incident?
I don't know. I will just go and check on.
Only because they have now switched positions, and Nagelsteig trails Scheerbart by about 25 seconds or so. So it might have been a trip down the pit lane, perhaps for car number 948. The gloriously turned out Ford Mustang from HRT in its Ravenol. Oh, say gloriously turned out. I haven't noticed the damage on the rear right corner. It looks absolutely resplendent on the left side. So if you're...
it looks like the deckel wrap was coming off. I'm not sure there was like any damage.
I know, there's a big chunk of
oh, is there?
Yeah.
Oh,
diffuser that's also trailing. So it's been tagged somewhere along the line.
Oh, yes, you can see it a little bit more. Oh, yeah, there's a big hole in it, isn't there?
Yeah, I mean, they've attempted to take that up. There's a lot of tape peeling off as well. But there's quite a bit of the rear wheel arch that is missing from that car. So whether that's run into the wall, or I think more likely it's had a bit of a nibble from a fellow race car, and looks perfect from the three-quarter angle when you look at it from sort of front right and rearward from there. Nothing that won't polish out, of course.
Looks better than its sister car.
Well, that's a very good point. But I do like the paint scheme they've gone for with their Ravenol backing for 2025. So one is the typical blue of that particular brand, and then, as you very well put it, the inverted colours of the predominantly yellow with the blue detailing for car number 6. Let's hope we get to see action from car 2 in later NLS races this season. A little more than 10 minutes to go, and the race leader has just crossed the line. They're now back onto another lap. So this will be 27 laps into the book, 26 completed, on to lap 27. And that will mean that we'll finish this lap and we'll squeeze one more out of it.
Yeah, 28th, won't we?
Yeah, you don't want to be you can't be toying with 2 extra minutes to try and fashion the end of the race. So they will just totally focus on this being a 28-lap race, therefore. And the pace is still very good. They're separated by 2.7 seconds, but decent consistency again through the first sector on the Grand Prix lap. Still pretty busy in places. 150, is that still the SB8T leader? Yes, it is, with Misha Sharudin, or as he's down on the entry list as follow at MG Sharudin. He's back at the wheel. He was being interviewed not too long ago, but that Team Bilstein by Black Falcon BMW, now in the command of the YouTuber. Mercedes in its all black colours, which is the number 17. Now this is the place that is most likely to change in the closing stages. 6th and 7th. Well, even that's going to be taken away from us, sadly, because the Huracan needs a pit stop. I would be surprised if that's a scheduled stop, necessarily, because I thought the Mercedes and the Lambo were about the same. I've got 5 laps completed by Jordan Pepper, but it might be that my information needs a quick refresh. So
is he in now? Is that just into the pit now?
Yeah, the Lambo's in, yeah. And I was just wondering whether that was, by schedule, or whether there was a genuine problem for the Lamborghini at that point. Car 27, no, it did need fuel and wouldn't have been able to make the finish, because that was 7th, becoming its 8th lap.
Yeah.
So a very quick stop for car 27, but unfortunately any opportunity of gaining one final place has gone by the wayside there, because I don't think Lucas Auer will need fuel. Let's just have a look. No, he's only 4 laps into a stint, so he can easily finish this race with the remaining fuel allowance. Pretty close now for Nico Menzel. He had one of the Ring Racing Porsches, I think that was, the Toyo Tyre Ring Racing car to his right, and it was neck and neck until the braking point. a little bit of a game of chicken into the foxhole, if you like. But the Porsche with the GT3 extra aero and winglets had the better turning scope, plus the fact it's on the lead lap, whereas the car it was trying to lap is not. That was slightly more of a grey area for the 959, but the driver of 959 did eventually see that the race leader wanted to get by. And that's actually the Cup 3 leader, so not wanting to waste too much time, 959 for SRS Team Zorg Rennsport. And both cars still very much in the clear. Driving that is Harley Horton, sharing with Heiko Eichenberg. So Heiko and Harley, big names in the Cup 3 part of the race. And I don't think that's in any danger of changing. There's a minute back to the nearest car and a further 7 seconds. So yeah, over a minute's lead now for Harley Horton, ahead of the 940 Adrenaline Motorsport 718 Cayman. Remember, Cup 3 is exclusively for Cayman GT4 Club Sports. And the race leader now on into the longest sector. Has that gap opened up anymore? I think it has, because Nico Menzel has not been able to get through the traffic quite as readily, which is not always the case when you're chasing your teammate. You know, if you can get nice and close to the rear bumper of car 3, for example, then the gaps are made by the race leader and you just squeak through. But sometimes it's a bit like following fellow cars in a convoy when you're off for a day out or something, and if you miss the gap on the roundabout, then all of a sudden you think, where's the lead car gone? Which turn did it take off the roundabout? Because I couldn't get in there. And sometimes if you're not quite on the boot lid, you can't make those gaps that the race leader's doing.
But at first sort of visual, we can see a bit there, and it is quite about coming up to the right-hand before the carousel. So it's going to be Muller going into the carousel Muller coming out of the carousel as Menzel goes in. Exactly that on that bit of concrete. Photo finish is always good for a team. It's always good for a bit of marketing and PR and your partners. So if you can't catch up, do you trust the race leader to slow down enough to make it a team photo and not have P2 suddenly nip by a la Le Mans 66?
I think with there being a 69-second gap back to Thomas Preining, and that's a gap from Menzel to Preining, then they've probably got enough in hand to play with.
Oh, they have. I'm just saying about the psychology of drivers. Do you slow down to let him in place?
And then Menzel nips by.
Menzel nips by. Yeah, it's Pironi Villeneuve style.
Yes, true.
I'll give him my word, but
yeah, let's close things up for a night. Oh, he's taking the position. The rat bag.
The cheeky monkey.
Well, let's see how Falcon manage this, but they have got the margin behind in order to do that. And yeah, some great stories coming out of NLS1 when you're of a Falcon persuasion, because they're just heading, in fact, towards Brunchen Corner, which has been renamed for the N24 as the Falcon Brunchen section of racetrack. There's some nice new banners being organised for that. Still, some of that stuff where the cars go light is just mind-boggling, particularly when you've got back markers to get by, and the car in front is just starting to dance around on the racetrack from left to right. You think, where on earth is it going to go next? Now there are BMWs side by side, so this is Nico Menzel needing to be patient, tucking in behind the 187 SP8T BMW at the Schwabentrans.
There was a teaspoonful of patience there. That was about it, really.
He was hustling on, wasn't he?
He was cracking on and relying on that BMW again. But again, just sitting there so calm.
Actually, that wasn't an SP8T car. That was the SP10 AM class leader.
GT4 then, yeah.
So Neil Wustenhagen, who drives, in SP10, but there is an SP10 AM category for this season, and that FK Performance Motorsport BMW is leading that class. There are at least 3 cars in that, 4. Any advance on 4 or 5 anyway in SP10 AM, so it's been a decent fight across the 4 hours. The FK Performance BMW M4 number 187 on course for victory in that. Tim Shearbart looking good for Cup 2. The AT2 division, which is for a few different cars, but the 644 Porsche from Max Cruiser Racing of Ben Leuchter is at the wheel of that car at the moment. Again, 82, I think, is a new category. Actually, it's not for a few different cars. That's the only car in the division, but nevertheless, it's been mixing it with Cup 2s and the odd Cup 3 here and there as well. So, 2 minutes and 20 seconds to go. It is now, though, virtually at the race end time at 4:15, well, actually 4:14, and we are going to extend things by about 6 or 7 minutes, therefore, in the remaining portion of the race. So Sven Muller's crossed the line, Nico Metzel's crossed the line. There's now 4 seconds between them, and I think this is Falcon Motorsport's holding station now in the closing stages. And who can blame them with such a good result in their hands?
Yeah, it's the sort of play nicely, boys radio message, isn't it?
Yeah.
Now, it's job done. Don't mess it up. So literally just, I was going to say 2 minutes, the clock ticked down, but it's only 1 minute and 30 to go already. Relative calm in the Falcon pits. The engineers just watching everything in laptop typing away, and the amount of kit you see in garages these days is incredible to run these cars. We see it each year at Le Mans, don't we, when we go in there, and just the amount of kit to run a couple of cars, it's just incredible.
Yeah.
They had less NASA in Houston to put man on the moon 50 years ago.
I think that's because, you know, as one team somewhere in the pit lane makes a little step forward, then there's the ripple elsewhere around the garages to say, well, we've got to step up, we've got to catch up. And there's really nothing between these top-notch drivers now. You know, you're probably talking hundredths of seconds, not even tenths, in the top percentage of drivers. The machinery is more or less the same, because yes, you've got different manufacturers, but they've been so cleverly balanced to performance so that, you know, each car is stronger in different areas. It's got its weaknesses though as well, but really the differences in performance and in strategy comes from those guys in the garages that you don't catch a glimpse of a huge amount. Thankfully, we do have cameras frequently up and down pit lane and in all of the garages to try and peer behind the curtain, but this is so often where the key decisions are made, and where races of this type of level these days are won and lost.
I was just watching a little bit of onboard there while you're talking of Sven Muller, who was at that point, it was Schwedenkreuz, which is, yeah, fairly Tartuflugplatz, fairly quick all the way up to Arenberg. And the in-car footage of the camera looking across the driver, so from the passenger side, and he's just had a glance across, obviously dials and things a little across, and then just taking his left hand off the yoke, which they are, these are not steering wheel, and just flexed his wrist, and obviously just relaxing a little bit there, just like doing his exercises whilst running along at, I don't know, 150, 160k.
Yeah.
Couch as you like.
Well, it's knowing where those rest points are around such a complicated racetrack, I suppose, and also being able to read the traffic ahead of you. You look as far down the road as possible and think, okay, I've got a bit of a breather here, in inverted commas, and a chance. Because your hands are, you know, tightly gripping the steering wheel, although a lot of race drivers have said to me over the years that the least grip that you can apply, the better, if you're in a car for 2, 3, sometimes 4 hours, but you still do feel it in your hands afterwards. And if you can just stretch out your fingers and your wrist on occasion and use your stronger hand to just vaguely direct the car in the right direction, you're not under a massive amount of pressure now. You know, 4 seconds back to the sister car, and then a much bigger gap of about a minute towards Thomas Preining. We haven't really plugged this opportunity to see onboards, but that's all via the clever app, isn't it? That has the tracker installed. Are the onboards new for this year, or have they existed?
No, they've been there. It's just more of them now.
Okay.
It's just more of them there, and rear
so you can select a car on the tracker. Yeah. And then there's some onboard footage.
If there's onboard footage, then it'll come up on the screen. You can turn it off if you want to, or you can just expand it, whether you're getting it on, so you can just do that and look at it.
So yeah,
as we are there.
It will frame in various sizes as well. Worth a look.
Very quick last comment as we're on the last lap from Ian McCarthy. Just top up. You mentioned, sorry, top up update, the Manti car with something like a foxtail on the aerial. The thing trailing from that Manti aerial is a black ribbon, perhaps in honour of General Manager Thomas Rackay, who passed away in January.
Okay.
So thank you, Ian, as ever. He's one of those guys that doesn't always say a great deal, but what he says is so worthwhile every single time. So Ian, thank you so much. Great information like that, and they really do value your input. Thank you.
Particularly on that topic, so apologies, we should have read up about that and known the reasons for it, but clearly, the team grieving at the moment after that news at the start of the year, and a splendid tribute. So thank you, Ian, for pointing us in the right direction.
As I believe in the same vein that Aston Martin have done this weekend in Shanghai for Formula One.
They have.
For Eddie Jordan,
Indeed.
which was, of course, his original team. And I'll just leave that there, but go and have a look and search out where it is. It's,
the origins.
I would have expected no less, but it's entirely respectful.
The origins of today's Aston Martin team can be traced back to Jordan, indeed. And rest in peace, Eddie. It's shaken an awful lot of people up around the motorsport world, and certainly Formula One. But I'm liking the fact that an awful lot of comments have come from the sports car racing world as well. So final lap.
He did do Le Mans in 1981 in an M1 BMW Pro car, Eddie Jordan.
That's excellent knowledge. 1981, good year that. Falcon Motorsports, Porsches, first and second. 4 seconds was the gap at the start of the lap. It's probably around about that now as well. And they're into the penultimate sector on this final lap of the race. We are into extra time, as so often we get during these 4-hour NLS races. But it's been a cracker in terms of keeping us guessing. Yes, into the final stint, actually not as close as we were perhaps suggesting after some good use of pit stop times from both the Falcon Motorsports Porsches. It's always a bit of a dangerous game if you choose, when you've got two cars in the race, not to split the strategy. But clearly they thought it wasn't worth doing that and keep them not that far away from one another to ensure a 1-2 finish. And a pretty much perfect result for Porsche across the board, because 911 GT3Rs looking like they're going to finish first, second, third and fourth, with their nearest German rival BMW only in fifth for car number 98 for Rover Racing. Best Mercedes at the moment is in 6th place, with the McLaren that started on the front row, remember, about to win in SP9 Pro-Am. They are still 7th overall for the Door Motorsport crew. But for the final time through Tiergarten and Hohenrhein, the Falcon Motorsport Porsches will thread their way through, and Sven Muller will flash the lights as he's greeted by the checkered flag for the first win of the season in NLS 2025. It finishes with a 1-2 finish for Falcon Motorsports and their 911 GT3Rs. Manti should make the podium. They're about a minute back though, so we'll have to call Thomas Preining across the line to confirm that. But an absolutely dream result for Falcon Motorsports. They're a huge supporter of racing here at the Nürburgring Nordschleife, with their backing of the N24 as an event. They've even sponsored the Brunchen Corner for 2025. And, well, just winning this race with aplomb and getting a second place as well, Peter Snowden.
And getting that photo finish as well, that across the line of just the two cars, line of turn, always good for the marketing guys, and they're the one that attract the sponsors and the commercial partners and make it all viable. So it is important. Great there, Morris Schering being interviewed in German, unfortunately, so we can't tune into that bit for a minute, but he looks so young.
He does.
I don't want to know how old he is, but he just looks so young. It's just, but great drive him. And third place, Marcus Preining brings the Manti EMA Grello across the line, that far down, so 1 minute 13 later. And then Team Dynamic just behind them, 6 seconds behind, with a Carioli in that car. 54. Top 4 for the Porsches. Rafael Marciello should cross the line. Indeed he does right now, on cue for 5th place, the number 98 Rover Racing BMW M4 GT3. And another change of manufacturer coming up in 6th place. It's a lap down at the moment, but will be, it looks out in the Mercedes AMG Get Speed, number 17. So there's the shot from the helicopter camera that we showed, the helicam shot of the 2 winning Porsches, if you like. Sven Muller, Nico Menzel, Falcon Motorsports, 1 and 2.
So Sven Muller in car 3, joined by Maurice Schuring and Nico Menzel taking 2nd position with Dorian Boccolacci. The podium completed by Thomas Preining and Ayhancan Guven in his Manthey EMA Porsche. Cairoli have mentioned in the 54 car, joined by Bastien Boos. Cup 2 is not quite over the line, but it is won by the 921 crew of Moulner Motorsport from the 48 Losch Motorsport crew, which included, amongst others, Noah Nagelsdeek with Michele Di Martino. Well, it all rather came to a head, didn't it, at the head of the order of Cup 2, with a clash between Noah Nagelsdeek and Michele Martino, which resulted in a spin for the 909 car and out of the race lead as a result. Whether Noah Nagelsdeek got a penalty for that or not, we're still waiting to find out. But nevertheless, the victory went to 921. And in Cup 3, the other big category in this race, we're expecting 959 to be the victors, with Harley Horton bringing that car to the finish line, SRS team Zorg Rennsport. Big thanks to Kerry Cobb for keeping us on air throughout today's proceedings. My thanks to Peter Snowden as well. I'm Johnny Palmer. The next NLS race, NLS 2, will be on Saturday the 26th of April. And you can join Bruce Jones and Peter Snowden for all the action from that. We're very grateful for your company. Come back soon to the NLS as we build up towards the latest edition of the Nürburgring 24 Hours later on this season during the month of June. We'll have it all covered here on the Radio Show Limited network of channels. Bye-bye for now.
This program is a Radio Show Limited production.
Tell your friends there's more at radiolemans.com.